there that you can click through to pick up the Stock live stream. It's all available online. So just a quick reminder of how we'll run the first 10 off. Number 1 will be Edward Maxwell. Number 2, Alan Sinclair. Number 3, Jackson Noon. 4, Bill Carey. And 5, Shane Palmer. Righto, so we've got Craig Young, and we do welcome the ABCRA to the event for the first time this year, and they've been a wonderful support leading up to this stage. But just been notified, of course, and you will be aware that if you are a competitor under the age of 18, you will need to wear a helmet. Or if you are an encouragement rider, you'll also need to don the skid lid before you compete here today. So encouragement riders, any rider under the age of 18, helmets please. Righto, so we'll get some cattle on the camp. We'll get things underway. Stock Live's ready to take the live stream. We've got the big screen up. To the gate, we'll need Alan Sinclair. Number 3 will be Jackson Noon. 4, Bill Carey. 5, Shane Palmer. Righto, so no luck at all there for Edward Maxwell. He'll go out of the camp with a no score. Get that situation tidied up. We'll go on competitor number 2, Alan Sinclair. Number 3, Jackson Noon to the gate on Davros Destiny. Number 4, Bill Carey. 5, Shane Palmer. Number 6 will be Zach Croker. And 7 will be Dallas Kirkman. Would like to thank our cattle owners here this morning for the first round of the Open. Of course, Ben Lohman Beef and our wonderful, wonderful cattle supporters again been on board for the last 3 years. David and Penny Grills and, of course, Brenton and Jessica Allport. There's always good to have those good big cattle here to Campdraft this morning. So a wonderful supporter of the event makes his way into the cutout yard number 2 in the draw. It's Alan Sinclair, riding Sterling, a man that's enjoyed a lot of success here over the years. And prior to the event being held at Armadale down on the mid-north coast of Kempsey, always in the placings. Great supporter of the horse sale, always brings a good one to sell, so keep your eye out for his nomination on Sunday. So on course, we're watching competitor number 2. This is Alan Sinclair. Navigates his way around the beef trans first peg pretty well. Up and around towards the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. Righto, so that's complete up towards the Grazag gate with Alan Sinclair and Sterling. Good work, Alan. Congratulations. Compared to number 2 with a full course. It'll be a 4. I don't know how it started. I think it might have been a 21. 20, was it? Righto, a 22, a 62 and a 4 for an 88. 22, 62 and 4. Righto, Jackson Noon again, another long-time competitor here and around the Epic. In the camp at draw number 3 on Davros Destiny to the gate. We'll need number 4, Bill Carey on imprint. Number 5 will be Shane Palmer. Number 6, Zach Croker. 7, Dallas Kirkman. 8, Gemma Beaumont. 9, Hugh Miles. And 10, Bo Collie. Righto, so outside watching Jackson Noon go around the MLT second peg. He had a 22 for cutout. Started in the camp with a 22. It'll finish with a 4. The all-important middle part will come to you in a minute. It was a 61, so a 22, a 61, and a 4 for an 87. Davros Destiny and Jackson Noon. Bill Carey, the man in the cutout yard, Gundawindi competitor, waiting imprint. Shane Palmer to the gate at 5. Number 6, Zach Croker. 7, Dallas Kirkman. Righto at the front of the camp for Bill Carey. On course now. Got one that's going to do a hard right. At a 22 yard, but that was all she rode. Great to have you here, Bill. There's a number of other opportunities that you'll have throughout the course of the weekend, but a 22 for cutout for Bill Carey. Shane Palmer in at number 5, 6 to the gate. Zach Croker, 7, Dallas Kirkman. Righto, so the man in the saddle, Shane Palmer, the horse underneath him, Tyrrell Park, Short Fuse. A 21 for Cutout and a Black Steer that's not going to play the game around the first peg. So a 21 will remain the score for Shane Palmer. Zach Kroger will make his way in. Zach riding Waitress on this occasion. And, number 6. Number 7, Dallas Kirkman to the gate. 8, Gemma Beaumont. Number 9, Hugh Miles. 10 will be Bo Collie. 11 will be Dylan McKinnon. So, of course, now watching Zach Croak out of 21 for Cutout. He's safely around that Beef Trans first peg. Up nice handy position around the MLT second. Loop him around that inside gate peg and the big grey horse, Zach Croak and the man. And that all looked okay from here, so it was a 21 and a 4. $21, 64 and 4 for an 89. 21, 64 and 4 for an 89 points. Zach Croker and Waitress. Dallas Kirkman in at 7 to the gates. Number 8, Gemma Beaumont. Number 9 will be Hugh Miles. Number 10 will be Bo Collie. Righto, 22 for Cutout for Dallas as he's around the Beef Trans first and over towards the Maloney Livestock Transport second. Black Steer is going to test him up, but steadied up now, and he's just going to bundle him around through the middle of the Grazag gate. So it was a 22 to begin proceedings. It was a 4 at the end of it. The big number in the middle was a 5.8, a 58, being 84. So 84 points for Dallas Kirkman, Gemma Beaumont, Marnie's 1 in at 8, 9 to the gates, Hugh Miles, 10 will be Bo Collie. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been fortunate enough to have the man behind the Darling Downs branch of the Stock Horse Society, Jimmy Ryan, and his good wife Beck, come down. They do so much work in and around the Big Dolby Stock Horse sale that Ray White's involved with up there in the Darling Downs township of Dolby. So he knows his way around a microphone. I'm going to get out of your ears. Jimmy Ryan and Liam Kirkwood will handle the microphone duties over the course of the weekend. So I'll be at the back of the announcer's box here. Registration DSE14Y. We need that moved immediately, please, or it will be towed. Need it removed immediately. Righto, good luck, competitors, over the weekend. I'll give you Jimmy.
Well, thank you there, Bruce. It's a pleasure to be here, ladies and gentlemen, coming down out of the Queensland country. Always a great opportunity to come and see a bit of green grass and some hills. Right, other man in the camp now. We watch competitor number 9, Hugh Miles, riding Julie Tellers. Bo Collie, he'll be number 10. Riding TJ, number 11 will be Dylan McKinnon. Number 12, David. That'll be Katie. Number 13, Rachel Flanagan. Number 14, Andrew Burns. Number 15, Sam Greenup. Number 16, Greg Clayton. 17, that'll be Kylie Weber. But currently in camp, we watch the man, Hugh Miles, riding to Ali Tellers. That's a 16 for the cut out there, but no further score. Bo Collie, you are the man we watch now. Commit number 10, riding TJ. Dylan McKinnon, you'll be standing by at number 11 on the Rodler Sunset. Make sure if you haven't got a catalogue for this weekend, make sure your catalogues, $10 for the catalogues, caps 35, stubby coolers 10, need them tonight. Even get yourself a pen, nose bag, and a jacket for $120. Where do you find them, ladies and gentlemen? Right here at the Epic Sale. A big thank you to our Stock Live people that are live streaming this all over Australia and the world here this weekend at the Epic Horse Sale. Well, that's a score there for Bo with a 21, 63 and 4. That's got him an 88 points. 88 points here this morning. Dylan McKinnon, you're the man now. Compared to number 11. Then we got number 12, David Keat. Number 13, Rachel Flanagan. Number 14, Andrew Burns. Oh, it's a bit of bad luck there. Dylan goes out there with a no score. David Keat, you're the man we watch now. Competitor number 12. Burragunda Brown Lock. Rachel Flanagan, you'll be standing by at number 13 on the Barmac Goldie. Then we'll go down to Andrew Burns at 14, 15, Sam Green up. Number 16, Greg Clayton. Number 17 will be Kylie Webber. Number 18, Rodney McKinnon. Oh, big thank you to the Ben Lomond Beef Syndicate here with these cattle this morning. 310 rounds in this first round of the Open. Big thank you to David and Penny Grills, Brenton and Jessica Allport. Righto, steps him up into the camp. Now we watch David Keat. Rachel Flanagan, you'll be standing by number 13. Taking his long way round, but there is his first peg completed there for David Keat. Just having a little bit of trouble there on to the second, but that's a 16 for the cutout there for David, 16 only. Rachel Flanagan, we watch now. Could be number 13 on the bar, Mac Goldie. Andrew Burns, you will stand by at number 14, 15, Sam Green up 16, Greg Clayton 17, Kylie Webber 18, Rodney McKinnon, and 19, Sherry Farley. A big thank you also to Graz Ag, one of the major event partners here this weekend, supplying all your rural merchandise all through the New England district. Righto, outside on the course we watch Rachel Flanagan on the bar, Mac Goldie. Andrew Burns, you'll stand by at number 14 in the camp on Eva Costa. The number 15 of demand, Sam Greenup. Well, that's how we do it, ladies and gentlemen. That's where we like them. Out through them pegs where the four-pointer bees. Rachel Flanagan score there to come. Andrew Burns, you're the man we watch now. Competitor number 14 on Eva Costa. Sam Greenup, you'll stand by at 15. That was a 21, 62 and 4. That's an 87 points there for Rachel. 87 points. Righto, down to the muddy is Andrew Burns we watch. Eva Costa. Oh, and just ducked on the inside of him there. Not one you want. But anyway, there will time come later on. Sam Green up now. We watch career number 15 on the electric Chickasha. Also, don't forget to thank you very much for Mick and Carolyn Maloney carting all these cattle. One of our cattle sponsors, Carton Livestock Transport, the Maloney Livestock Transport people, family-owned transport company servicing all your livestock transport needs here in the Tamworth, New South Wales area. Specialising in moving sheep, cattle across all eastern states. We thank them very much, Mick and Carolyn Maloney from the Maloney Livestock Transport team. Outside the man says on his first peg, Sam Greenup. Oh, he's just had a bit of a mix-up there. He's taken out the side of the panels of the second peg. These left-hand courses still get me in this country, I tell you. But he is where he wants to be, ladies and gentlemen, through the white gates down there at the end. If I had better eyesight, I'd be able to see what's on them out there. That's how bad I'm getting. Score there to come for Sam Green up. Greg Clayton, you're the man we watch now. Commit number 16 on more play. Kylie Webber, you'll stand by at 17. That's a score there. He got a 20, 57, and a 4. That's an 81 points. 81 points there for Sam Greenup. Getting wild and western in the mud here now. We watch Greg Clayton, compare number 16 on more play. Kylie Webber, you'll stand by at 17, 18. Rodney McKinnon. Then we're going to 19 will be Sherry Farley, 20, Aaron Williamson. 21, Kerrod Williamson. 22, Carl Green. 23, Jordan Snape. 24, Brenton Allport. 25, Lachlan Byrne. And 26 will be Ben Clark. That was a 16 for the cutout there for Greg. 16 only. Kylie Webber comes into camp. Compare number 17, riding Rory. Rodney McKinnon, you'll stand by at number 18, 19. Sherry Farley, 20. Aaron Williamson. Righto, out on course we watch Kylie Webber. Just not doing it for her here this morning, but there will be time to catch up with that later on. That was a 20 cutout there for Kylie, 20 for the cutout. Rodney McKinnon's a man we watch now, compared to number 18, Rod Law Content. Sherry Farley, you'll stand by at number 19 on Rihanna, 20, Aaron Williamson. Then we're going to 21, Kerrod Williamson. 22, Carl Green. 23, Jordan Snape. 24, Brenton Allport. Pegged out there with that like a grill on it. What's that say? Is that Allport? Oh, the gate. The inside one. Is that? Is that for Rodney? 21? Score there for Rodney was a 21.57 and a 4. That's an 82 points. Sherry Farley, we watch. Number 19 in camp, riding Rihanna. They'll go to Aaron Williamson. You'll stand by number 20. Sorry, we're just kicking that back. There it goes to 21.57 and 3 there for Rodney McKinnon. 21.57 and 3. For an 81 points. That was a little cut out there for Sherry for the 15 only. Aaron Williamson's the man we watch. Coming number 20. Resides himself down into the Tamworth area now. Was up on the Darling Downs years ago. Coming number 21 will be Kieran Williamson. 22, Carl Green. 23, Jordan Snope. 24, Brenton Allport. 25, Lockie Byrne. 26, Ben Clark. Twin Tails Pepper. Also another one of our cattle owners, Rick Swan. We thank them very much. The Tullen Tullia Beef. Tullen Tulla Beef. The Owen family. And a big thank you to Rick. He is out there in the backyard, so we all know how that feels. So thank you very much. Not just a sponsor, but happily help us out here for the weekend. Don't forget also Burton Saddlery. Another one of our sponsors here this weekend. Make sure you go and have a look at their stuff. They will have a stand here later on, I'm told. John and Lee Burton. Just to name a few of our sponsors here, we will get through them as we go all morning and afternoon. But outside is the man we watch, Aaron Williamson, just taking a nice steady one to his gate. And that's time. That is time. Score there to come for Aaron Kerrod Williamson. You are the man we watch. Number 21, riding Ted. Then we're going to Carl Green, number 22, 23, Jordan Snope, 24, I hope I got that right, Brenton Allport, 25, Lachlan Byrne, 26, Benny Clark. A little score there for Aaron. Got himself a 16, 54 and 3. That's a 73 points. 73 points. Also, a big thank you to Manildra Group, the Manildra Stock Feed, and MSM Stock Feeds Products. Another one of our sponsors here this weekend. Right, next into camp now. We watch competitor number 22, Carl Green on the homeboy. We're going to Jordan Snipe, or hope I'm getting that right, Geordie. Then we go to 24, Brenton Allport, 25, Lachlan Byrne, 26, Benny Clark. Then go over the pace to 27 will be Greg Schaefer, 28, Ellen Light, 29, Rob Leach, 30, Ben Matom, 31, Greg Henry, 32, Huey Miles, 33, Gavin White. Then we go to 34, Thomas Morgan. But out on course we watch, just busted his first beef trans peg, Carl Green. Hey, Geordie. Where is he? Up front of there. What's he like? Is it Snape or Snapple? Snape. That's the score there for Carl was a 22, 61 and 4. That's an 87 points. 87 points there for Carl Green on the homeboy. Right, we go back live into the camp now. Coming number 23, Jordan Snape on Spin and Wish. Big thank you to our Stock Live team here this morning, keeping you all up to date, Australia and worldwide. Brenton Allport, you'll stand by at 24, 25, Lockie Byrne. That was a 19 there for the cutout, a 19 only for Jordan. Competitor 24, we watch Brenton Allport on Orana. Lockie Byrne, you'll stand by at 25, 26, Benny Clark, that'll be you on the Twin Tails Pepper. And then we'll go over the page at 27, Gregory Schaefer. Ellen Light, you'll be 28, 29, Rob Leach 30, Ben Mate on 31, Greg Henry 32, Huey Miles 33, Gavin White 34, Thomas Morgan 35 is out, so we go to 36, Darcy Argue 37, Ben McNaughton, that'll be you on the tiptoe. Also a big thank you to Brendan Allport, one of our cattle owners here this morning. And what an absolute cracking line they have put together here at the Epic Sale. I've been heard about it, I've been told about it, so I've come to have a look for myself. They are the absolute A-grade line of cattle down here in this country. And we thank you very much, and Brenton Allport is just one of them men. Well, he didn't want to hear that, but anyway, he'll be back to fight another day, I'm very sure. Lachlan Byrne, you are the man we watch now, company number 25. We'll go to Ben Clark, 26. You'll be standing by on the Pepper. Then we'll roll over for our first page here this morning. Gregory Schaefer, you'll be 27. 28, Ellen Light. 29, Rob Lees. 30, Ben Maton. 31, Greg Henry. 32, Hugh Miles. So another one of our sponsors here who wishes he could have been here. I was talking to him last night. He was biting the bit, but he's got himself in Perth at the moment at another show. Country Trucker Caps, the man Knuckles, said he wishes all the best. Always supporting these sales, horse events all over Australia. Country Trucker Caps, we thank him very, very much. Right, getting down to the pointy end of business now. There he goes, straight through the pearly white gates at the round. That's where his 4 pointers are. Lockie Byrne, score there to come on the Jewel Rooster. Benny Clark's the man we watch now, coming number 26 on Twin Tails Pepper. That was a 20, 58, and a 4. That's an 82 points there, Lockie. 82 points. We go down to Ben Clark now as a man we watch. Whopping it round into the mud. Sorry. Oh, Ben Scratch. Sorry, we are not looking at Ben Clark. We'll go over the page. We'll get rid of that. We're on to Gregory Schaefer on the Jasper. Sorry, Gregory. No. What are you doing to me, son? Is that Ben Clark? Righto, now I've got misinformation up here as well. I'm copping some pineapples here, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you what. That was Benny Clark. There was a score there to come. 21 for the cutout. 21 for the cutout there, Ben. Now we'll go over the page. Compare number 27, we watch Gregory Schaefer. Then we'll go to 28 will be Ellen Light. 29, Rob Leach. 30, Ben Mater. 31, Greg Henry. 32, Huey Miles. 33, Gavin White. 34, Thomas Morgan. 35 is the scratching, so we'll go to 36, Darcy Ague. 37, Ben McNaughton. 38, Ben Thompson. 39, Kelly McPherson. Then we'll go to number 40, Richard Finks. 22. Also, another one of our sponsors, Mitavite. Thank you to the Mitavite team. Production mill is located on the New South Wales Central Coast and has been continually expanded to meet the growing demand to ensure that the highest possibility of quality standards are maintained. Thank you to the Mitavite team. Working for your horses since 1986. That was the 18 for the cutout there, Ellen. 18 for the cutout. The man who needs no introduction to this area, Rob Leach, is the man we watch. Coming number 29 on the Peel Vale Truce. Then we'll go to Ben Matom, number 30. 31, Greg Henry. 32, Huey Miles. 33, Gavin White. Don't forget, if you would like to get yourself a Wazza cow cutter, here is the opportunity. Could cost you $10. You can buy it for $10. Drawn at the conclusion of the sale Sunday. Proceeds go to the Westpac Rescue Helicopter. We thank them very much for that great cause. So $10 a ticket to buy, and it is down the back in the warm-up arena. If you want to go give it a run, $5 a session. $5 a session for the Wazza cow cutter. That was a 21 for the cutout there for Rob. 21 only there. Go down into the camp now. We watch compare number 30. Ben Matum on the bonfire. Jovi. Greg Henry, you'll be standing by number 31. 32, Hugh Miles. 2, Time and Chick. They tell me this. They tell me this man does know his way around this arena. He did pick himself up a blue ribbon, this actual combination horse and rider, here last year at the Epic Sale Campdraft. Ben Matum's the man we watch. On the bonfire, JV. Greg Henry, you'll be in the camp standing by number 31. 32, Hugh Miles. 2, Time and Chick. 33, Gab White. 34, Thomas Morgan. 36, Darcy Ague. 37, Ben McNaughton. 38, Ben Thompson. That's the score there for Ben. Was at 21, 59 and a 4. That's an 84 points. 84 points there for Ben. Greg Henry, you are the man we watch now. Compared with 31. Peppy, Rock, and Acres. Then we go down to 32, Hugh Miles, 2, Time and Chick. 33, Gab White on the Joker. 34, Thomas Morgan. So don't forget that was a cow cutter. $10 a ticket to get into the raffle to win yourself a mechanical cow. It's down in the warm-up area, $5 honesty box too. So keep it honest, ladies and gentlemen. Keep it honest. $5 a run. All proceeds go to the Westpac Rescue Helicopter. There was a dreaded whip there for Greg. That was a 21 there, Greg. 21. Hugh Miles, you are the man we watch now. Commitment 32. Two-time and check. Then we'll go to Gav White. You number 33 on the joke at 34. Thomas Morgan. Another one of the company sponsors here, Circle L products. All over New South Wales and Queensland now. I think they got themselves a shop up in Townsville, Toowoomba. And where else are we? I think we're down in the Tamworth area. Not just the way he wanted to go there, but he got himself a 22 for the cutout there for Hugh Miles. 22 for the cutout. Gavin White, you are in the camp now. Coming with 33 on the joker. Thomas Morgan, you'll stand by at number 34. 35's out, so 36. Darcy Argue, you stand by on the Sue Key. Ben McNaughton, you'll be 37. 38, Ben Thompson. 39, Kelly McPherson. 40, Richard Finks. 41, Ben Trainer. 42, Daniel Cheers. 43, Zach Croker. 44, Robert Duddy. Then 35, Bryce Hickey. Righto, we're ready, back underway. Gav White, you're the man we watch. Coming up at 33. Oh, it's a bit of a featherweight run there for Gav White. Thomas Morgan comes into the camp now, coming with 34. 35's out, we go to 36. Darcy Argue. 37, Ben McNaughton. 38, Ben Thompson. 39, Kelly McPherson. Out on course we watch Thomas Morgan, your runner, Cooper Aces. Copper. Also, a big thank you to the Northern Tablelands Earth Moving. Oliver Jeffrey specialises in all your rural property drainage, dam building and cleaning, roads, paddocks improvements. He's got all the gear there at the Northern Tablelands Earth Moving. We thank them very much. And WLW Group offers a wide range of business support and financial services. We thank them very much here as well at the Epic Sale Weekend. Score there for Thomas was a 16, 60 and 4. That's an 80 points. 80 points there for Thomas Morgan. Young man we watch now, compared number 36, Darcy Agu on Suki. Ben McNaughton, you'll be standing by 37. 38, Ben Thompson. 39, Kelly McPherson. 40, Richard Finks. 41, Ben Trainer. 42, Daniel Cheers. 43, Zach Croker. Got himself a little tough one there for Darcy. Little tough one there. Cut out of a little 16 for the cutout. 16 for the cutout there. Ben McNaughton, you're the man. Kept number 37, riding the tiptoe. Benny Thompson, you'll stand by. Number 38, Kelly McPherson, you'll be 39. We're going to 40. 40 will be Richard Finks. 41, Ben Trainer. 42, Daniel Cheers. 43, Zach Croker. 44, Robert Duddy. 45, Bryce Hickey. 46, Jessica Rice. That's a 21 for the cut out there. 21 for Ben. 21 only. Ben Thompson, you're the man we watch now. Commit number 38. Riding Bubbles. Kelly McPherson, you'll stand by at number 39. We're going to 40, Richard Finks. 41, Ben Trainer. 42, Daniel Cheers. 43, Zach Croker. 44, Robert Duddy. 45, Bryce Hickey. 46, Jessica Rice. 47, Ben McWhirter. And we 48, Pete Donnelly. Righto, outside, he says, for Ben Thompson. Then we'll go down to 39's not there, so 40, that'll be you, Richard Finks. You'll go into camp. Oh, no, she might be there. She's there. That was a 16 there for Ben. 16, Kelly McPherson. You're the lady we watch now. Coming number 39 on Slim. Richard Finks, you'll stand by at number 40. 41, Ben Trainer. 42, Daniel Cheers. 43, Zach Croker. Big thank you to Beef Trans. Big Johnny and Yannicka Matheson and the team. Carting freight all over the New England, northern New South Wales, and anywhere you want him, he will be there. That's a 16 there, only for Kelly. Richard Finks, you're the man now. Come in number 40 on the Cool Girl. Ben Trainer, you're 41. 42, Daniel Cheers. 43, Zach Cracker. 44, Robert Duddy. 45, Bryce Hickey. 46, Jessica Rice. A big thank you to the Owen family. Talon Tulla Beef. Rick Swan and the team there. Operating in the New South Wales Golden Triangle District, Feedlot and Broadacre Farming. Also, they will be having beef packs will be auctioned off at the bar Saturday night, proudly donated by the Owen family. Talon Tulla Beef. Well, that's not the way he wanted to go out there. Richard goes out with a no score, unfortunately. Ben Trainer, you're the man we will watch now. Come in number 41 on the 666. Cheersy, you'll stand by at number 42. 43, Zach Kroger. 44, Robert Duddy. 45, Bryce Hickey. 46, Jessica Rice. 47, Ben McWhirter. 48, Peter Donnelly. 49, Dylan McKinnon. And 50, Carolyn Burns. So is this for your sponsors?
Yeah, they're all like
Are they written all here?
they might be, but I just thought I'd send
No,
this
good idea.
through
Yeah, no, I like this because you can
just
see it.
as you. Yep. Sorry.
No, good girl. Thank you very much.
Tell me if you need anything too. Yep. Now, do I need to do anything downstairs yet?
That was a 21 cut out there for Ben. 21 only. Daniel Cheers, the man we watched, coming to 42. Tilly Devine. Oh, big thank you also as we go back through our sponsors list again, the Burton Saddlery, John and Lee Burton. And don't forget our Stock Live, people, where you are watching this all over Australia and the world for that matter if you log in to the epic horse sale here this weekend. We thank you very, very much. We're getting down to business now. Into the camp. We watch the man they call Jersey. Can remember 42 on Tilly Devine. Zach Croker, you'll be standing by at 43. 44, Robert Duddy. 45, Bryce Hickey. 46, Jessica Rice. 47, Ben McWhirter. 48, Pete Donnelly. Who's this fella? That's Cheesy. No, the horse, the people that bred this horse. Oh, that shit. And then they also bred the horse that he rode in the early days. Oh, did he get it? Did he get it, they say. The only man that tell us is the judge. Peter Darling, we thank him very much for coming down over the border. He got himself a 4-pointer, 16, 58, and 4. That's 78 points. 78 points for the Cheersy. Zach Croker, you're the man we watch, coming to 43. Riding to Lula, Robert Duddy, he'll be standing by at 44. 45, Bryce Hickey. 46, Jessica Rice. 47, Benny McWhirter. Pete Donnelly, you'll be 48. 49, Dylan McKinnon. 50, Carolyn Burns. That was a 21 there for Zach. 21, Rob Duddy, you're the man now. Coming to 44. Riding Millie, Bryce Hickey, you'll stand by at 45. 46, Jessica Rice. 47, Benjamin McGuire. 48, Pete Donnelly. Just some of our other sponsors, Select Sires, I see up here on the list. Select Sires. And the Benella Stud. We thank them very much. They are here on the grounds this weekend supporting these events all the time. The Benella team. Drew and Sally Stevenson. Great to catch up with them here on the grounds all weekend and competing and selling. That's a 20 for the cutout there for Rob. 20 for the cutout. Bryce Hickey, you're the man now. Commander 45 on the jacks. Jessica Rice, you'll stand by at 46. 47, Benjamin McGuire. 48, Pete Donnelly. 49, Dylan McKinnon. And what about our major sponsor here this weekend as well, Graz Ag. Absolute pleasure to have them on board once again. Event partner here for the epic sale here in Armidale, Graz Ag. We thank them very much. Switch. That's a 21 for the cutout there for Bryce. 21 for the cutout. You didn't switch, Mum said, mate. You didn't switch. Had to be up here for that one. Jessica Rice, you are the lady we watch now. Coming to 46. Out and about. Benjamin McGuire. Benny Werder, you'll be standing by at 47. Pete Donnelly, 48. 49, Dylan McKinnon. 50, Carolyn Burns. 51, Lockie Ague. And 52, Luke Bennett. Score there for Jessica was a 16:58 and 3. That got herself a 77 points. Benny McGregor's a man we watched commit a 47. Getting down to business in the beautiful muddy arena. Big thank you to David and Penny Grills, Brent and Jessica Allport for these cattle. Ben Loman beef. Cracking big Angus cattle. $288 runs here this morning in the first round of the Open. And we'll go on to the epic round 1, 24 in that. And the Infinity round, 52 runs. Then we'll go to the Stallion draft here this afternoon. What'd Benny get? That's a 21, 54 and 3. That's a 21, 54 and 3 for Ben. 78 points. Outside he goes, Pete Donnelly. On Colby, Dylan McKinnon, you'll stand by at 49. 50, Carolyn Burns. 51, Lockie Goo. 52, Luke Bennett. Then we'll go over the page to 53, Claudia Atfield. 54, Bruce McNaughton. 55, Phoebe Tomlinson. 56, Damien Bullmar. 57, Danny Farley. 58, Ben Newbury. That was a 21 cut out there, Pete. 21, Dylan McKinnon we watch now, capital 49. Another one of our sponsors, CTO, Campdraft Training Online. Got a wonderful lineup of sponsors here this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. They've done a tremendous job, the Ray White team here at the Epic Armidale Precinct. Camp Drafting Online, CTO. Another one of our crew, Stockyard Beef. Stockyard Beef strives to provide the highest quality product and leading customer service to consistently exceed customers' expectations. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen, Stockyard Beef. On the moonbeam. Then we'll go over the page to 53, Claudia Atfield. 54, Bruce McNaughton. 55, Phoebe Thompson. 56, Damien Bullmar. 57, Penny Farley. 58, Ben Newbury. 59, Robert Fuller. 60, Aaron Sutherland. That's a 21, 59 and a 4. That's an 84 points for Caroline. 84 points. Lockie Yagu, we watch now. Commitment 51, Injustice. Luke Bennett, you'll be standing by at 52. If you have missing a horse, it is out the back here, just roaming around, having a good time. I think it looks pretty good. Look good on our truck anyway. So if anyone's missing a horse, it's down at the back of the area here, behind the announcer's box. It's got a brand on it. What is it? Ask him what its name is. Has it got a name? It could be a sale horse. Sorry, we'll get back to the business. So there's gelding out the back, ladies and gentlemen. There is a gelding out the back missing. I would say it's come out of the sale ring. Right, we'll get back into business now. Lukey Bennett's a man we watch, coming number 52 on the Malunga's Moonbeam. Digging his heels back into the old country. Then we'll go over the page. Claudia Atfield, you'll be standing by at 53. 54, Bruce McNaughton. 55, Phoebe Thompson. 56, Damien Bulmer. 57, Denny Farley. Oh, bust him round the beef trans. First peg. A big thank you to the Maloney Transport as well. MLT. Sponsoring the second peg here this morning, I should say. Can and will put him round. He does. The man, there he goes to the 4-pointer. Luke Bennett on the Malunga's Moonbeam. Score there to come. Well, he's got himself up here where he wants to be, 22, 62 and a 4. That gives him an 88 points there for Luke Bennett on the Malunga's Moonbeam. 88 points. Claudia Atfield into camp now, coming to 53, Hot Acre Who. Bruce McNaughton, you'll be standing by at 54. Melody Chick. It was a 21 for the cut out there, 21 only. Bruce McNaughton is the man we watch, coming number 54, Melody Chick. 55, Phoebe Thompson on the Lotus. 56, Damien Bulmarth. 57, Denny Farley. 58, Ben Newbury. Then we'll go to 59, Robert Fuller. 60, Aaron Sutherland. Membership, you didn't want to buy the office.
He's like, tell him I'm a volunteer. And I said, well, that's okay for you.
Well, that's what I'd have done.
But he wants to run it finals. So I said, no, mate, you have to.
Clean enough?
Not bad. Not as clean as my pastures, though. Did you know that with Sidect and Platinum, I get cleaner pastures for up to 35 days? 35 days?
Yep.
Switch to Sidect Platinum, the next generation dual-active pour-on drench for cattle.
Mr. Spot.
Someone's in a good mood.
When the dung beetles are happy, I'm happy.
Graz Ag are an agricultural and rural merchandise distribution business providing products and services.
Could you be happy somewhere else?
Convenient locations.
Switch to Sidecton Platinum.
Gyra and Glen Annis, featuring complete drive-through services. They're just like Macca's, ladies and gentlemen. You can get anything you want. Grazag offers an extensive range of rural merchandise products direct to the New England grazier. The team also offers expert advice services for the range of farming needs. Grazag specialists have a variety of expert advice and can help with your specific farming requirements and business goals. Grazag maintains a relationship with all our customers to ensure we provide tailored advice to the grown and expand your business products over the time. We thank them once again, Grazag, major event partner. Righto, we got a little bit of the paperwork out of the road now. We can get back down to business, the judge says. Bruce McNaughton, you're the man we watch on Melody Chick. Sorry, got ourselves a 22. We're going back in now. Phoebe Thompson. Well, lady we watch, compare number 55, Phoebe Thompson on the Lotus. Damien Bulmer, you will stand by at 56. 57, Danny Farley. 58, Ben Newbury. That's criminal. How much is ARB? How much is ABC? Hey?
No, I've got nothing yet, mate. I've just sent you to Tammy's number.
Big difference. Two captains. 16. It's a 16 cut out there for Phoebe, 16 for the cut out. Bully into camp, commit number 56, Damien Bulmer. Danny Farley, you'll stand by at 58. 59, Robert Fuller. 60 will be Tom Porter. 61, James Moorhead. 62, Cal Gibson. 63, Huey Miles. 64, Jack Gallagher. 65, Wade Mills. 66, Mitch Hoy. Then we go to 67, will be Jesse Britton on TRD. Oh, Bully, come on. It's that jumper you're wearing. 16? We're nailing it. He's consistent. Where is he? Is he doing anything? Bully would have horses in the sale, wouldn't he?
Bobby hasn't, not this year. Of who?
Damien Bulmer.
Yes, he does.
Score there to come for Damien Bulmer. Danny Farley, you into camp, coming number 57. 16, 61, and 4. What's that total, brother? 81. The score there for Bully was a 16, 61, and a 4. That's an 81 points. We've got 57 into camp now. Danny Farley. 58 will be Ben Newbury. 59, Rob Fuller. 60, Tom Porter. 61, James Moorhead. 62, Cal Gibson. 63, Hugh Miles. Friday Frenzy. Anyone find that horse? 22. Stepping it up. Straight through the gates there for a 4-pointer for Denny Farley. Score there to come. Ben Newbury, you're the man now. Cabin of 58. Right in the Rosebud. Robert Fuller, you'll stand by at 59. 60, Tom Porter. Well, Denny, you got yourself a 22, 62 and 4. That's an 88 points. 88 points on the Tabasco. That's a bit like the weather. The scores are heating up. Ben Newbury's a man. Down through the pearly gates, he gets them through. Score there for Ben was a 22, 61 and a 4. That's an 87 points. 87 points. Robert Fuller, you're the man we watched, compared number 59. Riding Rusty. Tommy Porter, you'll stand by at 60. 61 will be James Moorhead. 62, Cal Gibson. 63, Hugh Miles. 64, Jack Gallagher. 65, Wade Miles. 66, Mitch Hoy. And we'll go to 67, Jesse Britton. That's a 21 there for Robert, 21. Tom Porter, we watch, compared with 60 on the berry. James Moorhead, you'll be standing by at 61. Style and Blues. Cal Gibson, you'll be 62, 63. Hugh Miles. Also, a big thank you to the Maloney Livestock Transport. Mick and Carolyn Maloney for cutting the cattle here this weekend. Another one of our cattle transport men, the Beef Trans. We thank the Matheson family. Carting freight all over southeast Queensland and New South Wales. Remember, we're in New South Wales now. Gets himself another 4-pointer there for Tom. For Robert, sorry. No, Tom. Score there for Tom, 21, 60 and 4. It's an 85. 85 there for Tom Porter. James Moorhead's a man we watch, committed to Style and Blues. He's a bit slower. Sorry, no, where are we? Number 63. 63. So it's not Hugh Miles. Right, we just got a bit of a catch up there. James Moorhead is the man we watch now. Style and Blues. Cal Gibson, you'll be number 62. 63 is just going to put him aside for a little bit there. We'll go to 64, Jack Gallagher. Also, I've just had a word that on the front gate there we do have Bruce Birch. So just speak up a little bit when you do call your gate. He's just a little bit of trouble hearing. So. What is it? 22, 62 and 4. 88. Yeah, I can't count. Back to a score there for James, the 22, 62 and 4. That's an 88 points. 88 points there. Cal Gibson's the man we watch. Huey Miles will step aside a little bit. Jack Gallagher, that'll be you into the camp now, compared with 64. Wade Miles will be 65, 66. Mitchell Hoy, 67. Jesse Britton. That's a 22 cutout there. Cal, 22 for the cutout. Jack Gallagher, we watch, compared number 64. I'm missing 32 grand. I need to know it. There goes a whip. Smart. I make the jokes. Mate, I wouldn't have. Who do we bank with? Righto, back into the camp now. Coming with 65. Wade Miles on the Rivers. Mitchell Hoy, you'll stand by at 66, 67. Jesse Britton. Number 68 will be Ben Robinson. 69, McKenna Webber. 70, Matt Webber. 71, Wally Ray. 72, that'll be Natalie Meredith. 73, Tim McCarthy. 74, James Keats. 75, Bill Carey. Just cancel. Just cancel. Well, I told him that I keep it running until he. Well, you want to ring? Be easier. Fuck, with a headache. This is Wade Miles. Punching it round in the MLT, second peg there, Wade Miles. And through the Graz A gates, score there to come on Wade Miles and the Rivers. Mitchell Hoy, you'll stand by at number 66. That's the score there for Wade. It was a 22, 62 and 4. That's an 88 points. 88 points there for Wade Miles. Getting down to business now. Into the camp we watch Mitchell Hoy, compare number 66 on the Smart Times. Jesse Britton, you'll stand by at 67. 68, Benjamin Robinson. 69, McKenna Webber. 70, Maddie Webber. 71, Wally Ray. 72, Natalie Meredith. 73, Tim McCarthy. 74, James Keats. 75, Bill Carey. 76, Tony Menkins. And 77, Laura McIntosh. That's a score there for Mitchell's a 22, 63 and 4. Gets himself an 89 points. 89 points for Mitchell Hoy. Jesse Britton comes into camp, compared with 67 on TRD. Ben Robertson, you'll stand by at number 68. 69, McKenna Webb. 70, Maddie Webber. feel free. Wide enough. Is she talking about the camp? Got herself a tough one there. Jesse got herself a little tough one there. Ben, you're the man we watch now. Compared with 68, Ben Robertson on Hunterview, John Henry. McKenna Webber, you'll be standing by at 69 on the Smart Duck. 70, Maddie Webber on Silky Destiny. 71, Wally Ray on Donald Trump. 72, Nat Meredith on the Diamond. 73, Tim McCarthy on Coyote. And 74, James Keat on the Gold Man. Also, a big thank you to all the Ray White team come from near and far to be here this weekend to help out the epic sale. We thank them very, very much. Always supporting one another. The boys in yellow. They got plenty of them. I can't announce them enough now. I'll give them $20. A big thank you to one of our silver sponsors as well, WLW Group, offers a wide range of business support and financial services to an ever-growing cross-section of diverse clients throughout Australia. WLW Group. Yeah, Beck, you should have got Kelly's finance here. You should have Beck's finance. I'll do that. We'll go Beck's finance. We'll throw in 100. They would have only give 50. We're not using them. I can't announce it. Hey, is this McKenna? Yeah. Then we got Maddie Webber. Just got a little slippery one out to the side there for McKenna. Got herself a 19 for the cutout there and 19 for the cutout. Right, commit number 70 we watch now, Maddie Webber. Silky Destiny, Wally Ray, you'll stand by at 71. No, he's not here. I think Donald Trump's in jail, so that's probably why. So we'll go down to Natalie Meredith, number 72. What did Maddie Webber get, sorry? 21. No further score. That was a 21 there for Maddie, 21 only. Wally Ray's out, so we go to Natalie Meredith now, riding Diamond. Because they've been to 72. Yeah, mate, you ready to roll? Whenever you're ready. You are the man. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna get some breakfast. I'll get a bit of brekkie. Yeah. Highly recommend it. Where is it, mate?
So over there, in the split the little tent.
Oh yeah.
Tent in the bed.
That is the go. Right down to the camp we watch, and Natalie Meredith. Coming to 72 on the Diamond. Tim McCarthy, you'll stand by at 73. 74 goes down to James Keat. 75, Bill Carey. 76, Tony Menken. 77, Laura McIntosh. Then we go to 78, Paul O'Turner. And a bad luck there, and that goes out with a no score. Tim McCarthy, you'll come in now for a big one on a 73, riding Coyote. Right, that is the finish up on my first run here this morning. I'll hand you over to Liam. We'll go get a bit of breakfast. We'll see you back here very shortly.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Jim Ryan, doing a wonderful job here this morning. Out on course now, ladies and gentlemen, we watch Mr. Tim McCarthy. Tim will be the judge of our Infinity Camp Draft here this weekend. It's wonderful to have him back here with us. Been involved from the very beginning with the Epic Camp Draft. Heading over towards the gate and puts it through nicely. We'll have a score come to hand there shortly for Tim McCarthy. Score there for Tim McCarthy was 20 for camp, 61 for course, 61 horsework, 4 for the course, 85 points, and 85 points there for Tim McCarthy. In the camp now, we should have competitor number 74, Mr. James Kite, followed by 75, Bill Carey, 76, Tony Mankins, 77, Laura McIntosh, and 78, Paul O'Turner. Of course, we'd like to thank our sponsors here this morning, and of course our very kind cattle donors, Ben Loman Beef, David and Penny Grills, and Brenton and Jessica Allport, for the kind donation of the cattle to run the open draft here this morning. It's all right. And a score of 21 for cutout there for James. On course now, competitor number 75 will be Bill Carey with Witherspoon, followed by 76, Tony Mankins, 77, Laura McIntosh, 78, Paul O'Turner, 79 will be Scott Beaumont, and 80, Sam Knight. Out on course now with Bill Carey aboard Witherspoon. Makes his way around the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg and heads over towards the gate. Looking very nice here, ladies and gentlemen, as he makes his way back around. And well done. We'll have a score come to hand there very shortly for Bill. Score there for Bill Carey and Witherspoon was 22 points for camp, 62 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 88 points. That'll put him right up there amongst them. Okay, so we're back online, ladies and gentlemen. Just a flat battery there in the microphone. But that was Laura McIntosh going out with a score of 16 points for cutout, 60 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives her a total of 80 points. In the camp now, we have competitor number 78, Paul O'Turner, aboard Hot Mist, followed by 79, Scott Beaumont with Icon Standby. Competitor 80, Sam Knight. 81, Gavin White. 82 will be Shane Palmer. 83, Lachlan Maxwell. And 84, Kylie Barnett. Score there for Paul was a score of 21 points for cutout, 61 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 86 points. Because I read 81, then I said that was 82, and then I stopped, and I said, what's going on here? We've got 82, 81s. But no, thanks, no dramas. I was thinking, hello, I'm a day early. All good, mate. And Scott will go out with a score of 22 points. On the camp now, we have competitor number 80, Sam Knight. 81 will be Gavin White. 81A will be Shane Palmer. 82, Alan Grady. 83, Lachlan Maxwell. 84, Kylie Barnett. And 85 will be Guy Lord. A score of 21 points there for Sam. We're out on course now with competitor number 81, Gavin White, aboard Just Brown. And a bit of hard luck there, Gav. He'll go out with a score of 21 points. On the camp now, competitor number 81A, Shane Palmer, aboard Our Mr. Stylish. He'll be followed by 82, Alan Grady, 83, Lachlan Maxwell, 84, Kylie Barnett, 85, Guy Lord, 86, Sam Donnelly, and 87, Hugh Miles. We're out on course now with Shane Palmer as he makes his way around the Beef Trans first peg. And that's as far as he'll get this morning, unfortunately. Goes out with a score of 20 points for cutout only. Once again, we'd like to thank our event partners, Grey's Ag. They've been a wonderful support to us ever since bringing the Epic over here to Armidale. They're in the agricultural and rural merchandise distribution business, providing products and services to the New England district. They have 3 convenient locations in Armidale, Guyra and Glen Innes, featuring a complete drive-through service. An extensive range of rural merchandise products direct to the New England graziers. They are our event partners here this weekend, Grey's Ag, and we thank them very much. A bit of hard luck there, Al. He'll go out with a score of 16 points. On the camp now, competitor number 83, Lachlan Maxwell, aboard Abigail. He'll be followed by 84, which will be Ben Tapp, aboard One Cool Girl. 85, Guy Lord. 86, Sam Donnelly. 87, Hugh Miles. 88 will be scratched. 89, Gary Brown. And 90, Andrew Burns. We'd also like to thank our wonderful carriers this weekend, carting the cattle around safely for us, Maloney Livestock Transport and Beef Trans, both family-owned companies. Of course, Mick and Carolyn Maloney from Maloney Livestock Transport and John and Yannicka Matheson, along with Tom, George and Jimmy. We thank them very, very much for their support this weekend. And a score of 16 points there for Lockie. In the camp now, we have competitor number 84, Ben Tapp, aboard One Cool Girl. He'll be followed by 85, Guy Lord with Carnegie. Stand by. Score there for Ben Tapp with One Cool Girl will be 22 points for cutout, 56 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 81 points. On the camp now, we're watching Guy Lord calling for the gate and heading out on course. Aboard Carnegie, he'll be followed by 86, Sam Donnelly to the camp, please. 87, Hugh Miles. 88 is a scratching. 89, Gary Brown. 90, Andrew Burns. 91, Carl Green. And 92 will be Joseph Latham. Bit of hard luck there for Guy. He goes out with a score of 22 points only. Sam Donnelly. Heading out on the course now, we have competitor 86, Sam Donnelly. And unfortunately, Sam will go out with a score of 16 points only. In the camp now, 87, Hugh Miles with one more romance. 88 a scratching. 89 will be Gary Brown. Please stand by. He'll be followed by 90, Andrew Burns. 91, Carl Green. 92, Joseph Latham. 93, Jared Newton. And 94, Drew Stevenson. Different sort of horsepower. Bit of hard luck there for Huey Miles. When the camp is clear, we will be moving on to competitor number 89, Gary Brown, with Peninsula's Destiny. Another one of our wonderful sponsors here this weekend is the Owen Farming Group at Tulla Beef, a progressive family farming operation in New South Wales, Golden Triangle District. Feedlot and broadacre farming opportunities with Owen Farming and Tulla Beef. They've donated a beast this weekend and some beef packs will be auctioned at the bar on Saturday night. All the proceeds are going to the Westpac Rescue Helicopter. So we thank Rick Swan and his team very, very much for their wonderful support. Year in and year out, they're always there. Hard luck there for Gary. He'll go out with a score of 15. On camp now, we have competitor number 90, Andrew Burns, aboard Hard Hat Dave. A wonderful supporter of the Epic concept here, Andrew and Carolyn, both competitors and vendors this weekend. He makes his way out onto the course now. He rounds up the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. Gets to work to come back around towards the gate. Here we are, another full round score this morning for Andrew Burns. Score there for Andrew Burns and Illawong Hard Hat Dave was 21 points for cutout, 61 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 86. 86 points. Calling for the gate now and heading out. We have competitor number 91, Carl Green, aboard Bushy. He'd be followed by 92, Joseph Latham. And unfortunately, a score of 22 points only there for Carl. Following Joseph, we'll have 93, Jared Newton, 94, Drew Stevenson, 95, Andrew Kelly, 96, Stephen Crichton, 97, John Hardy, 98, Charlie McKinnon, 99, Troy Yarnold, and 100 will be Hamish Cameron. Score there at 21 points for Joseph. Calling for the gate now, we have competitor number 93, Jared Newton. He's aboard the Ranch Pilbara as he looks to take the long way round the Beef Trans first peg, but he gets it covered nevertheless. Just got himself a quick one there this morning. He'll go out with a camp score of 22. On the camp now, competitor number 94, Drew Stevenson, aboard Oaks Revenge. Of course, Drew and Sally are wonderful supporters of the concept here at Epic. Competitors and vendors here this weekend. We thank them very much for their support. They'll be on ground all weekend to answer any of the questions you have about their sale lots. At a score of 21 points there for Drew. Onto the camp now, we have competitor 95, Andrew Kelly with Quinn. He'll be followed by 96, standby Stephen Crichton, and 97, John Hardy. I think it runs off. Yeah, it does. It's got the stock live thing down the corner there. Yeah, ring him and tell him to get it right. It's been like this for the last hour. So up to 95. So we're out on course now with competitor number 95, Andrew Kelly. Makes his way around the Beef Trans first peg, no worries at all. Heading towards the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. And he gets it covered as well. Looking good from up here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, a bit of hard luck there, but we'll have a score nevertheless. Score there for Andrew Kelly and Quinn was 16 points for cutout, 59 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 78 points. We're out on course with competitor number 96, Stephen Crichton this time. Aboard Scorcher. Could we please have competitor 97, John Hardy, with Lena's Conman on the camp. He'll be followed by 98, Charlie McKinnon, please stand by. 99, Troy Yarnold. 100, Hamish Cameron. 101, Tyler Berkeley. 102, Rob Newsom. And 103 will be Kate Jones. Bit of hard luck there for Stephen. Score there for competitor 96, Stephen Crichton, with Scorcher was 21 points for cutout, 58 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 82 points. We continue to thank all of our wonderful sponsors here this weekend. Included in those are Circle L, an Australian-owned and operated family business located in Drayton, Toowoomba, that was established in 2014. They have sites in Tamworth, Toowoomba, and of course up in Townsville as well. Selling all of your clothing and merchandise. That is Circle L. We thank them very much for their continued support. We're out on course here now with John Hardy and Lena's Conman. But he gets a tricky one there this morning, unfortunately. Goes out with a score of 22 points for cutout. On course now, on the camp now, we have competitor number 98, Charlie McKinnon with Mac. He'll be followed by 99, Troy Yarnold, 100, Hamish Cameron, 101, Tyler Berkeley, and 102, Rob Newsom. A score of 21 points there for Charlie. On the camp now, making his selection from the wonderful line of cattle we've had donated here this morning. His competitor 99, Troy Yarnold, with one more gift. And of course, we thank the Ben Lomond Beef, David and Penny Grills, and Brenton and Jessica Allport very much for the kind donation of these cattle to run the first round of the open camp draft this morning. Troy will go out with a camp score of 21 points. Hard luck there. Hamish goes out with a camp score of 20 points. On camp now, we have competitor number 101, Tyler Berkeley, with Raise the Bar. He'll be followed by 102, Rob Newsom, 103, Kate Jones, 104, Robert Leach, 105, Ben Thompson, 106, Blake Rossiter, and 107 will be Thomas Morgan. We're out on course now with competitor 101, Tyler Berkeley, as he makes his way around the first peg there. Heads towards the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. He hunts the beast around there, no worries. He knows where he's going. Back around towards the gate and he gets the job done. Well done, Tyler. We'll have a score to hand there shortly. Score there for Tyler was 20 points for cutout, 59 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 83. Score there for 102, Rob Newsom, was 21 points for camp only. In the camp now, we should have competitor 103, Kate Jones. She'll be followed by 104, Robert Leach, 105, Ben Thompson, 106, Blake Rossiter, 107, Thomas Morgan, 108, Isaac Westerhouse, 109, Sam Greenup, and 110 will be Hugh Miles. Another one of our wonderful gold sponsors here this weekend, John and Lee Burton from Burton's Saddlery here locally in Armidale. They have a stand here this weekend, and of course they're very generous supporters year in and year out. We encourage you to go over and say good day to John and Lee and thank them very much for the support that they give us here. And Kate will go out with a camp score of 16 points. We're out on the course now with competitor 104, Robert Leach, aboard Western Duck. And he goes out with a camp score of 23 points. On the camp now, we have competitor 105, Benny Thompson, aboard Fantail. Good to have Benny back here with us this weekend. He's been here in previous years and been in the money. see what he can do here this morning. Score there for Ben Thompson was 21 points only. In the camp now, we have competitor 106, Blake Rossiter. He'll be followed by 107, Thomas Morgan, 108, Isaac Westerhouse, 109, Sam Greenup, 110, Hugh Miles, 111, Casey Fay, and 112 will be Corey South. Well done. Another full round score there will come to hand shortly for
Clean enough?
Rossiter
Not bad.
Treasured Acres.
Not as clean as my pastures, though. Did you know that with Sidect and Platinum, I get cleaner pastures for up to 35 days? 35 days?
Yep.
Switch to Sidectin Platinum.
Points for cutout, 61 for horsework, 4 for the course gives him a total of 86 points. Hard luck there, Tom. He'll go out with a score of 16 points. Right, so on camp now, we should have competitor 108, Isaac Westerhouse, aboard Ideal Time. He'll be followed by 109, Sam Greenup, 110, Hugh Miles, 111, Casey Fay, 112, Corey South, 113, Bernie McMore, and 114 will be Shannon Millard. A big thank you goes out to Mitavite, the production mill, located on the New South Wales Central Coast, and has been continually expanded to meet the growing demand and ensure the highest possible quality standards are maintained. They're a wonderful sponsor of our event here this weekend, proudly Australian made. Very proud of their product. That's Mitavite. We thank them very much for their sponsorship here this weekend. And Isaac will go out with a score of 16 points. So we'll just have a full cattle change here now. And then we'll be moving on to 109 Sam Greenup with Jack Daniels. He'll be followed by 110 Hugh Miles, 111 Casey Fay, 112 Corey South, 113 Bernie McMore, 114 Shannon Millard, 115 Darcy Argue, 116 Pat Smythe, and 117 will be Bill Carey.
the establishment of online bidding has probably been the big.
Out on course now, we have Maroon competitor, number 109, Sam Greenup. Unfortunately, just a tricky one there. He'll go out with a score of 21 points. On the camp now, we should have competitor 110, Hugh Miles, aboard Destiny's Playgirl. He'll be followed by 111, Casey Fay with Gem. Please stand by. We're out on course now with competitor 110, Hugh Miles and Destiny's Playgirl. He's covered the first two pegs, no worries, and makes his way back around towards the Greyzag gate. And well done, Hugh. We'll have a score come to hand there shortly. Score there for Hugh Miles and Destiny's Playgirl was 22 points for cutout, 62 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 88. So that'll put him right up there amongst the best of them here this morning. Currently sitting up top there in round one with a score of 89 is Mitchell Hoy with Smart Times and Zach Croker with Waitress. That's what you're chasing here this morning in the first round of our open camp draft. Out on course now with competitor 111, Casey Fay. She'll be followed by 112, Corey South, 113, Bernie McMorr, 114, Shannon Millard, 115, Darcy Argue, 116, Pat Smythe, 117, Bill Kerry, and 118 will be Brent Smythe. Casey Fay making her way around the course here this morning. She's hunted it around the first two pegs, no worries. She woos him around towards the gate, and she's done it, I think, from up here, but we'll have a score to hand shortly. Score there for Casey Fay and Gem was 20 points for cutout, 61 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives her a total of 85 points. So good on you, Casey. A full round score in this, the first round of the open camp draft. On the camp now, we'll have competitor 112, Corey South with Evermore Justine. Hard luck there, Corey. When the camp is clear, we'll be moving on to competitor 113, Bernie McMorr with Brown Highwayman. He'll be followed by 114, Shannon Millard, and 115, Darcy Argue. Another one of our wonderful sponsors here this weekend is Verbac, a specialist animal health company with its core business in sheep and cattle products, veterinary pharmaceuticals and vaccines, a wide range of pet care products for dogs and cats, plus a broad range of products for horses. Verbac has been operated in Australia for over 30 years and has grown organically and through a series of acquisitions. They take pride in their ability to be able to develop and manufacture products in Australia for Australia. They strive to develop and maintain close relationships with their customers. And of course, we have a wonderful relationship with them here as well at the Epic. We thank them very much for their support, and it's great to have them back on board this year. Hard luck there for Bernie. Big thank you to all of our backyard staff handling the wonderful line of cattle here with care this weekend. Of course, the line of cattle donated here this morning for this first round of the open camp draft by Ben Lomond Beef, David and Penny Grills and Brenton and Jessica Allport. They're always the first to put their hand up and give us a hand here with the Epic in every way possible. So we thank them very much for the wonderful line of cattle. And thank you very much to the Ray White yard staff out the back there doing a wonderful job as well. Calling for the gate now and heading outside. We have competitor number 114, Shannon Millard. He'll be followed by 115, Darcy Argued to the camp, please. 116, Pat Smythe. 117, Bill Carey. 118, Brent Smythe. 119, Ben McNaughton. And 120 will be Timothy Meredith. We're out on course now with competitor 115, Darcy Argue. Makes his way smartly around the Beef Trans first peg. And he follows in fine fashion around the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. Makes his way back over towards the gate. Have a look at that for one. Well done, Darcy. Score there for Darcy and Sienna was 16 points for cutout, 63 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 83 points. Just a reminder to all competitors here this weekend that today, this first round of the Open Camp Draft, we will be running competitors 1 to 150 this morning. So it will be competitors 1 to 150 this morning, followed by round 1 of the Epic Camp Draft. Following on from that, we will have round 1 of the Infinity Camp Draft, and then moving on to the continuation of round 1 of the Open Camp Draft, competitors 151 to 288, you will be required this afternoon. Score there of 22 points for Pat and Cheyenne. Hard luck there for Bill. When the camp is clear, we'll be moving on to competitor 118, Brent Smythe with Conroy. He'll be followed by 119, Ben McNaughton, 120, Timothy Meredith, 121, Vicky Evans, 122, Anna Lowry, 123, Ben Tapp, 124, Regan O'Donnell, 125, Cameron Jones, and 126 will be Philip McCormack. They'll be our next few competitors in this round 1 of the Open Camp Draft here this morning. And unfortunately, Brent will go out with a no score. Following on, we'll have competitor 119, Ben McNaughton with Jigsaw. You'll be required in the camp. On camp now, we'll have competitor 121, Vicky Evans, aboard Classic Acres. It's wonderful to have Vicky here with us this weekend. Has been a great supporter, both a competitor and a vendor over many years. Great supporter of our Epic Camp Draft and Sale. And this is Vicky Evans making her way around the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. And a bit of hard luck there for Vicky. She'll go out with a score of 22. 22 there for Vicky Evans and Classic Acres. #122 will be Anna Lowry aboard Purple Pistol, and it will be followed by 123 Ben Tap. Please stand by. Outside now, we're watching competitor 122, Anna Lowry, aboard Purple Pistol. She makes her way around the Beef Trans first peg here this morning. Travelling nicely back around towards the gate. Well done, Anna. Score there for Anna Lowry and Purple Pistol was 16 points for cutout, 58 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives her a total of 78 points. On the camp now, we have 123 Ben Tap aboard Don't Look Back. Following on from Ben, we will require 124 Regan O'Donnell, 125 Cameron Jones, 126 Philip McCormack, 127 Richard Finkst, and 128 Brad Williamson. And a score of 16 points there for Ben Tap and Don't Look Back. On the camp now will be 124 Regan O'Donnell with Blue Steel. She'll be followed by 125 Cameron Jones. Please stand by. And Regan will go out with a score of 20 points. If anyone on the grounds this weekend is in the market for financial or business services, we have plenty of sponsors that have got you covered. The WLW Group offers a wide range of business support and financial services to an ever-growing cross-section of diverse clients throughout Australia. The group is based beside the beachside suburb of Burleigh Heads and has offices in Armidale and Tamworth as well. Originating in Longreach, Western Queensland in the 1930s, they have not forgotten their roots. They continue to visit regularly, servicing both new and existing clients. That's WLW Group, offering a wide range of business support and financial services. And Cameron will go out with a score of 22 points. Also in the finance game, we have Kelly's Finance. We're proud to be partnered with Kelly's Finance here this weekend, another one of our wonderful sponsors, based down in the Hunter Valley region, arranging finance for businesses and individuals for the purchase of business and personal assets, including all facets of business finance, debt restructure, livestock finance, agri-finance and equipment. On the camp now, we have competitor 126, Philip McCormack, another wonderful supporter of the epic concept. Calls for the gate and heads outside. Following Philip, we will require competitor 127 to the camp, please, Mr. Richard Finks. He'll be followed by 128, Brad Williamson, and 129, Rod McKinnon. And a score of 23 there for Philip, 23 points only. Speaking of familiar faces and old friends, it's great to have the Stock Live team here with us this weekend. Tammy Robinson and her team here, of course, looking after the live stream of the camp drafting events this weekend, and also the live bidding over at the auction on Sunday. Don't forget the sale on Sunday. There are catalogues for sale here underneath the broadcast box if anyone's interested. It's great to have them connecting us to the people at home watching on.
Clean enough?
Not bad. Not as clean as my pastures, though. Did you know that with Sidect and Platinum, I get cleaner pastures for up to 35 days? 35 days?
Yep.
Switch to Sidect Platinum, the next generation dual-active pour-on drench for cattle.
Mr. Spot.
On camp now, we have competitor 127, Richard Finks, aboard Greeter. He'll be followed by 128, Brad Williamson, 129, Rodney McKinnon, 130 will be David Kelly, 131, Bryce Crispin, 132, Hugh Miles, 133, Roy Duddy, and 134 will be Carolyn Burns. Rounding up the second peg, we have competitor 127, Richard Finks, on course, making his way back around towards the gate. And just taking the top side there, but we'll have a score nevertheless. A score there for Richard was 21 points for cutout, 59 for horsework, 3 for the course gives him a total of 83 points. Calling for the gate now and heading outside is competitor 128, Brad Williamson aboard Glamorous. He'll be followed by 129, Rodney McKinnon to the camp, please. And it's looking good here, ladies and gentlemen. Another full round score in this, the first round of the Open Camp Draft here this morning. Score there for Brad Williamson and Glamorous was 21 points for cutout, 61 for horsework, 4 for the course gives him a total of 86 points. On camp now, we have competitor 129, Rodney McKinnon, aboard IMAX. He'll be followed on by 130, David Kelly, 131, Bryce Crispin, 132, Hugh Miles, and 133, Roy Duddy. Out on course, we're watching competitor 129, Rodney McKinnon, making his way back across the line there towards the gate, and he puts it through. Well done. Another full round score. Score there for Rodney and IMAX was 16 points for cutout, 62 for horsework, 4 for the course gives him a total of 82 points. On camp now, we have competitor number 130, David Kelly with Phoenix. He'll be followed by 131, Bryce Crispin, 132, Hugh Miles, 133, Roy Duddy, and 134, Carolyn Burns. A reminder to the open competitors that this morning we will require those competitors 1 to 150. We will be running 1 to 150 of the open draft this morning, and 150 onwards will be this afternoon. Look on here, ladies and gentlemen. We might be getting ready for another full round score. Yes, we are. Well done, Mr. David Kelly. We'll have one to hand here shortly. Score there for David and Phoenix was 21 points for cutout, 61 for horsework, 4 for the course gives him a total of 86 points. 86 points there for David Kelly. On the camp now, competitor 131, Bryce Crispin, aboard Tacrossi Opal. He'll be followed by 132, Hugh Miles, and 133, Roy Duddy. Outside now, we have competitor 131, Bryce Crispin. Bit of hard luck there, Bryce. He'll go out with a score of 15 points. On the camp now, competitor 132, Hugh Miles, aboard Tough and Dainty. He'll make his selection from this wonderful pen of cattle we have donated here this weekend by Ben Loman Beef, David and Penny Grills, and Brenton and Jessica Allport. Wonderful supporters year in and year out. Always the first to lend a hand, and have a look at this beautiful line of cattle really starting to stretch out and enjoy themselves in the sunshine here this morning. A bit of hard luck there for Hugh. He goes out with a camp score of 22 points. Outside now we have competitor 133, Roy Duddy, aboard Lucky. He'll be followed by 134, Carolyn Burns, 135, Stephen Blackadder, 136, Rachel Cheers, 137, Sally Stevenson, 138, Robert Fuller, 139, Wade Miles, and 140 will be Zach Croker. And a score of 21 points there for Roy. In the camp now, competitor 134, Carolyn Burns, aboard Fortissimo. It's wonderful to have Carolyn here with us this weekend as a competitor and a vendor. I'm sure that all of you would be following the social media over the last couple of weeks. Carolyn has some wonderful lots there to offer on Sunday. She'll be on ground all weekend to answer any questions you might have. Outside now, we're watching competitor 134, Carolyn Burns, making her way around the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. Heads back towards the gate and gets the job done. Well done, Carolyn. Score there for Carolyn Burns and Fortissimo was 16 points for cutout, 60 for horsework, 4 for the course gives her a total of 80 points. So we're doing the epic and then the infinity crew? Bit of hard luck there for Rachel. She'll go out with a score of 22 points. A reminder to any of those competitors in the Epic or the Infinity Campdrafts that haven't already come and bought us some of their horses' details, any of the horses' achievements over the last 12 or 18 months. We'd love to have them and be able to announce them and share with everyone.
Someone's in a good mood.
When the dung beetles are happy, I'm happy.
Over the last couple of years. We do have some from some vendors, but if anyone else would like to come and
Could you be happy somewhere else?
Switch to Side-Decked and Platinum, the next generation dual.
Sally Stevenson on camp now, another wonderful supporter here this weekend, competitor and vendor. A score of 22 points there for Sally. Corey South, is it? Across the road, yeah. Yeah. A reminder to everyone that Thunderbolt Equine Veterinary Services is here on call this weekend. So if anyone requires veterinary services, we encourage you to get in touch with Thunderbolt Equine Veterinary Services. Their details are in our catalogue. We also have Corey South, an on-site farrier here this weekend. He's located over at the Sale Arena. So if anyone requires a vet or a farrier, come and see us and we'll point you in the right direction. But heading in the right direction now, out on course, we have competitor 138, Robert Fuller. And he goes out with a score of 21 points. Bit of hard luck there, Robert. Following Robert in the camp, we'll have competitor 139, Wade Miles and Porsche. He'll be followed by 140, Zach Croker, 141, Jack Gallagher, 142, Chloe Atfield, 143, Cal Gibson, 144, Wally Ray, 145, Ryan Smythe, and 146 will be Jackson Noon. Have a look here, ladies and gentlemen. Covering the first two pegs with ease and heading around towards the gate. Well done. Wade Miles, competitor 139 aboard Porsche. We'll have a score to hand there for him shortly. Up there with the top of the class, competitor 139, Wade Miles aboard Porsche, going out with a score of 21 points for cutout, 62 for horsework, 4 for course, gives him an 87. Score there for Zach Croker, and counterfeit was 21 points only. In the camp now, we have competitor 141, Jack Gallagher, aboard More Gold. He'll be followed by 142, Chloe Atfield. Covering the first peg with ease and making his way back around the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg, we have competitor number 141, Jack Gallagher. And More Gold heading around to make his way towards the gate. And he gets it done. Well done. Score there for Jack and More Gold was 22 points for cutout, 63 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 89 points, and that'll put him up there into the equal lead here this morning. Outside now is competitor number 142, Chloe Atfield with Kitten. She'll be followed by 143, Cal Gibson. 144 is not with us, so we'll move on to 145, Ryan Smythe. 146, Jackson Noon. 147, Dan Coulton. 148, Alan Sinclair. 149, Olivia McCallum. And 150 will be Sally Miller. And a score there of 21 points for Chloe Atfield and Kitten. On the course, on the camp now, we'll have competitor 143, Cal Gibson with Gibbs No More Ducks. Following Cal, we'll have 145, Ryan Smythe with Henry. A score there of 22 points for Cal Gibson and No More Ducks. Just a notice to all competitors that when we finish these first 150 runs of the Open Camp Draft, we will be having a small break. So the first round of the Epic will recommence at 11 a.m. So once we have finished our 150 runs here this morning, we'll be having a small break, then going on with the Epic at 11 a.m, followed by the Infinity. And the second round of the Open this afternoon should commence around 2 o'clock. Hard luck there for Ryan. He'll go out with a score of 19 points. On camp now, we'll have competitor number 146, Jackson Noon. He'll be followed by 147, Ben Thompson. 148, Alan Sinclair. 149, Olivia McCallum. And 150 will be Sally Miller. Sally will be our last competitor here this morning in the first round of the Open Camp Draft. Once Sally's completed her run, we'll be having a small break and commencing again at 11 o'clock with the First round of the Epic Campdraft. Oh, there's someone in there, yeah. But, righto, no worries. Okie doke. Score of 16 there for Jackson. On the camp now, 147, Ben Thompson with CKJ Marco. He'll be followed by 148, Alan Sinclair. Please stand by. I think that'd be easier. How you going, mate? All right? Yeah, that's Liam, yeah. Mate, what do you see me about the horse or something? I don't know. Did anyone want to see?
You've got Epic or an Affinity horse?
Nah, just the older one. I don't think I've got anything in the Epic.
Tell me if you've got an Epic or an Australian
What's that called?
in the draft, so we can talk about the horse.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I've got a few in that.
Yeah, can I give you a piece of paper?
Yeah.
You write down their names and just a brief when you purchase.
Outside now, competitor number 147, Ben Thompson, aboard Marco. Makes his way around the Beef Trans first peg. Of course, the Matheson family, wonderful supporters here this weekend with their cartage of the cattle. Covers the second peg now, no worries. Sponsored by Maloney Livestock Transport. Mick and Carolyn Maloney also transporting the cattle here this weekend and through the gate. Well done. We'll have a score to hand shortly for Ben. Score there for Ben Thompson and Marco was 16 points for cutout, 59 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 79 points. Heading outside now, we have competitor 148, Alan Sinclair with Bombo. Following Alan will be 149, Olivia McCallum, and 150, Sally Miller. Have a look at another good run here, ladies and gentlemen. Alan Sinclair going out with another full round score here this morning. Score there for Alan Sinclair and Bombo was 20 points for cutout, 62 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 86 points. In the camp now, we have competitor 149, Olivia McCallum, aboard Henry Boone. Hard luck, Olivia. Just got a tricky one. And our final competitor here this morning will be competitor number 150, Sally Miller with Hellraiser. A reminder to all competitors that Sally will be our last competitor here this morning. Then we'll be having a short break and recommencing here with the first round of the Epic Camp Draft at 11 a.m. Outside now, making her way around the Beef Trans first peg here this morning. Competitor 150, Sally Miller. And unfortunately, she'll go out with a score of 19. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That will complete our first round of the Open here this morning. We'll be having a short break now, and we will recommence with the first round of the Epic Camp Draft back here at 11 a.m. Of course, a big thank you once again to our judge, Mr. Peter Dowling, all the way down from Cloncurry. Thank you very much for presiding over this first round of the Open Camp Draft here this morning. And, of course, to the Grills and All Port family, we thank
Getting an extra $48 a head for cattle treated with Sidectin Platinum.
It's a lot of money.
Sure is. Might have to shat you a new hat.
Switch to Sidectin Platinum, the next generation dual active pour-on drench for cattle.
The establishment of online bidding has probably been the biggest change, because the sale process was the same for many, many years. A physical auction, people turned up, bigger crowds, bought their product, bought their bull and went home. But the online presence, in my view, has been the biggest change.
You always have to be adaptive. You always have to keep an open mind about what's coming on stream and what your clients want. This industry is all about building relationships and confidence, and the relationships we had with Chris when he developed it from the start and had a little bit of input into what we could see was required, and to be able to work alongside of those guys and make it to what it is today. Last year, which was a really difficult year, of course, as we all know in the industry, and having in-room auctions where I'm sitting there talking to a computer screen, selling stock I hadn't seen because we couldn't move, was quite surreal. But we got wonderful results from that, and we were able to continue our business.
Buyers are really excited about the ability to participate online from their tractors or their dining room tables at home, making a business decision with the 3 family farming generations. They can do it all together. They don't have to go to the sale, but it opens up the market for them to potentially participate in 3 auctions in one day.
With the live auction, where they are live streaming us, they can see our body language, what we're doing. We're telling them we're closing the sale out, we're going to drop the hammer. They can actually see that in real time.
Vendors are really getting on board with technology and realising the benefit. If I list my stock online with my agent at the sale we're participating in, I'm potentially opening it up to buyers that have never seen that I, Libby Houghton, have 150 Angus weaner steers that are on offer at the Barnawatha store sale this week. It's opening up the opportunities for these vendors to get better prices at the end of the day.
We've seen people use the platform a lot more year in, year out, so we're certainly seeing more strength in that side of the platform. It certainly varies within breeds as well.
I think it's definitely here to stay now, and really it's all about the exposure. It just brings more buyers to the market.
I really enjoy the technology side of agriculture because it allows us to educate the older generation, when I know it happens in my family, of the brothers pushing my father to get online, and it's just evolving the generations and making sure that they move with the times and no vendor is left behind in trying to achieve that bottom line that they want to get.
Someone's in a good mood.
When the dung beetles are happy, I'm happy.
Could you be happy somewhere else?
Switch to Sidectin Platinum, the next generation dual active pour-on drench for cattle with no known impact on dung beetles.
will make his selection. He'll be followed by competitor number 5, Gary Brown. 6 will be Cody Clark. 7, Brenton Allport. 8, Ben Thompson. 9, Jackson Noon. And 10 will be Ben Maidham. Well done there, Lockie. A score to hand will be 19 points for cutout, 59 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 82 points. So that'll be our first full round score here in the round 1 of the Epic Incentive Camp Draft. Of the camp now, competitor number 5, Gary Brown with Rod Law Star Trek. Score there for Gary Brown and Rod Law Star Trek will be 19 points for cutout, 52 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 75 points. On camp now, we'll turn our attention to competitor number 6, Cody Clark, aboard Deacon's Liqueur. He'll be followed by 7, Brenton Allport, 8, Ben Thompson, 9, Jackson Noon, 10, Ben Matum, 11, Luke Bennett, 12 is not with us, so following on we'll have number 13, Bo Colley. Well, that's time, unfortunately, Cody. Score there for Cody Clark was 20 points for cutout, 55 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 78 points. In the camp now, we have competitor number 7, Brenton Allport, aboard Remix Genie. Of course, Brenton and Jess have been wonderful supporters of the Epic concept ever since it came over here to Armidale, donating that wonderful line of cattle that we saw earlier this morning for the first round of the Open. Heading outside now, we have competitor number 7, Brenton Allport, aboard Remix Genie. He'll be followed by 8, Ben Thompson on camp. Following Ben, we'll have 9, Jackson Noon, and 10, Ben Maidham. Unfortunately, that's time there, Brenton. Score there for Brenton Allport and Remix Genie was 21 points for cutout, 52 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 76 points. On the camp now, we have competitor number 8, Ben Thompson and Rodler Relight. And of course, Ben took out both the Epic and the Infinity camp drafts here last year. Heads outside now, looking to defend his title. Big Frisian steer travelling very nicely around the first and second peg as they head back around towards the gate. Looking to put a full round score together. Well done. Score there for Ben Thompson and Relight was 20 points for cutout, 62 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 86 points. 86 points will put him right up the top of the leaderboard here for the moment in round 1 of the 2023 Epic Incentive Camp Draft. Making his selection in the camp now, competitor number 9, Jackson Noon aboard Clever Duck. He'll be followed by 10, Ben Maidham, 11, Luke Bennett, 12 will just be going back in the program, so we'll move on to 13, Bo Colley, 14, Dean Clark, 15, Carolyn Burns, and 16, Bryce Hickey. And a score of 21 points there for Jackson and Clever Duck. Circle L saddle, yeah. Making his selection in the camp now is competitor number 10, Ben Maidham, aboard AC Hughes Me. We're outside now with Ben Maidham aboard AC Hughes Me. Of course, great to have Ben back here with us this year. Ben was lucky enough to take out the Open Campdraft last year aboard Terry Wickham's nomination. And well done, Ben. Puts together another full round score here this morning for the first round of the Epic Campdraft. Score there for Ben Maidham and Hughes Me was 22 points for cutout, 55 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 81 points. On camp now we have Luke Bennett aboard Chard Family Connor. Luke will be followed by 13, Bo Colley, please stand by, 14, Dean Clark, 15, Carolyn Burns, 16, Bryce Hickey, 17, Sam Donnelly, and 18, Alan Sinclair. That's time, Luke, but we'll have a score come to hand here shortly. Score there for Luke Bennett and Chard Family Connor was 22 points for cutout, 55 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 80 points. Once again, we'd like to thank Athlin Pastoral Company, Mr. Ben Sharp, very, very much for his kind donation of these Frisian steers here for round 1 of the Epic Campdraft this morning. Heading outside now, competitor 13, Bo Colley with Louise. He'll be followed by 14, Dean Clark to the camp, please. Bo making his way nicely around the first couple of pegs as he straightens up and heads back around towards the gate. Well done, Bo. That'll be another full round score here this afternoon. Score there for Bo Colley and Louise was 21 points for cutout, 62 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 87 points. And 87 points will put him up the top of the leaderboard here at the moment. Calling for the gate now, we have competitor 14, Dean Clark, aboard Oaks Chicks. He'll be followed by 15, Carolyn Burns, 16, Bryce Hickey, 17, Sam Donnelly, 18, Alan Sinclair, 19, Damien Bulmer, and 20 will be Denny Farley. And a cutout score of 20 points there for Dean. As we turn our attention to the camp now, where we'll see competitor number 15, Carolyn Burns, aboard Greenacres Penelope. Out on course now with competitor number 15, Carolyn Burns. She's been involved with the Epic incentive here for many years. Oh, and just a bit of hard luck there today for Carolyn. 3-2, was it? On camp now, we have competitor number 16, Bryce Hickey, aboard Alpha's Amber. He'll be followed by 17, Sam Donnelly, 18, Alan Sinclair, 19, Damien Bulmer, and 20, Danny Farley. We'd also like to remind everyone that Mavericks is set up across the road. They've got their trade stall set up across the road over in the Sale Arena. So we do encourage everyone, if you get a spare moment throughout the day, to head over and see the team from Mavericks. Plenty of clothing and merchandise over there. And some wonderful specials for the Epic weekend. We're out on course now with competitor 16, Bryce Hickey. And Bryce goes out with a score of 20 points. Out on course now, we're watching competitor number 17, Sam Donnelly, aboard Optimum Athena. Making their way around the first and second peg nicely. And just going to hunt the Frisian steer over towards the gate. And well done, there's another full round score to come to hand shortly. Score there for Sam and Athena was 20 points for cutout, 59 for horsework, 4 for the course gives him a total of 83 points. In the camp now we have Mr. Alan Sinclair aboard Kingston Phoenix. Phoenix was purchased out of last year's sale. A 4-year-old side by Eagle Hustler has only had one start prior to this event here today at Gladstone a few weeks ago, scoring in the low 80s. Has only been back in work since Christmas. It's great to see these horses purchased out of our epic sale coming back here and being competitive. Bit of hard luck there, Al. He'll go out with a camp score of 21 points. On camp now we have Damien Bulmer this time aboard Bulmer's Bodie. Bulmer's Bodie is a 5-year-old gelding which was purchased out of last year's sale. Owned by the Mindu Partnership, he has been ridden for mustering work for the last 12 months and had a start in one draft only. Heading outside now, we have competitor number 19, Damien Bulmer, aboard the Mindu Partnership nomination, Bulmer's Bodie. Bulmer's Bodie is a 5-year-old gelding purchased out of last year's sale. Has only had a start in one draft so far, but here today, making it his second. And a score there for Damien was 21 points for cutout, 50 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 74 points. 74 points there for Damien. We turn our attention now to competitor number 20 in the camp, Denny Farley, aboard Evil E. Roxette. Denny's been involved with the Epic Incentive Program for many years. It's great to have him back with us here this weekend. Roxette is sired by Del Rio Destiny. She placed second here in the Epic Campdraft prior to this year's event. Denny Farley and Roxette looking pretty good as they cover those first couple of pegs. Bit of hard luck there. Denny goes out with a cutout score of 22 points. On camp now, we have competitor 21, Brenton Allport with Bonnie Doon Marie. He'll be followed by 22, Jackson Noon, 23, Natalie Meredith, 24, Mitchell Hoy, 25 will be Jade Fangmeyer, and 26, John Wilcox. And of course, this is round one of the Epic Incentive Camp Draft for horses purchased out of our Epic sale 5 years and under. Bit of hard luck there, Brenton. Score there for Brenton Allport and Bonnie Doon Marie was 21 points for cutout, 55 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 79 points. A reminder to everyone that the horses competing here today in the Epic Camp Draft, of course, horses 5 years and under that have been purchased out of our Epic sale in years gone by. They compete for the Circle L Trophy Saddle, kindly donated by Circle L. $1,000 each round, $1,000 prize money each round, and the final round worth $20,550, paying 8 places. So a total of $22,550 plus trophies up for grabs here in our Epic Incentive Camp Draft. And don't forget to be eligible. Turn up to the sale on Sunday. We've got a wonderful catalogue of horses that you can take home and put 12 months' work under their belt and bring them back and be competitive in next year's incentive. Those incentives are growing each year. A total of $22,550 plus trophies up for grabs this year, paying to 8th place, giving everyone an opportunity.
Getting an extra $48 a head for cattle treated with Sidectin Platinum.
It's a lot of money.
Sure is. Might have to shat you a new hat.
Switch to Sidectin Platinum, the next generation dual-active pour-on drench for cattle.
Once again, a big thank you to Athlin Pastoral Company, Mr. Ben Sharp, for his kind donation of these very quiet Frisian steers here for round one of the Epic Incentive Camp Draft this afternoon. We'll be continuing on with competitor number 22, Jackson Noon, in the camp aboard Robles Pepper. He'll be followed by 23, Natalie Meredith, 24, Mitchell Hoy, 25, Jade Fangmeyer, and 26 will be John Wilcox. And that'll round out our first round of the Epic Incentive Camp Draft. And a score of 22 points there for Jackson Noon and Pippa. In the camp now we have competitor number 23, Natalie Meredith, aboard Deacons Hennessy. Deacons Hennessy was bought out of last year's epic sale by Erin Raise the Bar, a multiple title winner. Was purchased from the Berkeley family. The dam was Denham Oak, who won in excess of 30 camp drafts and 2 junior rider titles. We do encourage anyone with a horse in the Epic or the Infinity, if you've got any notes here that you'd like us to share, we're all about sharing the achievements of these horses over the last 12 months since they have been purchased. So please, if you've got any notes, write them down for us and bring them over to the broadcast box, and we'll make sure that we give them plenty of announcements as we move through the next couple of rounds this afternoon. On the camp now, competitor number 24, Mitchell Hoy, another long-time supporter of the Epic concept. Mitchell is aboard Tell 'em I'm Hot, who of course is a 5-year-old registered quarter horse gelding owned by the Mindu Partnership. Tim, as the horse is known, was purchased out of last year's Epic sale and is by Hot as Hell out of Tell 'em I'm Jazzy. He was bred by a long-time supporter of the Epic sale, Mr. Ken McCarthy, and has been with Mitchell Hoy for the last 3 months. We might just block the gateways. If anyone's near a gateway, we've just had a beast jump over the fence there. All right, well, we're back on with the job now. A score of 22 points there for Mitch and Tell 'em I'm Hot. We now have 25, Jade Fangmeyer on camp. She'll be aboard Cape Hawk Calypso. Following Jade, we'll have our final competitor of round 1 of the Epic Camp Draft, Mr. John Wilcox. These competitors in the Epic Incentive Camp Draft are riding for the Circle L Trophy saddle. $1,000 each round and a final round prize pool of $20,550, paying 8 places. A total of $22,550 plus trophies up for grabs. Score there for Jade was 14 points for cutout only. Our final competitor on the camp now will be competitor number 26, Mr. John Wilcox. John will be aboard main camp numbers game. Following on from this round 1 of the Epic Incentive Camp Draft, we'll be moving on to round 1 of the Infinity Incentive, which will be for the horses 6 years and over that have been purchased out of our Epic sale over the last few years. Those competitors that we will require will be competitor 1, Sam Donnelly with Cowgirl, 2, Blake Rossiter, 3, Dan Coulton, 4, Sam Greenup, 5, Lachlan Byrne, 6 will be Robert Fuller, 7, Lockie Argue, 8, Ben Thompson, 9, Mitch Ball, and 10 will be Dallas Kirkman. They'll be our first 10 competitors that we will require shortly for round 1 of the Infinity Incentive Campdraft. A bit of hard luck there, John. We'll have a score come to hand there shortly. Score there for John Wilcox was 17 points for cutout, 56 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 76 points. So that will complete round 1 of the Epic Incentive Campdraft. Thank you very much to our judge, Mr. Ben McNaughton. Could we have the cattle back over, please? All those turn-back riders out there, if you could please bring the cattle back over for us, that'd be much appreciated. We'll get those cattle put away, and then we'll be moving on with round 1 of the Infinity Incentive Campdraft for the horses 6 years and over that have been purchased out of our Epic sale over the last few years.
The establishment of online bidding has probably been the biggest change, because the sale process was the same for many, many years. A physical auction, people turned up, bigger crowds, bought their product, bought their bull, and went home. But the online presence, in my view, has been the biggest change.
You always have to be adaptive. You always have to keep an open mind about what's coming on stream and what your clients want. This industry is all about building relationships and confidence, and the relationships we had with Chris when he developed it from the start and had a little bit of input into what we could see was required, and to be able to work alongside of those guys and make it to what it is today. Last year, which was a really difficult year, of course, as we all know in the industry, and having in-room auctions where I'm sitting there talking to a computer screen, selling stock I hadn't seen because we couldn't move, was quite surreal. But we got wonderful results from that, and we were able to continue our business.
Buyers are really excited about the ability to participate online from their tractors or their dining room tables at home, making a business decision with the 3 family farming generations. They can do it all together. They don't have to go to the sale, but it opens up the market for them to potentially participate in 3 auctions in one day.
With the live auction, where they are live streaming us, they can see our body language, what we're doing. We're telling them we're closing the sale out, we're going to drop the hammer. They can actually see that in real time.
Vendors are really getting on board with technology and realising the benefit. If I list my stock online with my agent at the sale we're participating in, I'm potentially opening it up to buyers that have never seen that I, Libby Houghton, have 150 Angus weaner steers that are on offer at the Barnawatta store sale this week. It's opening up the opportunities for these vendors to get better prices at the end of the day.
We've seen people use the platform a lot more year in, year out, so we're certainly seeing more strength in that side of the platform. It certainly varies within breeds as well.
I think it's definitely here to stay now. And really, it's all about the exposure. It just brings more buyers to the market.
I really enjoy the technology side of agriculture because it allows us to educate the older generation. When I know it happens in my family, of the brothers pushing my father to get online, and it's just evolving the generations and making sure that they move with the times and no vendor is left behind in trying to achieve that bottom line that they want to get.
The competitors that we will require here alongside the camp shortly for the first round of our Infinity Incentive Campdraft be number 1, Sam Donnelly with Cowgirl. 2, Blake Rossiter with Saltbush. 3, Dan Coulton and Marco. 4 will be Sam Greenup. 5,
Getting an extra $48 a head for cattle treated with Sidectin Platinum.
It's a lot of money.
Sure is.
9, Mitch Ball, and 10, Dallas Kirk.
Might have to shout you a new hat.
Switch to Sidectin Platinum, the next generation dual active pour-on drench for cattle. $53, mate. Yeah. Okay, we'll be getting underway now under the watchful eye of our judge, Mr. Tim McCarthy, who's been a part of the Epic Incentive Program ever since the inception. So it's great to have Tim here with us to judge this Infinity Incentive Campdraft here this afternoon. Our first competitor
On camp now will be Sam Donnelly. Following Sam will have 2, Blake Rossiter, 3, Ben Thompson, 4, Sam Greenup, 5, Lachlan Byrne, 6 will be Robert Fuller, 7, Lockie Argue, 8, Ben Thompson, and 9, Mitch Ball. If we could clear the arena, please, we'll clear the ring. We'll be getting underway with the first round of our Infinity Incentive Camp Draft. The Infinity is for those horses 6 years old and over that have been purchased out of our sale. They'll be competing for $1,000 in round prize money, as well as $15,000 final round prize money, plus trophies, paying to 8th place. That'll be time there, Sam. Score there for Sam Donnelly and Cowgirl will be 22 points for cutout, 54 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 79 points. On camp now we have competitor number 2, Blake Rossiter, aboard Barmac Saltbush. Saltbush was purchased at last year's Epic Sale. He's been to a Ben Hall clinic and has been used as a mustering horse, but he's back here this weekend to take his place in the Infinity Incentive Camp Draft. And he'll go out with a camp score of 22 points. On camp now, competitor number 3, Ben Thompson, aboard CKJ Marco. And of course, Ben took out last year's Epic and Infinity incentives. Following on from Ben, we'll have 4, Sam Greenup, 5, Lachlan Byrne, 6 will be Robert Fuller, 7, Lockie Argue, 8, Ben Thompson, 9, Mitch Ball, and 10, Dallas Kirkman. We'd like to thank our cattle donors, Athlin Pastoral Company and Baha Grazing, for the kind donation of their cattle to run this first round of the Infinity Incentive Camp Draft here this afternoon. We're out on course now with competitor 3, Ben Thompson and CKJ Marco. He's looking pretty good as he comes back around towards the gate and gets the job done. That's the way to do it, Ben. We'll have a score to hand shortly. Score there for Ben and CKJ Marco was 22 points for cutout, 63 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 89 points. 89 points. On camp now, we have competitor number 4, Mr. Sam Greenup. He's aboard Electric Shikasha, purchased out of last year's Epic Sale by DAF Livestock and Rural for $30,000, finalled in a Chinchilla Grandfather Clock last year, side by Benaya and out of a Doc's Freckled Oak mare.
This is a purchase out of last year's epic sale. Looking very good. Well done. Score there for Sam Greenup aboard the DAF Livestock and Rural nomination. Electric Shikasha will be 23 points for cutout, 61 for horsework, 4 for the course, a total of 88. On camp now, competitor 5, Lachlan Byrne aboard Jewel Rooster. He'll be followed by Robert Fuller with Reflection. And Lachlan will go out with a score of 21 points only. We're out on course now with Bob Fuller. Travelling very nicely here. Ladies and gentlemen, have a look. Another first round score for Bob Fuller. Score there for Bob Fuller and Reflection was 22 points for cutout, 63 for horsework, 4 for the course. Puts him up to the equal lead with a score of 89 points. In the camp now, competitor number 7, Lockie Argue, aboard Todd's Injustice, was purchased off Carl Green out of an epic horse sale here and has won a maiden camp draft. Back here competing for their share of the $16,000 spoils that's offered for the Infinity incentive here this weekend. That's time there, Lockie. Score there for Lockie Argue and Injustice was 22 points for cutout, 56 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 81 points. On camp now, we have competitor number 8, Ben Thompson with Rodlar Fantail. He'll be followed by 9, Mitch Ball, 10, Dallas Kirkman, 11, Tom Porter, 12, Troy Yarnold, 13, Alan Sinclair, and 14, Kerrod Williamson.
Outside now we have Ben Thompson and Rodlar Fantail. They've covered the Tulla Beef. First peg, no worries at all, and making their way around the Circle L second peg now. Make the change over to head back around towards the gate, and it'll be another full round score for Ben Thompson. Well done, Ben. Score there for Ben and Fantail was 23 points for cutout, 63 for horsework, 4 for the course. Gives us a new leader with 90 points. In the camp now, we watch competitor number 9, Mitch Ball, aboard China. Mitch will be followed by 10, Dallas Kirkman, 11, Tom Porter, 12, Troy Yarnold, 13, Alan Sinclair, 14, Kerrod Williamson, 15 is a scratching, and 16 will be Mitchell Hoy. Unfortunately, a no score there for Mitch. What it is, and one of our great sponsors is the Owen Farming Group at Tulla Beef. They are a progressive family farming operation in New South Wales Golden Triangle District. Feedlot and broadacre farming opportunities with Owen Farming and Tulla Beef. They have donated a beast, and beef packs will be auctioned at the bar on Saturday night, with the proceeds going to the Westpac Rescue Helicopter. We thank Rick Swan for his tireless efforts here over the weekend. Always the first to put his hand up and lend a hand. So thanks very much, Rick, and all the team at Owen Farming, Tulla Beef. And a score of 21 points there for Dallas and Xanadu. When the camp is clear, we'll be moving on to 11, Tom Porter, aboard Berry. He'll be followed by 12, Troy Yarnold, 13, Alan Sinclair, 14, Kerrod Williamson, 16 will be Mitchell Hoy, 17, Bryce Crispin, 18, Denny Farley, 19, Charlie McKinnon, and 20 will be Miles Waghorn. Calling for the gate and heading outside now, we have Tom Porter and Berry. Unfortunately, they go out with a camp score only of 20 points. Troy Yarnold into the camp this time, aboard Merlin Playgirl. Well done there, Troy. Score there for Troy Yarnold and Merlin Playgirl will be 21 points for cutout, 59 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 84 points. In the camp making his selection now is competitor number 13, Alan Sinclair, aboard Warren Patterson's nomination, Illawong Hotman. He'll be followed by 14, Kerrod Williamson. 15 is not with us. 16 will be Mitchell Hoy. 17, Bryce Crispin. 18, Denny Farley. 19, Charlie McKinnon. And 20 will be Miles Waghorn. Travelling along nicely outside is Alan Sinclair and Warren Patterson's nomination, Illawong Hotman. Well done, Alan. Score there for Alan Sinclair and Warren Patterson's nomination, Illawong Hotman, was 21 points for cutout, 60 points for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 85 points. Outside now, we're watching competitor 14, Kerrod Williamson, aboard Athena. A bit of hard luck there, Kerrod. He'll go out with a camp score of 21. A reminder that another one of our great sponsors that we're very thankful for with their signage out on the second peg is Circle L, an Australian-owned and family-operated business located in Toowoomba that was established in 2014. They have stores at Tamworth and Townsville also, supplying all of your merchandise needs. And of course, the Circle L trophy saddle up for grabs in the Epic Incentive.
this weekend. On the camp now, we're watching Mitchell Hoy aboard Smart Times. Smart Times was purchased through the Epic in 2016 by Times Up out of a smart little Diablo mare. She is now a novice mare and one of the favourites on Mitch and Anna are great supporters of the Epic incentive. They're competitors, vendors, and also buyers at our Epic sale. Score there for Mitch and Smart Times is 17 points for cutout, 50 for horsework, 3 for the course. Gives him a total of 70 points. In the camp now we have competitor number 17, Bryce Crispin, aboard Crossy Opal. Opal is lot 27 in the sale this weekend, of course on Sunday. Opal was purchased out of the 2018 sale for $8,000 by Julie Finlay. She's an easygoing mare that has done the last 3 months mustering. She's had one foal which was weaned in December 2022. Opal has been used to working around helicopters and having planes fly overhead. She's also used to the farm equipment and other animals. She's done the feedlot work and is one of the last mares by Kirkby's Stud Echo. Heading outside now is competitor 17, Bryce Crispin, with Crossy Opal. The mare side by Kirkby's Stud Echo. She'll be offered as lot number 27 in our catalogue in Sunday's sale. A going mare with plenty of residual value later on as a brood mare. And unfortunately, that's time. Score there for Bryce Crispin and Crossy Opal was 16 points for cutout, 50 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 69. In the camp now, we turn our attention to competitor number 18, Danny Farley, aboard Cader Vale Royale, Bewitched. Bewitched, of course, is by Voodoo and out of a Doc's Freckle Oak mare. She was the 2022 Hunter's Own Maiden Horse of the Year. As well as the 2022 ABCRA High Point Maiden Horse of the Year as well.
Coming together nicely. Well done, Denny. That was Denny Farley with Bewitched. Score there for Denny Farley and Bewitched was 17 points for cutout, 55 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 76 points. Out on course now, we're watching competitor number 19, Charlie McKinnon, aboard Bing. Following Charlie, we'll have 20, Miles Waghorn, 21, Carl Green, 22, Lockie Argue, 23, Ben Matum, 24, Drew Stevenson, 25, Dean Clark, and 26 will be Damo Bulmer. Looking good outside again, ladies and gentlemen. Another full round score coming to hand shortly for Charlie McKinnon and Bing. Score there for Charlie was 21 points for cutout, 63 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 88 points. We're outside now with competitor 20, Miles Waghorn, aboard Nutmeg. And Miles will go out with a score of 21. In the camp now, we have Carl Green with J-Lo. J-Lo, of course, owned by Carl and Jessica Wickham, was purchased in the 2017 Epic Sale as a 4-year-old from Dave and Christy Andrews. Mare was purchased for $10,000 and has won 2 novice camp drafts, both at Tyringham in 2021 and 2022. Carl and J-Lo go out with a score of 17 points. In the camp now, competitor 22, Lockie Argue, aboard Slim Shady. It was a purchase out of the Epic Horse Sale from Rodney McKinnon. Back here to have a go at the $16,000 Infinity Incentive Camp Draft this weekend, which of course is for the horses 6-year-old and over that have been purchased out of our Epic Sale. And unfortunately, Lockie will go out with a camp score of 22. In the camp now, competitor 23, Ben Matum with Southern Classic, Little Marine. He'll be followed by 24, Drew Stevenson, 25, Dean Clark, 26, Damien Bulmer, 27, Ellen Light, 28, Mitch Ball, 29, Corey South, and 30 will be Bob Fuller. Our sincere thanks to the cattle donors this afternoon for round one of the Infinity Campdraft Athlen Pastoral Company. Of course, Ben Sharp and Baha Grazing. We thank you very much for your kind donation of these steers here this afternoon. And Ben will go out with a score of 20 points. In the camp now, competitor number 24, Drew Stevenson, aboard Last Dollar. Of course, Drew and his wife Sally from Benalla Stud, the home of Al Capone. They purchased him out of the 2022 sale from Ian and Julianne Merrick. He's been a very consistent gelding, picking up placings most weekends. Dollar has also finalled and placed 9th in the Rookie Challenge with their daughter at the Hunter Challenge. And Drew will go out with a score of 20 points. Outside now we have competitor 25, Dean Clark, aboard Watcher's Pearl. And Dean goes out with a score of 21 points. In the camp now we have competitor 26, Damien Bulmer with Acres of Del Rey. Following Damien, we'll have 27, Ellen Light, 28, Mitch Ball, 29, Corey South, 30, Lockie Argue, 31, Alan Sinclair, 32, Paul O'Turner, 33, Bruce Birch, 34, Lloyd Newbury, 35, Guy Lord, and 36 will be Paul Turner. Score there for Damo and Acres of Del Rey is 22 points for cutout, 58 for horsework, 4 for the course gives him a total of 84. In the camp now we have competitor 27, Ellen Light with Beretta. Ellen purchased Beretta out of last year's sale and has been competing in camp drafts in the New England area with consistent cutout scores. She has also managed to compete at the 2022 Dorigo Ag Show and placed third overall in the Stock Horse Challenge. This year, Beretta has competed in Campdraft, Stock Horse shows and Ag shows. Score there for Ellen of 16 points. In the Camp Now competitor 28, Mitch Ball with Anna. He'll be followed by 29, Corey South, 30, Lockie Argue, 31, Alan Sinclair, 32, Paul O'Turner, 33, Bruce Birch, and 34, Lloyd Newbury. Mitch will go out with a camp score of 20 points. In the Camp Now, we're watching Corey South and One Stylish Babe. She was bought out of the 2022 Epic Sale. Babe has only been lightly campaigned in the cutting pen. And Corey will go out with a camp score of 15 points. In the Camp Now, we'll have 30, Lockie Argue, aboard Bob Fuller's nomination, Dressed to Impress. He'll be followed by 31, Alan Sinclair, 32, Paul O'Turner, 33, Bruce Birch, 34, Lloyd Newbury, 35, Guy Lord, 36, Paul Turner, 37, Ben Lehman, 38, Jack Gallagher, 39, Lockie Argue, and 40, Wade Miles. Well done, Lockie. Score there for Lockie Argue and Bob Fuller's nomination, Dressed to Impress. 22 points for cutout, 60 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 86 points. In the camp now we have 31, Alan Sinclair aboard Illawong Bombo. Warren Patterson's nomination. He'll be followed by 32, Paul O'Turner with Charm. And that'll be time, Al. Score there for Alan Sinclair and Warren Patterson's nomination. Illawong Bombo will be 21 points for cutout, 56 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 80 points. Outside now is Paul O'Turner and Charm. Covering his first 2 pegs very nicely. And have a look at that. Well done. Be another full round score here shortly. Score there for Paul and Charm is 22 points for cutout, 62 for horsework, 4 for the course will give him a total of 88 points. 88. In the camp now we have the man himself, Mr. Bruce Birch, aboard Illawong Jake. Jake is a 9-year-old registered quarter horse gelding owned by Mindu Partnership and was purchased out of the 2016 Epic Sale. He's by One Roan Peptos out of a Jewel Jazzy Bell. Bred by Ken McCarthy. Jake has been lightly camp drafted, but has won cutout competitions and regularly makes finals. He's looking pretty damn good here this afternoon under the hands of Mr. Bruce Birch, whose tireless efforts make this weekend what it is. Have a look here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, just around the top. A good run nevertheless. Score there for Bruce Birch and Illawong Jake. 22 points for cutout, 59 for horsework, 3 for the course will give him an 84. 84 points there for Bruce. I hope that George is at home watching that. On to competitor 34 now, Lloyd Newbury aboard Asia. He'll be followed by 35 Guy Lord, 36 Paul Turner, 37 Benjamin Lehman, 38 Jack Gallagher, 39 Lockie Argue, and 40 will be Wade Miles. We're outside now with young jockey Lloyd Newbury and Asia, looking to add to a 23-point cutout. He's looking pretty good here at the moment as he looks to make his change. Heads back around towards the gate in pretty fine fashion.
Well done, mate. Score there for Lloyd and Asia was 23 points for cutout, 57 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 83 points. Yep, got that. Thanks, mate. Heading out on course now will be competitor 35, Guy Lord. He'll be followed by 36, Paul Turner, 37, Ben Lehman, 38, Jack Gallagher, 39, Lockie Argue, 40, Wade Miles, 41, David Kelly, 42, Troy Yarnold. Well done, Guy. Score there for Guy Lord, and free spin is 22 points for cutout, 61 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 87 points. In the camp now, competitor 36, Paul Turner, aboard Last Hope. Last Hope is owned by Natalie Gallogly. Last Hope was bought at the epic sale last year for $20,000 from the Wood family. Has competed in 3 camp drafts since being purchased and has made finals and come second after a run-off at the Upper Horton camp draft at New Year's. Last Hope's a beautiful horse to have around. And of course, as we mentioned there earlier, purchased out of last year's epic sale and is back here to have a go at the $16,000 prize pool we have on offer in the Infinity incentive this weekend. Well done. Score there for Paul and Last Hope was 22 points for cutout, 62 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 88. In the camp now, Benny Lehman aboard Ellie. He'll be followed by 37, Jack Gallagher, he'll be followed by 38, Jack Gallagher, 39, Lockie Argue, 40, Wade Miles, 41, David Kelly, 42, Troy Yarnold, 43, Andrew Burns, and 44, Denny Farley. Pretty right, thanks, yeah. Outside now with Ben Lehman and Ellie. Looking to put it all together, and well done. Score there for Ben Lehman and Ellie was 21 points for cutout, 59 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a grand total of 84 points. Jack Gallagher on the camp this time with a Claire. He'll be followed by 39, Lockie Argue and Troy, and 40, Wade Miles with Play My Way.
And a score of 16 there for Jack. In the camp now, competitor 39, Lockie Argue with Troy, which of course was a purchase out of our Epic Horse sale from Troy Palmer. Well done, Lockie. We'll have a score to hand there shortly. Score there for Lockie and Troy was 21 points for cutout, 60 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 85 points. Wade Miles on the camp this time with Play My Way. Had a couple of good runs this morning and looking to put some points on the board in the first round of the Infinity Incentive Camp Draft here this afternoon for the horses 6 years old and over, which have been purchased out of our Epic Camp Draft. All horses and riders here competing for a total prize pool of $16,000 plus trophies, paying down to 8th place. Opportunity here for everyone. And what better reason to grab a catalogue from downstairs and comb through it to have a look for a horse that you might be able to bring back next year and be competitive in these wonderful incentives. And Wade will go out with a score of 22. On camp now, we'll have competitor 41, David Kelly, followed by 42, Troy Yarnold, 43, Andrew Burns, 44, Danny Farley, 45, McKenna Webber, 46, Mitch Ball, 47, Robert Fuller, 48, Alan Sinclair, 49, Ben Maidham, and 50 will be Jason Nahn. Heading outside now is David Kelly and Phoenix. Well done, mate. Score there for David, and Phoenix was 21 points for cutout, 60 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 85 points. On camp now, competitor 42, Troy Arnold. He'll be followed by 43, Andrew Burns, and 44, Denny Farley. Special mention to our event partner here this weekend, which is, of course, Grey's Ag, an agricultural and rural merchandise distribution business providing products and services to the New England district, of course, with their convenient locations at Armidale, Guyra and Glen Innes, featuring a complete drive-through service. Their team offers expert advice and services for a full range of farming needs. Their specialists have a variety of expert advice that can help with your specific farming requirements and business goals. They maintain a relationship with their customers and ensure that they provide a tailored service to grow and expand your business. That's our event partner here this weekend, Grey's Ag. So we thank the Litchfield family very much for their support. Score there for Troy Arnold, and one more gift was 22 points for cutout, 57 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 82. In the camp now, we have Andrew Burns aboard Illawong Hard Hat Dave. It's great to have Andrew and Carolyn with us here this weekend. They've been wonderful supporters of the Epic concept. They're competitors, vendors, and buyers at our Epic sale year in, year out. Score there for Andrew, and Hard Hat Dave was 16 points. On camp now, we have competitor 44, Denny Farley with Pampampa Chandler. Chandler, of course, side by Conman and Out of an Acres mare, has placed many times and has won numerous cutouts. Very competitive horse that once again has been purchased out of our epic sale. It's campaigned by Danny Farley with great success. Mitch Ball, could we have you to the camp, please, with Kit? Mitch Ball, if you're around, you'll be required at the camp shortly with Kit. Well done there, Danny. We'll have a score to hand shortly. Score there for Danny Farley, and Chandler will be 22 points for cutout, 60 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 86 points. On the camp now we have competitor 45, McKenna Webber with Smart Duck, 46, Mitch Ball with Kit, 47, Robert Fuller and Fancy, 48, Alan Sinclair and Sterling, 49, Ben Maidham with Twisted L Jules, and 50 will be Jason Nahn with Scarlet. A score of 21 points there for McKenna and Smart Duck. On the camp now, we've got competitor 46, Mitch Ball with Kit. Standby 47, Bob Fuller and Fancy. Some more of our valued sponsors here this weekend are John and Lee Burton from Burton Saddlery, here locally owned in Armidale. They're on the ground this weekend. Go over and say good day. Thank them very much for their support. The Manildra Group also, Manildra Stock Feeds. They produce high-performance range of dry and pellet supplementary feeds produced in regional New South Wales. Supplementary feeding for dairy cows, beef cattle, lambs, sheep, goats and horses. And Mitch will go out with a score of 21 points. Bit of hard luck there. Bob goes out with a score of 21. In the camp now we have competitor number 48, Alan Sinclair, a long-time supporter of the Epic concept, aboard Sterling. Of course, Sterling needs no introduction here to the Epic competitions. He's won an Epic before. He's also won novice camp drafts and is finaling in novice and open camp drafts regularly. Outside now we have competitor 48, Alan Sinclair with Sterling. He'll be followed by 49, Ben Maidham, 50, Jason Nahn, 51, Kelly McPherson, 52, Dallas Kirkman, and 53, our final competitor, will be Lockie Argue with Digger. Well done, Alan. Score there for Allen and Sterling was 21 points for cutout, 61 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 86 points. If the following competitors could please take note, we will require you for a run-off of the cutout in approximately 5 or 6 runs' time. So anyone who is on a 23 cutout, which will be Lloyd Newbury with Asia, Sam Greenup with Electric Chikasha, and Ben Thompson with Rodlaw Fantail. Those 3 competitors on a cutout score of 23. You'll be required here shortly to do a run-off. So if we could have Lloyd Newbury, Sam Greenup, and Ben Thompson back to the camp here shortly for a run-off of the cutout. Following on from the runoff of the cutout of the Infinity Incentive Camp Draft, we'll be moving straight on fairly quickly with the remaining competitors of the Open Camp Draft, just with these storms that look like they might be looming later on. I know we did mention that we'd hold off till 2 o'clock, but we're going to bring that forward to 1:30. So at the completion of this Infinity Incentive Camp Draft, we'll be moving on with those final competitors, 151 and onwards of our Open Camp Draft, commencing at 1:30. Score of 21 points there for Jason and Scarlett. In the camp now, we'll have competitor 51, Kelly McPherson with Slim. She'll be followed by 52, Dallas Kirkman and Jill Butterfly. 53 will be Lockie Argue with Digger. Lockie will be our final competitor. We will also require Lloyd Newbury with Asia, Sam Greenup with Electric Chikasha, and Ben Thompson with Rodlaw Fantail for a run-off of the cutout. Score to hand there for Kelly McPherson and Slim will be 16 points for cutout, 58 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives her a total of 77. On camp now we have competitor number 52, Dallas Kirkman with Dual Butterfly. He'll be followed by our final competitor 53, Lockie Argue with Digger. Once Lockie has had his run in a couple of runs' time, we will be moving on to Lloyd Newbury with Asia, Sam Greenup with Electric Chikasha, and Ben Thompson with Rodlaw Fantail to run off the cutout. On camp now is our second last competitor, Dallas Kirkman with Dual Butterfly. And a score of 21 there for Dallas, 21 points only. Our final competitor here this afternoon for round 1 of the Infinity Incentive Camp Draft for horses 6 years and over that have been purchased out of our epic sale. Following on from Lockie will be the 3 competitors we require to run off the cutout. On a score of 23, we'll need Lloyd Newbury with Asia, Sam Greenup with Electric Chikasha, and Ben Thompson with Rodlaw Fantail. Out on course now, Lockie Argue aboard Digger. Digger was a purchase out of the Epic Horse Sale off Wade Miles. Well done, Lockie. Score there for Lockie Argue and Digger is 21 points for cutout, 60 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 85 points. So we'll now require Lloyd Newbury with Asia, Sam Greenup and Electric Chikasha, Ben Thompson and Rodlaw Fantail. We will require you 3 around here at the side of the camp, please, to run off the cutout, all on equal scores of 23. Lloyd. Lloyd Newbury. Have we got Lloyd there? Lloyd Newbury. Righto, Lloyd, you'll be first, mate. First cab off the rank. So on camp now to commence the runoff for the cutout, all on equal scores of 23 points. Our first competitor will be Lloyd Newbury with Asia, be followed by Sam Green up next with Electric Chakasha and Ben Thompson with Rodlaw Fantail. Just a reminder that once we complete this runoff of the cutout for the Infinity Campdraft, we will be moving straight on with the second half of the competitors in round one of the Open Campdraft. That'll be commencing at approximately 1:30. Bit of hard luck there, Lloyd. You had a very good run earlier on there, mate. We'll now have Sam Green up on camp on DAF Livestock's nomination Electric Chakasha. Okay, so on camp now we have Sam Green up with Electric Chakasha, who was purchased out of last year's epic sale for $30,000 by DAF Livestock and Rural at Dalby. Great to see them bringing her back down here to compete this weekend. Chakasha finalled in the Chinchilla Grandfather Clock last year, sired by Benaya and out of a Doc's Freckle Oak mare. She was purchased from our very good sponsors Drew and Sally Stevenson at Benalla Stud, and has gone on to do the job. A score of 16 there for Sam and Electric Chikasha. Our final competitor to run off the cutout of the Infinity Incentive Camp Draft here this afternoon will be Ben Thompson aboard Rodlaw Fantail. Well done, Ben goes out with a score of 21 points to take out the cutout. So good on you, mate. Thank you very much to all those competitors. So some results there for you. At the completion of round 1 of the Ray White Infinity Incentive Camp Draft for horses purchased out of the Epic sale 6 years and over. First round winner on 90 points was Ben Thompson with Rodlaw Fantail. So Ben takes out the first round prize money as well as the first round cutout prize money as well. So we'll now be moving on, all those open competitors from 150 onwards. The first few competitors that we will require will be 151 Rachel Paul, 152 Darren Beaumont, 153 Andrew Burns, 154 Hugh Miles, 155 Aaron Williamson, 156 Natalie Galogly, 157 Ben Newbury, 158 Carl Green, 158A will be Wally Ray, 159 Dallas Kirkman, and 160 will be Bill Carey. So they'll be the first few competitors we require for the Open Camp Draft. That'll be it from me for the time being, ladies and gentlemen. I'll now hand you back over to Mr. Jim Ryan to continue on for the afternoon.
Righto, thank you, Liam. Let's get underway here very shortly with our second round of the 151. Rachel Paul, that will be you kicking off here this afternoon in this Classic Open. Big thank you. Big thank you to our judge, Peter Dowling. So when them cattle get clear, we'll move straight into it. 151 will be Rachel Paul. 152, Darren Beaumont. 153, Andrew Burns. 154, Huey Miles. 155, Aaron Williamson. 156 will be Nicole Gilligley. We'll get that right up shortly. 157, Ben at Newbury. 158, Carl Green. 159, Dallas Kirkman. 160 will be the Bill Carey. 161, Bernadette Lucas. 162, Phoebe Thomas. And 163, Brett Petrusor. What happened to them, mate? What, they upset you? Don't forget, if you'd like to do a little bit of shopping, there is plenty of trade stalls out the back here. Some of our sponsors as well. Mitivite, I can see down the side. Go and see the boys in the feed room. Saddles out the back. All happening here at the Epic at Armidale. Yo. Want to drag? Well, if you're going to do it, you want to do it now. Now you got another 150. Yeah. Have you got a drag? Hey, Bruce. Have you got that? Bruiser. Talking about drag. I've just kept a list here of everything I've done. Are you going to drag, Bruce? You going to drag? Right, I just don't. Just sit back and relax just a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to drag the arena. We are going to drag the arena, so just sit back and relax for a little bit. Get yourself a coffee, beer. Like the bar's open. And we'll get back to you very shortly. We'll just spend 15 minutes while we drag the arena and get it all nice and safe for you to ready to go.
Yeah, toot, toot, toot. Toot, 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 toot.
bet you need to go and get our car and put it in somewhere undercover. I don't know where. Oh, she's coming. Look at it. And big.
As long as I get my running on okay, then we can run.
I wouldn't be too worried about that, mate. She's going to get. Them cattle in there. She going?
Oh, Jetstar O'Reilly, 201. Straight after Bruce Birch. See ya. I'm an idiot. I could have just got up on
Are we good to go? We going? Mally. What? Where is he? What's he doing? What are we waiting for? Righto, I think we're ready to go. Blake O'Reilly, we right to roll. The rains are coming, they say, so we need to get underway. We'll start off with 151. We'll get some cattle in here to settle down a little bit, then we'll get straight into it. The ground is prepped. We are cock-locked and ready to rock, ladies and gentlemen, here in the Epic here this afternoon, where we will start with 151, Rachel Paul on the Flamin' Pepto. Darren Beaumont, Huey, 152. 153, Andrew Burns. 154, Huey Miles. 155, Aaron Williamson. 156, Nicole Gillisley. 157, Ben Newbury. 158, Cal Green. We'll get a few gate medalists on the front gate, please, and we'll get underway. We might have a little bit of rough weather as we get through this afternoon, but I'm pretty sure we will get through it pretty easily. We'll get the right pilot on board, we'll be right to roll. Righto, the judges crack the whip. We are underway here in the second half of our open draft here this afternoon. Righto, outside, she says, for Rachel Paul on the Flamin' Pepto. Gets to christen the new freshly dragged arena. Straight around the beef trans. First peg. And that's a whip there with a 22 cut out there. 22 for the cut out. Darren Beaumont we watch. Commit number 152. I'm done double. Andrew Burns, you'll be next. 153. We're going to rock on through here this afternoon. 154. Hugh Miles. 155. Aaron Williamson. That's a 20 for the cutout there. 20 only for the cutout. Andrew Burns, you're the man now. Commit 153. Little Tassa Flight. We're cracking through. Huey Miles, you'll stand by at 154 and time's up. Aaron Williamson, you will be there as well at 155. Heady Chick. We'll go over the page to Nicole. Then we'll go to 157. Ben Newsbury. 158. Carl Green. 159. We'll go to 158, sorry, that'll be Wally Ray on Donald Trump. We'll go to 159, Dallas Kirkman on Jill Butterfly. 160, Bill Carey. 161, Bernadette Lucas. 162, Phoebe Tomlinson. 163, Brett Petrissar. We'll get that right shortly. 164, Denny Farley. 165, Ben Thompson. Look at you go. Why not? I had a few sneaky ones last night. I'm one of them shockers that just hit the ground early, eh? I can't help myself. The first night fever. Oh, how good were they? And that's time. That is time. Hugh Miles, we watch. Commit number 154. Time's up. Aaron Williamson, you'll stand by at 155. Score there for Andrews at 21, 54 and 3. That's a 78 points. 78 points. Righto, Hugh Miles, a man now 154 on Time's Up. Aaron Williamson, you'll stand by. Score there to come for Hugh Miles. Aaron Williamson, you are the man now. Compared to 155 on Heady Chick. That's a 23, 56 and 3. That's got himself an 82 points there for Hugh Miles. 82 points. Aaron's the man we watch. Heady Chick. Standing by, Nicole, that'll be you, 156. 157 will be Ben Newbury, 158, Carl Green. Then we'll go 158A will be Wally Ray on Donald Trump. And that's time. The score there for Aaron was a 21, 54 and 3. That's a 78 points. 78 points.
Who's this now?
Right, next to the camp now, Paul Turner. Ben Newby, we stand by 157 on copy. Then we'll go to Carl Green, 158. And then 158A will be Wally Ray on the Donald Trump. That's a 21 cut out there, Paul. 21. Ben Newbury, you're the man now. 157. Riding copy. 158. Carl Green, stand by. Wally Ray, 158A. 159. Dallas Kirkman. 160. Bill Carey on the Ginger Ninja. Bernadette Lucas, you'll be 161. 162. Phoebe Thompson. 163 will be Brett.
What is that? Petrisol? Petrisol. Fuck it. He just gets Brett. Brett White and Wilson.
Did they just get one out there, or was it?
I don't know.
Is it a red hood?
So what are you saying? That's a red dot. And it's coming straight for us. Is that Hale?
No, I don't know. It's not that bad.
Rebecca, get that ram, get that chef. Oh, it's not good. Well, I don't know. Put it somewhere. Look at all the sheds here. Yes. Yes.
Take it over and put it on the vehicle.
Yes.
Right, getting down and busy into the camp now. We watch Ben Newbury on the copy. That is 16 for the cutout. 16 for the cutout. Righto, Carl Green is in the camp. Commander 158. Riding Ruby. Wally Ray, you'll stand by 158A.
Rains are coming. Big Wally on Donald Trump. Here we go, Andy. Who's this, Carl?
21 for cut out.
And on course we watch Carl Green on Ruby. Got into a 21 cutout. Wally Ray, you'll stand by 158A. That's where he wanted to be. Just in time, just in time. Score there to come. Back into the camp now. We got Wally Ray on the Donald Trump.
60 and 4. 85.
The score there for Cows are 21, 16-4. That's an 85 points. That was a 16 for the cutout there. 16 only for the cutout. Righto, we'll go down to Dallas Kirkman now, 159. Riding Jewel Butterfly. Bill Carey, you'll stand by at 160. What do you get? 87. That's a score there for Dallas. Got himself a 21, 62 and 4. That's an 87 points. 87 points. Oh, the gun to windy man now. Bill Carey, we watch. Coming up 160 on the Ginger Ninja. I think Bernadette is out, so we go down to Phoebe Thompson. 162 on Drover. 163 will be Brett. 164, Danny Farley. 165, Ben Thompson. 166, Anna Hoy. 167, Damien Bulmer. 168, Sam Greenup. 169, Dan Cheers. Bill got a 16. What's wrong with the live stream? She's got a hole in it.
So Cameron Jones is not.
Really? And that is time there for Bill Carey. That's a 16, 56, and a 3. Gets himself a 75. 75 points there for Bill Carey. Bernadette is out. We go down to Phoebe Thompson on 162. Then we go to 163, Brett Petrusor on the Wilso. 164, Danny Farley. Screen. Oh no, look out, she's on. Oh shit, she's blown up. We are up to 162. What's wrong, Beck? Yeah. She's glitching. How do you can't pay for that. Huh? Big thank you to some of our sponsors as well. Circle L, One of our major sponsors here this weekend. I think they're donating a trophy saddle. Getting the job done there. Another 4-pointer. Score there for Phoebe gets herself a 16, 62 and a 4. 82 points. 82 points there for Phoebe. Brett's into camp now, coming to 163. 164, Denny Farley. 165, Ben Thompson. 166, Anna Hoy. 167, Damien Bulmer. 168, Sam Greenup. And that's an 18 cut out there for Brett. 18 only. Denny Farley now comes into camp, 164. Riding Sadie. Ben Thompson, you'll be standing by 165 on the contest. Anna Hoy on 166. 167, that'll be Bully. 168, Sam Greenup. 169, Dan Cheers. 170, Greg Clayton. 171, James Moorhead. 172, Rachel Cheers. 173, Brenton Allport. 174, Tony Menkins. 175, Laura McIntosh. Who's that for? Outside? Sorry, no. This is Ben Thompson in there now on Ruby. Sorry.
Right, so he's on, say, 82.
Okay, what was the score for Danny, sorry?
20, 58 and 4.
20, 58 and 4.
So Ben's on.
What's that total?
19.
20, 58 and 4.
82.
That's a 19 cut out there for Ben. A 19 only on Ruby. Back there to Danny, got himself a 20, 58 and 4. That's an 82 points. 82 points. Anna Hoy we watch now. Could be 166. Acres of Romance. Standing by, we 167. Damien Bulmer on command. Sam Greenup, you'll be 168. 169, Dan Cheers. 170, Greg Clayton. 171, James Moorhead. 172, Rachel Cheers. 173, Brenton Allport. That's a 21 cut out there. 21 only for Anna Hoy. Damien Bulmer now. We watch Chorley's command. Standing by 168. Sam Greenup. Kaima Cougar. And Dan Cheers, you'll be 169. Just snuck him through there in time. Damien Bullmar score there to come. Sam Green up to man we watch now. Bit of 168. Koima Cougar. As the score there for Bully was 19.59 and 4. That's an 82 points. Got himself a little bit wild there for Sam Green up with a 21 for the cutout. 21 for the cutout. Gives the old pony a stretch his legs and put him away. Dan Cheers now we watch. Commit number 169. Riding Alfie. Greg Clayton, you'll stand by at 170 on the duck. 171, Jimmy Moorhead on duck. Then we'll go to 172, Rachel Cheers on Roddick. Then 173, Brent Norport. Remember that year in Tenterfield with Cheesy back drunk in the pool, the kids? Hey? Yeah. I was over there before, I went past, and here he is having a stubby at 10 o'clock. Yes, he is. The score there for Cheesy was a 22, 57 and a 3. That's an 82 points. Greg Clayton, now we watch, coming to 170 on the duck. Standing by 171, James Moorhead. Rachel Cheers, you'll be 172, 173. Brent Norport, 174. Tony Menkins, 175. Laura McIntosh, 176. Hugh Miles. We get to 177, Lockie Argue. 178, Isaac Westinghouse. 179, Shane Palmer. 180, Kylie Barnett. Also, a big thank you to Burton Sattery. And they're out the back here if you'd like to catch up with them, guys. One of our sponsors, a locally owned saddle store here in Armidale. Country Trucker Caps, a big thank you to them, and Mitavite. Good work there. Greg got himself another 4-pointer. Score there for Greg was a 21, 61 and 4. That's an 86 points. Right, James Moorhead in camp, 171. Riding duck. That's a 16 for the cut out there, James. 16, mate. Rachel Cheers comes in now. 172 on Roddick. Brett Norport, you'll stand by at 173, 174. Tony Mankids, 175. Laura McIntosh, 176. Hugh Miles. Rachel Cheers, the lady we watch. Just busted the first one round, the beef trans. First peg. Working on the Maloney. Maloney Livestock Transport. We'll leave that one to the judge. Brett Norport, you will be the man we watch now. 173 on Maestro. Score there for Rachel's a 21, 54 and 3. That's a 78 points. 78 points. Brent Norport now. We watch 173 on Maestro. Tony Mankinger will stand by at 174. 175, Laura McIntosh, 176. Hugh Miles, 177, Lockie Agu, and 178, Isaac Westinghouse. That was a 21 there for Brenton, 21 only. Tony Mankins comes in now, 174. Easy beat. Laura McIntosh, she'll stand by 175, 176, Hugh Miles, 177, Lockie Agu, 178, Isaac Westing, 179, Shane Palmer, 180, Kylie Barnett. Then we'll get to 181, Tim McCarthy. That's a 21 for the cut out there for Tony. 21, Laura McIntosh, 175. Riding Fleur. Hugh Miles, you'll stand by 176. A big thank you to our event sponsor, Graz Ag, coming on board every year, looking after this wonderful epic sale here at Armidale. Also, Northern Tablelands Earth Moving. Oliver Jeffrey, specialising in rural property drainage, dam building, cleaning roads, paddock improvements, whatever you like, he can handle it. Northern Tablelands Earth Moving. He's the boys. That's a 22 there for the cutout, Laura. 22. Hugh Miles now, 176. More Spoonful. Blocky Yagi will be ready at 177. We're going into 178. That'll be Isaac. 179, Shane Palmer. 180, Kylie Barnett. Score there to come for Hugh Miles on More Spoonful. Lockyer Argue comes in now 177 on the 49er. The score there for Hugh is a 22, 60 and a 4. That's an 86 points. 86 points for Hugh Miles. Another 4-pointer there for Lockie. How good are these black cattle running? Big thank you to David and Penny Grills, Ben Loman Beef, and all our cattle donors here this weekend. There's another 86, 22, 60 and 4. That's an 86 points there for Lockie. Young Isaac's the man we watch now. Give it a 178 on one. Stylish Lena. Looking at him, Shane Palmer, you'll be 179. Kylie Barnett, you'll be 180, 181. Tim McCarthy will go over the pace then to 182. Sam Knight, 183. Bruce McNaughton, 184. Paul O'Turner, 185. Ben Trainer, 186. Gary Brown, 187. Sally Stevenson, and 188. Drew Stevenson, one after another. Another one of our sponsors here, Benalla Performance Horses, and the big Al Capone. Who could not have loved that beautiful one-man stallion? A bit like his owner. Two big studs all together here this afternoon. That was a 21 cut out there for Isaac, 21. Shane Palmer comes in now, 179. Taz's Little Destiny. Looking into Kylie Barnett, you'll be 180, standing by on Susie's Top Cat. Then Tim McCarthy, you'll be 181 on Lee Storm. Bit of luck out Lee Storm out the front. We'll go around us, and we won't get Lee Storm here. Was that funny? You didn't like that? Really? That was right, like, was that like, Jim, fuck, like, you know, yeah, fuck that. You know what, if it was funny, you wouldn't fucking talk. Hey, that is the cracker. It's only a joke, I know.
So, are you guys, is Western Chocolate a member of Beef?
Probably should be, why?
Well, I was just going to say corporate membership is $1,000. Family membership or single membership. And you, there's like corporate launches and stuff in Brisbane and obviously tickets. 16 only. Includes tickets.
That was 16 there for Shane Palmer. 16 for the cutout mate. Kylie Barnett, we watch now. 180 on Susie's Top Cat. Tim McCarthy, you'll be standing by 181. There'll be a score there coming for Kylie Barnett. Tim McCarthy now. We watch Commander 181 on Lee Storm. Score there for Kylie. Got herself a 22, 58 and a 3. That's an 83 points. 83 points for Kylie Barnett on Susie's Top Cat. Out on course, he says, for Tim McCarthy. Riding his little Lee Storm. Look over the pace to Sammy Knight. That'll be you, 182. 183, Bruce McNaughton. 184, Paul O'Turner. 185, Brett Traynor. 186, Gary Brown. 187, Sally Stevenson. And 188, Drew Stevenson. The score there for Tim was a 22, 62 and 4. That's an 88 points. 88 points for Tim McCarthy. Right, getting down and dirty into the camp at the moment. Sam Knight. Our State of Origin captain. Back up there at Paradise Lagoons last year. We had a lot of fun together. And the boys brought home the trophy back to New South Wales up there. So hopefully he'll be back this year to keep us all entertained once again. That was a 16 cutout there, mate. You want to do better than that this year up there on the 16 cutout. Bruce McNaughton comes into camp now, 183 on the Cuban cigars. He doesn't want one of them. Paul O'Turner, you'll be 184, 185. Brent Traylor, 186. Gary Brown, 187. Sally Stevenson, 188. Drew Stevenson, 189. Mitchell Hoy, 190. Lachlan Maxwell. And on course we watch with a fast little steer, Bruce McNaughton. Paul O'Turner, he'll stand by at 184. There's round after round here this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just a credit to these wonderful cattle here. There's a epic team pick up every year. We've heard all about it. Now we've got down here to witness it. $21, 63 and 4. That's what Bruce McNaughton got himself, an 88 points. 88 points. Paul O'Turner, we watch now, competitor number 184 on Charm. We go to Ben Traylor. You will be 185. 186, Gary Brown. 187, Sally Stevenson. 188, the man, Drew Stevenson. I see you didn't get to get the ride on Capone today. Just shot him across off the face of the gate there. And that got himself a 20. No further score. 185, we watch Ben Trainer on Pasco. Gary Brown, you'll stand by. 186, 187, Sally Stevenson on Al Capone. Big TV is just not fucking cutting the mustard. Oh, Benny, that's terrible. Attacking Benny, attacking. Bad type of horse he's on, wasn't it? Oh, he didn't come here for that. Ben Trainer, sorry, goes out with a no score. Gary Brown, you will come in now, 186. Writing Scruples. Fell straight into the TV. He's getting it now. He's just got a 44-gallon drum left. Oh no, she's he split the horse. Oh no, he's plugged in the wrong. Oh, that's it. She's gone. Where are you working now? Oh, that's right. You did say that. At the Megaworks? Yeah. How's the feed like now? You need some of my feed mixes? That's my next. I'll get down there and see you. Who's? Where's he at? Is he here? Oh, that's my own. That's where I need to go. Yes. Well, as usual, we don't need a trifecta here. Bit of bad luck there. Gary goes out with a no score. Right, our next into camp now, Sally Stevenson. We watch comp number 187 on the Al Capone. Big thank you to the Benalla Stud, one of our sponsors here this weekend. Outside, she says, for the big Al Capone. Just not going to be her day, but anyway, that's a 22 for the cutout. 22 for the cutout there for the Al Capone. We're going to have Drew Stevenson now, committed 168 on the last dollar. Robbins racing, they tell him. Drew Stevenson's a man we watch. Last dollar. Dragged him out the back there a little bit. And 2 in a row straight out the back. These beautiful, big, strong bullocks. That was a 21 cut out there, mate. 21. Mitchell Hoy, we watch competitor number 189, Raunchy Lena. Lachlan Maxwell, you'll stand by 190, 191, Joseph Latham. 192 be Steve Creighton. 193, Greg Schaefer. Got a bit of wild and western there for Mitch Hoy. Got himself a 16 for the cutout. Lachlan Maxwell comes in now, 190. On the catwalk model, Joe Latham, you will be 191. 192, Steve Creighton. 193, Gregory Schaefer. 194 is out, so we get a 195. That'll be Tom Morgan. 196, Ben McNaughton. 197, Claudia Atfield. 198, Huey Miles. 199, Tyler Berkeley. 200, Bruce Birch. Righto, she's getting a bit wild and western out there. Just everybody make sure you got your hats tied down a little bit tight. The stock live camper heading for the hills to tie down their tent. Beautiful. 225. We've got a few to go. You want to do it earlier? Beautiful. 225. Yeah, would be. Just depending on the weather does, but yep. I reckon. Good man. Righto, away we go. We're underway again. I thought we're going to need Timmy O'Dwyer to stand out there and hold the pegs up. Lockie Maxwell we watch on the catwalk model. A bit of bad luck there for Joe. Goes out with a no score. Steve Creighton, you'll come into camp now. 192 on the Mingo. Gregory Schaefer, you'll stand by 193. 194's out. So Thomas Morgan, you'll be standing by 195. 196, Ben McNaughton. 197, Claudia Atfield. 198, Hugh Miles. 199, Tyler Berkeley. That's a 22 for the cutout there for Steve. 22. Gregory Schaefer, you will come into the camp. 193. Georgina Rules. 194 is out, so Thomas Morgan, you'll stand by at 195. Benny McNaughton, Yui 196. Then we get a 197, Claudia Atfield. That's a little bit of a zero there for Gregory Schaefer. Now we go down to Thomas Morgan. 195. Benny McNaughton, you'll stand by at 196. 197. Claudia Atfield, 198. Hugh Miles on Fantasy. We get a 199. Tyler Berkeley on the Quinton. 200. The man, Bruce Birch. Yugal Bar Willie. Actually, we've got the two kings running one after another. Bruce Birch and Blake O'Reilly. Then the little man comes up behind him at 202. Bill Carey on telly. Hey, what number are you on? Thomas Morgan, 195. Yeah, we had a scratching at 194. Just proves there is a little bit of luck in this camp drafting, and he just got himself a little bit on that second peg. Whoop, and hold him up there. Round the back, but that'll be a score. Benny McNaughton, you'll stand by at number 196 on the Omo. That's the score there for Tom with a 20, 56 and 3. That's a 79 points. 79 points. Benny McNaughton we watch compared to 196. A-Mac Omo. Claudia Atfield, you'll stand by at 197 on Hot Play. There's a four-pointer there for Ben. Score to come, Claudia Atfield. You what? The lady we watch now, 197. Really? Score there for Benny. Got himself a 21, 63 and a 4. 88 points. 88 for Ben McNaughton. That's a 20 for the cutout there. 20 for the cutout there for Claudia. We're going to run of them now. 198, Hugh Miles, Fantasy. We've got a 199 to be Tyler Berkeley on the Quinton. Then we'll have a clash of the Titans. We're going to have a 200, Bruce Birch 201, Blake O'Reilly, and 202, Bill Carey. Wouldn't that just take the feather out of a pigeon? Well, that was a 16:57 and 3. That's a 76 points. 76 there for Hugh Miles on fantasy. Tyler Berkeley, we watch. Commit a 199. Charlie's riding horse, Quinton. Then we'll go down to the man, 200, Bruce Birch, Yuga Bar Willie, and the one and only Blake O'Reilly. I got 3 yellow shirts in a row here this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. 3 yellow shirts in a row. That's 20 for the cutout. 20 for the cutout. Here he is, one of the men that make it all happen here this afternoon, Bruce Birch on the Yuckle Bar Willie. The Ray White man, Blake O'Reilly, you will be leading up on 201 on the Jetstar. We got 202, Bill Carey on telly. 203, Robbie Leach, Hazelwood Congressman. 204, Richard Finks on Pandora. 205, Alan Grady. And 206, Regan O'Donnell. Well, there we go. He got himself a first peg. All he's got to do is keep his feet in the irons, and away he goes. Isn't it good to have a good mate as a judge? Got himself a 21 for the cutout and a long road home. 21 for the cutout. Right, he is. He's changed his shirt. He's got the blue one on. He's sticking with Jimmy. Blake O'Reilly, the man that puts it all together here, ladies and gentlemen, for this wonderful, epic weekend of camp drafting and horse sales. Absolute pleasure to be down here amongst the boys. They come up and give us a hand there at Dolby with the stock all sale, and they do a wonderful, wonderful job. And they like us, and we like them. Nothing, O'Reilly. It's always good when the judge gets to pick the beast for him. As Paul Murray says, nothing to see here, nothing to see here. A big thank you to Maloney Livestock Transport too for carting all our cattle here this weekend. And Beef Trans. Big thank you to Matho and his team. Always chipping in every weekend around the northern New South Wales, New England area with his trucks. Does a great job. Hopefully catch up with the Matho and the crew later on over at the bar. But a thank you to all our cattle owners as well. And the Owen Farming Tulla Beef. Righto, here he goes. He takes him up the front, ladies and gentlemen. Here is the man we watch, Blake O'Reilly on, well, might have got a bit ahead of himself. Old Jetstar's going to turn into Qantas here shortly. Outside, he says, oh, and he's got a little bit sticky. I think he just renamed him to Budget Airline. That's a 15 for the cutout. The boys there anyway. They're here. They're having a go, and that's what it's all about. Bill Carey's the man we watch now. Here is a 91. I'll tell you, riding the telly, compare number 202. Rob Leach, you'll stand by 203 on the Congressman. Then we're going to 204. Richard Finks on the Pandora, 205. Jack Rady on Impact, no 206. Regan O'Donnell. 2 Suin for the Whiskey. Then we've got 207. Luke Bennett on Little Miss. Also, a big thank you to Circle L, one of our sponsors here this weekend. I think a pretty strong sponsor of Bill Carey as well. So a big thank you to Circle L. Do a wonderful, wonderful job supporting the horse industry down here in the Armidale area. 3 shops through New South Wales and Queensland, Townsville, Toowoomba and Tamworth. 3 T's. That's a 16 for the cutout there, Bill. 16 only. The Tamworth man we watch now, Rob Leach, 203, riding the Congressman. Outside, he says, for Rob Leach. It's a pretty good weekend here. We're getting to witness some pretty nice horses. Some of these people have brought some of the best to this epic weekend here at Armidale. There's a 4-pointer there for Rob Leach. Score there to come on the Congressman. Richard Finks, the man we watch now, compared to 204 on Pandora. Jack Rady, you'll be standing by 205. Well, put himself up there where he wanted to be for Rob Leach. Was a 22, 63, and a 4. That's an 89 points for the Congressman. That's the score there for Rich with a 16, 55 and 3. That's a 74. 74 points. Jack Grady's the man we watch riding Impact. Regan O'Donnell at 206. You'll stand by. Too soon for Whiskey. 207, Luke Bennett on Little Miss. Then we'll go to the pace of 208, Carolyn Burns. 209, Wally Ray on Pandora. 210, Robert Fuller. 211, Wade Miles. 212, Darcy Ague. 213, Carl Gibson. 214, Andrew Burns. 215, Jack Gallagher. That was a 21 there. 21 for Jack. 21. Regan, we watch competitor number 206. There's a little 0 there for Regan, but anyway, Luke Bennett, you come into camp now, 207, Little Miss. And we'll go over the page of 208, Carolyn Burns. Wally Ray, you'll stand by, 209, 210, that'll be Rob Fuller. 211, Wade Miles, 212, Darcy Ague, number 213, Cal Gibson. Another one of our competitors that doesn't need any introduction to the arena is Luke Bennett, as we watch him run round on his 23 as a cutout. Waiting in camp will be Carolyn Burns, 208. And 209, Wally Ray on Pandora. Just slipped across the front there on him. That was a 23 cut out there, only 23 for Luke. Carolyn Burns in now, 208. Bella Blue Duck. That's a 22 for the cut out there, 22. Commit number 209 comes into camp, Wald Ray. On the Pandora, Robert Fuller, you'll stand by at 210, 211, Wade Miles, 212, Darcy Ague, 213, Cal Gibson, 214, Andrew Burns. Then we'll go to 215, Jack Gallagher, 216, Zach Croker, 217, Rachel Flanagan, 218, Maddie Weber. Then we'll go to 219, Jesse Britton, and 220, Hugh Miles. Don't worry about it. Screen's working. Screen's working. Everybody. Screen's working. Screen's working. And drops him in for a 4-pointer there. Rolly Ray on Pandora. Score to come. Robert Fuller, we watch competitor number 210 on Reflection. Wade Miles, you'll stand by. Score there for Wally was a 22, 61 and a 4. 22, 61 and a 4. That's an 87 points. 87 points for Pandora and Wally Ray. Rob Fuller, we watch competitor number 210 on Reflection. That's a 22 cut out there for Rob, 22 and no further score. Wade Miles now competitor number 211 on Expressions. Darcy Ague, you'll stand by at 212 on the Pretty Boy. Then we'll go down to 213, Cal Gibson, and 214, Andrew Burns. And 215, Jack Gallagher. Big thank you to all hard-working men and women in the backyard. Doing a wonderful job standing on there. Big Mal shovel down from the Oakey area. It's good to have him here. Wade Miles, we watch down to the pointy end of business. Gets himself a 4-pointer. Score there to come. Darcy Ague, you are the man we watch it now. 212 on Pretty Boy. Well, it was worth the ride. He got himself a 22, 63 and a 4. That's an 89 points for Wade Miles. So while we wait a little bit there, Stockyard Beef. Stockyard Beef is another one of our sponsors here this weekend. And Verbac. Verbac is a specialised animal health company with its core business in sheep and cattle products. They also do the little furries, the dogs and the cats, and a broad range of products for horses. Righto, outside we watch Darcy trying to put it all together, but it's just not going to be his day. He's a 16 for the cutout. 16 for the cutout there. Cal Gibson's a man now. Coming over 213. Miss Chick Olina. Looking at 214, Andrew Burns on Miss Brigham Freck. Then Jack Gallagher, you're standing by at 215. 216, Jack Kroger. 217, Rachel Flanagan. 218, Maddie Weber. 219, Jesse Britton. 220, Huey Miles. 221, Kylie Weber. 222, Carl Green. 223, David Keat. 224, Peter Donnelly. Going in circles there. Here he goes. He's not finished yet, this horse. Big cow. That's another 16 there, another 16 there for Cal. Not the way you want to be, but anyway, that's camp drafting, as they say. Andrew Burns, a man now. We watch 2:14, Miss Brigands Freck. Jack Gallagher, you will stand by on Gold Ray at 2:15. 2:16, Jack Croker on the Cherry Ripe. Then 2:17, Rachel Flanagan on Kirkby's Stud Elvis. Oh, not the way he wanted to go there, Andrew Burns. Got himself a 21 for the cutout. Jack Gallagher now, 2:15, Gold Ray. Zach Roker, you'll stand by at 2:16, 2:17, Rachel Flanagan, 2:18, Matty Webber, 2:21, 2:19, sorry, Jesse Britton. Then we go 2:20, Hugh Miles on Just Jack. Must be God in this town. This old nigger, old Jack Gallagher. Look at him. Just turn him up and turn him out, Jack Gallagher says on the Gold Ray. And that's how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. That's just how you do it. Keep it simple, Jack Gallagher, Gold Ray. Score there to come. Zach Croker now, 2:16, Cherry Ripe. Well, there he goes. He tops the score. Jack Gallagher got himself a 22, 64, and a 4. That's a 90 points, ladies and gentlemen. 90 points for Jack Gallagher. And a good fast round two. That was just 28 seconds. 28 seconds. Not a bad run. Zach Croker now, not to be outdone. Outside, he says, riding the Cherry Ripe. This is what we come to watch. We love them 90s. Round and round they go. Oh, not for Jack today, though. A little bit short of the money. 21 for the cutout. 21. Rachel Flanagan now, cover number 2:17. Kirkby Stud Elvis. Let's see if he can sing a song up the front. Away we go. Matty Webber, you'll be standing by. 2:18 on the voice. 2:19, Jesse Britton. What do I say? Should I announce it as Jesse? Score there to come for Rach Flanagan. Maddie Webber now into camp to 18. That score there for Rach because she got herself a 17.57 and a 4. That's a 78 points. 78 points. Righto down the camp now. Maddie Webber we watch. Riding the voice. I hope we get a vote in that. That's a 21 cut out there, 21. Jesse Britton comes in now, 22.19. Stylish Jewel. As she goes, the dreaded whip of a 21 for the cut out there for Jessie Britton, 21 only. Hugh Miles now coming to 220 on Just Jack. Kylie Webber, you'll be 221 on the Pure Blonde. Then we'll go 222, Carl Green on Commence. Oh, mate, we're cock, lock, and ready to go. It's only 2:30. What are we doing? Righto, outside he says. Got himself a feisty little beast. It's a 16 there, mate. 16 the cut out there. Kylie Webber comes in now. 221, Pure Blonde. Then we'll go to 222, Cal Green on Commence. We go to 223, David Keat and Laguna Lady Pep. We'll go to 224, Peter Donnelly, Missy. Then 225 with Ben Thompson on Ruby. And then we're going to bring all the cattle back at 225. So all you people over the back there, we will get them cattle brought over in 5 more runs. We'll have 5 more runs and we'll get them cattle brought back over. So if you want to start prepping them cattle up at the back there and just get them ready to pop them back through the gate here. 5 more runs to go. Oh, Kylie Webber just full up a little bit short of the first peg. That's a 22 for the cutout. 22 for the cutout. Cal Green now coming to a 222 on Commence. David Key, you'll be standing by at 223. It's a 22 for the cutout there. 22, another 22. They're slippery little suckers on the best of the days, aren't they? Dave comes into camp now, 223. Laguna Lady Pep. Pete Donnelly, you'll stand by 224 on Missy. Then we'll go down to 225, Ben Thompson on Ruby. Then we'll bring them cattle back. Where is he? Keeps the suspense. What's on tonight? Is it after this?
I think it's later.
So we've done the Epic, we've done the Infinity, so we've got Campdraft next. Okay, and then the round 2 is after finals tomorrow. Outside Belton, 1 round past his second peg. David Keat. Laguna Lady Pep. Puts him where he wants him to be. If he wants the 4 points, he needs to put it through that gate, and that's where they are. Score there to come. Pete Donnelly, you're the man now, 224. Riding Missy. Score there, Dave. You got yourself a 21, 62, and a 4. It's an 87. 87 points. Contest. Not Ruby. Good man.
Is that Ben?
Yes. Ben's on contest, 225. Where? Big storm going out there. Big storm. You don't want that bastard to come back. Where's that? Just cancel it. Who got a whip? Pete Donnelly. No cut out. That's a little zero there for Pete. Ben Thompson comes in now, 224, 225. Sorry, Ben Thompson, riding contest. And then we'll just have a little bit of a break while we bring them cattle back. Geez, it makes a difference when you're playing good music. Yeah. You know, like, not
Did you
just...
see that photographer's hat that was just climbing on the fence down there before?
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the hat I was looking at the little black at the Woolbar.
yeah.
And I completely forgot to go back and get it. It's a Charlie Michaels.
Oh.
Was it? Yeah. No, this was at like a resort.
Oh.
Like, so it wouldn't be the same hat then.
Thank
But
Christ for that.
it looks
I'm sure it's a.
Also, a big thank you to Mitovite. Mitovite Production Mill is located in the New South Wales Central Coast and has been continually expanded to meet the growing demand and to ensure that the highest possible quality standards are maintained. Mitovite, they are here this weekend. Go and say hello. And all the trade stalls here and over the back too. There is more trade stalls over the back. Mavericks are over there. Make sure you go and catch up with them, team. Get yourself a set of Boulay boots. Sparrow will help you out. If you got the money, he's got the time. Right, we're going to bring them cattle back, ladies and gentlemen. If they just want to hold up there a little bit, won't take long. Because we have all them riders over the back. Could you bring them cattle back for us, please? You got yourself a 22, 63, and a 4 for an 89 points. 89 points. You'd be happy with that. Also, a big thank you to David and Penny Grills, the Ben Lomond Beef team, Brenton and Jessica Allport as well. Athleen Pastoral Co., Ben Sharp, Athleen Pastoral Co., and the Baja Grazing, Saltwater Grazing, the MB XX Proprietary Limited, and Eastern Fall Grazing, just to name a few of our cattle donors here this weekend. The big Knuckles Hanley Country Trucker caps, without them wonderful caps down there, all supplied and ordered through Country Trucker Caps, supporting camp drafts and horse events all over Australia. And Maloney Livestock Transport and the Owen Farming, Tulla Beef. Feedlot and broadacre farming opportunities with Owen Farming and Tulla Beef. Don't forget, they have donated a beast. Beef packs will be auctioned at the bar on Saturday night. Proceeds all go to the Westpac Rescue Helicopter. Big thank you to Rick Swan. Sandwiches down there, Beck? I went to get you one, but there was none there.
You should have grabbed a handful when she came up.
Oh, I should have.
So I just get a video from Variety, who isn't bigger than nowhere near Campbell. It's the only video we've gotten all weekend. I've got no idea which horse it is. I'm assuming it's either Reflection or...
Righto, we're back underway. Greg Henry, you're the man we watch. Cover number 226, Silken Acres. Sam Green up. You standing by at 227 on the Shakira. And 228, Benjamin Robertson on Rory's Chisholm. 229, Sam Donnelly on the Cowgirl. 230, James Keat on the Burragunda Acres Design. 231, Scott Beaumont on Bacardi. 232, Blake Risita on KB Exclusive Oak. Then we go to 233, Cameron Jones on Jats Bar Blackjack. That's a 22 there for Greg. 22 for the cutout there. Sammy Green up. We watch Goose 2-7 on the Shakira. Big fella gets married next weekend, they tell me. How good is that? He's got a little bit of Wild and Western out the back there for Sam Greenup. Got himself a 21 for the cutout, 21 only. Benjamin Robertson, we watched, 228. Roy's Chisholm. Sam Donnelly, you're 229 on the Cowgirl, 230. James Keat, 231. Scott Beaumont, 232. Blake Rossiter, 233. Cameron Jones, and we go over the page to Ben Matom on 234. 235, Ben Tapp. 236, Brenton Smith. 237, Anna Lowry. She's carried him away. That's a 16 there for the cutout. Just slipped him out to the side there with no further score. Sam Donnelly now comes in 229. Riding Cowgirl. James Keaty, that'll be you, 230. Old Chinese Dentist. Got taff on him. It's just not the day today for Sam Donnelly. Got himself a 16 for the cutout, 16 only. Righto, the man they call James Keat. Barragunda Acres Design. Comes in on the number 230. The old Chinese Dentist. He's getting busy. Whop him, Katie. Oh, he's not finished. Get out. He is being a grub. Oh, mate. Is it more turns in a cardiac arrest patient? These cattle have just got a little bit tough. I noticed that. Just not going to do the job for him there this afternoon for James. What was his cat out? He got himself another 16. Scotty Beaumont, what can you do? 231 on the Bacardi. Picks himself the right beast, and away he goes. There's 90s out there in him. 232, Blake Rose. You'll be standing by. 233, Cameron Jones. Oh, it's Mark. Mark, not Cameron. Mark Jones, 233. Oh, Scott Beaumont now. Yeah, sorry. Don't worry about me. It's all good. You're doing good.
One task at a time.
Yeah. Stay in your lane. That's what I got told the other day. There's another 4 points there. I told you they're in him. He's got to leave it to the judge. Scotty Beaumont coming there. Blake Ross. Blake, that's you next. 232 on KB Exclusive Ochre. Got himself a 16, 62, and a 4. That's an 82. 82 points there for Scott Beaumont. Blake Rosetta, you are in the camp now, 232. Then we'll go down to 233 with Mark Jones on a Jats Bar Blackjack. It's a 20 for the cutout, only there for Blake. 20 for the cutout. Right, the young man we watch now, Mark Jones. The little Tamworth competitor. Loves going to school, this kid. Right, he gets the nod, he says. Then after Mark, we'll go over the page to Ben Matum, 234, 235, Ben Tapp, 236, Brent Smith, 237, Anna Lowry, 238, Andrew Kelly. Give it to him, son. Good boy. Oh, top little effort there. Absolutely cracking. Outside, he says. Smokes his first peg on the Jats Bar Blackjack. Just didn't get the cigar. Got himself a 19 for the cutout. A lot of future there for that young man. Righto, back into the camp now. We go to 234. Brent Matum on Smart Louis. Ben Tapp, you'll stand by. 235. 236, Brenton Smith. 237, Anna Lowry. Then 238, Andrew Kelly. 239, Vicky Evans. 240, Stephen Blackadder. 241, Brad Williamson. And 242, Hugh Miles. Gets it done. Ben Matum on the Smarty Lou. Score there to come. Ben Tapp, you'll come in 235. Cool Dust Supernova. Brent Smith, you'll stand by 236 on the Scandal. And Lowry, you'll be 237. 21, 63, and Score there for Ben. Got himself a 21, 63 and a 4. That's an 88 points on the Smarty Lou. That's a 22 there for the cutout. No further score. Brenton Smythe comes in now. 236 on the Scandal. And Lowry, you'll stand by. 237. 238, Andrew Kelly. 239, Vicky Evans. 240, Stephen Blackadder. Oh, he just got the little Alfie Langer step right on him there. That was a 16.55 and 3. That's a 74. 74 for Brent Smythe. And a Lowry we watch. Riding Star Bar Magnet. Andrew Kelly, you'll be standing by at 238. Then we go to 239, Vicky Evans. 240, Stephen Blackadder. 241, Brad Williamson. 42, Hugh Mars. 43, Jackson Noon. 44, Phil McCormick. 45, Bruce McNaughton. 46, Bill Carey. That was a 16 there for the cutout. 16 only. Andrew Kelly, we watched 238 on the Chester. Vicky Evans, you'll stand by at 239. Talawa Classic Destiny. Shit, that was bad. What happened, Pete? We've come off that. We've got a 15. 15 there for the cutout, Andrew. Vicky Evans, you'll come in now once the judge has sorted out. On 239, we'll go to 240, will be Stephen Blackadder on Blackadder's Little Eagle. We go to 241, Brad Williamson on the Glimmer. 242, Huey Miles on Yaven Spinneray. 243, Jackson Noon. 244, Phil McCormick on Versailles. 245, Bruce McNaughton on Little Acres. And on course, we watch Vicky Evans on the Tallawah Classic Destiny. That's time there for Vicky Evans. That's time. Score to come. Stephen Blackadder, you'll come into camp now. 240. Little Eagle. Vic got herself a 22, 52 and 3. That's a 77 points. 77 points for the Classic Destiny. And on course, we watch Stephen Blackadder on the Little Eagle. Oh, not today. That's a 17 for the cutout. 17 for the cutout there. Brad Williamson, we watched competitor 241. Riding Glimmer. Huey Miles, you'll stand by. 242, 243, Jackson Noon. 244, Phil McCormick. 245, Bruce McNaughton. 246, Bill Carey. 247, Laura McIntosh. 248, Rodney McKinnon. They got 249, Kylie Barnett. 250, Joe Latham. Also, don't forget a bit of housekeeping. If you haven't got your vendor packs, if your horse is in the sale, you need to come and collect your vendor packs underneath the secretary's box. So if you haven't done that, you need to come and get them. They need them handed out today to get your vendor packs. That's a 21. 21 for the carryout. 21. For Brad Hugh Miles, we watch Yaven Spinneray. Then we got 243 will be Jackson Noon. 244, Phil McCormick. We got 245, Bruce McNaughton. 246, Bill Carey. There's another 4 points there for Huey Miles. Score there to come. Jackson Noon, you're the man we watch now. 243 on the Henny Penny. Oh, he's racking them up here this afternoon. Huey Miles, 22, 63, and a 4. That's an 89. 89 points for Yaven Spinneray. I think they took it too far. They took it too far.
be buttoned up shirts. By rights.
What happened there? Who'd we get that?
Jackson Noon with Neo.
Yeah, a bit of bad luck there. Jackson Noon goes out there with a little 0. Righto, Phil McCormick comes into camp now. Competitor 244. And on course, we watch Phil McCormick riding. That was a 16 cut out there for Phil and Versace. 16 only. Bruce McNaughton now comes in 245 on Lil Acres. Bill Carey, you'll stand by 246 on Fully Loaded. Laura McIntosh, you're 247. 248, Roddy McKinnon, 249. Kylie Barnett, 250. Joe Latham, 251. Brenton Allport, 252. Tony Menkins, and 253. James Moorhead. He's a cool kid, poor little guy. Yep. He said, fuck it, I just came here to eat. He had that big bloody Palomino horse. Oh, GC's Caleb putting the pressure on him. He's not taking him on. Put a little bit of pressure on there for Bruce, and he chose to walk him on out. They can be tough when they want to be. Righto, Bill Carey, you will come in now, 246 on Fully Loaded. And follower and Bill will go to 247. Laura McIntosh on Brown's Acre. Brown Acres. Roddy McKinnon, you'll be 248. 249. Kylie Barnett, 250. Joe Latham, 251. Brenton Allport. That's not bad. God, this horse, he's got him looking good. Look at the power in him. Come on, Bill, get out. Billy, you can't do that with him. It's too much. Can't do it. They're not there. 1, 2, 3, go. Well, he's gone from a 21 to a freaking 16. Well, yeah, we couldn't do big fat 0. Yeah, well, that doesn't happen very often, but I tell you what, it did plenty of try in there with Fully Loaded. What a wonderful stallion. Laura McIntosh, you'll come into the camp now, 247 on Brown Acres. Rodney McKinnon, you'll be 248, 249. Kylie Barnett. There we go. She picks him and ticks him and takes him outside. Laura McIntosh. So a bit of a late mail too. 83 goes up into the Infinity Draft. 83 points and up. If you are 83 and up, you go into the Infinity Draft. 255, Phoebe Thompson. 256, Lockie Agu. 257, Tenny Farley. 258, Paul O'Turner. That's where he needs to be to get his points. Rodney McKinnon, score to come. Coley Barnett, you are in the camp now, 249. It's a 22 cut out there for Kylie, 22 and no further score. Joe Latham comes in now on Crafty, 250. 250, Allport standing by. 83 and above goes into the Infinity Draft. Tony Menkins, James Moorhead, you'll be. A bit of bad luck there. Joe goes out with a little 0. Second job here at the Epic. Where else would you rather be? On a wonderful Friday afternoon here at the wonderful cool Armadale. That's on the edge of the cliff over here, isn't it? We were there one day and we got there because like Judy was like second and then I had all the khaki under my jeans, so I wore a pair of Bats jeans. Yeah, I got another little sneaky one down the side there for Brenton. Picking back up, dropping back out. Away we'll go here very shortly. Tony Mannikins, you'll be ready to go at 252 on the Hazelwood Carissa. Then we go to 253, James Moorhead. On the consequence on 254, Aaron Williams on Grace, 255, Phoebe Thompson. That's a 16. 16, we love our 16s. Tony Menkins comes in now, 252 on Hazelwood Carissa. Then we're going to Jamesy Moorhead at 253, 254, Aaron Williamson. 255, Phoebe Thompson, 256, Lockie Agu. They my Costco ones. Fuck, I love Costco. Oh, Costco's my fuck. Oh, mate. Do yourself a favour and get your ass to Costco. Fuck it up.
You can. And I nearly did. I was like, if you don't, I'll read. Turf, coffins, fuel, tyres, glass. But they do have the best
That's a 22 there for Tony. 22 for the cutout. The Ben Lomond man in camp now, James Moorhead. Right in consequence. Aaron Williams will be standing by 254 on the Grace. Then 255, Phoebe Thompson on one more chance. 256, Lockie. That'll be 257. Then it will be Danny Farley. 258, Paul O'Turner. And 259, Ben Newbury. Don't forget if the rain was coming, I think old Mike's over there with his Never Leak raincoats. That's a 22 cut out there. 22 for the cut out there for James. Yeah, the old Never Leak raincoats. They reckon they build them that tough. You can use them to keep them as a raincoat or they'll end up being a body bag. Aaron Williamson, you're the man we watch now. Compared to a 54. Riding Grace. Phoebe Thompson, you'll be standing by at 55, 56. Lockie Argue, 57. Danny Farley, 58. Paul O'Turner, and 59. Ben Newbury. Then we'll go over the page. It'll be 260. Daniel Cheers. 261. Shane Palmer. 262. Lockie Maxwell. Beat ya. Good save, Ed. This fella's done well back once he's moved away, eh? He bloody copped a point over. Just not to be there for the man. Had a big crack at it, but 17 for the cut out there, mate. 17 for the cut out. And it's great to catch up with him. He used to reside up there in the Dalby area, got himself down in the Tamworth area and kicking goals. Phoebe Thompson comes into camp now, 255. One more chance. Lockie Ague, you are 256. 257, Danny Farley. 258, Paul O'Turner. 259, Ben Newbury. 280, Danny Cheers, you're the man. 260, sorry. 261, Shane Palmer. 262, Lachlan Maxwell. 263, Tim McCarthy. 264, Huey Miles, you're back again. 265, Stephen Creighton. And we'll go to 266, Mitchell Hoy. Phoebe Thompson, eh? She's not a bad little jockey. There's another 4-pointer there for Phoebe. One more chance. Score to come. Lockie Ague, you are the man now. 256. Slim Shady. They're all the same as that. I think he's doing the whole lot. I've got it written down. Ben Lehman beat. Oh, he's in the world of hurt. 16? Oh, how'd I guess it? That's another 1-6 there for Paul. Righto, Ben Newbury. They're getting down and dusty in here this year. These black cattle. They're putting the test on us out there this afternoon. 259, Ben Newbury. That'll be you, Coolum Quartz. Then we'll go to 260. Cheersy, you'll be waiting there on the sideline. 261, Shane Palmer. 262, Lockie Maxwell. 263, Tim McCarthy. 264, Huey Miles. 265, Stephen Creighton. 266, Mitch Hoy. 267, Lockie Argue. 268, Damien Bulmer. 269, Ben Trader. Righto, down we go. Daniel Cheers, the man we watch. Competitor number 260. We're getting down to the nitty Christmas here this afternoon. We've only got one more page to go. And that will wrap up our first round of this open camp draft. They are just dropping the side steps into us here this afternoon, I should say. Cracking round there from Daniel Cheers. Score there to come. Shane Palmer, you are the man now, 261. Pity about the cut out there. Cheesy got himself a 16, 63, and a 4. That's an 83 points. 83 points. And on course, we watch Shane Palmer putting on a bit of speed. Even the TV can't catch up with him. Straight through the money-making end of the business. 4-pointer there for Shane Palmer. Score to come. Lachlan Maxwell, you're the man now, 262. Riding Spookinator. That's the score come through the Shane. 22, 62 and a 4. That's an 88. 88 points for Shane Palmer. We're punching through them here this afternoon. Lockie Maxwell, you are in the camp now, 262. Tim McCarthy standing by at 263. Then we'll get to 264. Hugh Miles on Connie. 265. Stephen Creighton on the strike. Now take two, he says. How'd I guess? That's a 16. 16 for the cutout. Tim McCarthy. Righto, Timmy McCarthy. We watched TNL Hot Lap. He'll be looking for a hot lap out here, I'm very sure. Huey Miles, stand by at 264. That's a round there for Tim McCarthy. Score there to come. Huey Miles, you'll stand by now. 264 on Connie. Well, old Hot Lap got the hot lap. 21, 64, and 4. That's an 89 points. 89 points there for Tim McCarthy. A big thank you to. He was one of our judges there today. You will see him later on. Righto, Huey Miles, a man, 264 on Connie. Stephen Creighton, you'll stand by at 265. 266, Mitchell Moy. I'm all right now. I'm actually coming good. I'm ready for a beer. I'll get on it again tonight. As long as I don't have to get up early. I might have sleep in. You're taking the long way home, like the song. How's that timer going, mate? And that's time there for Huey Miles on Connie. Righto, Steve Creighton, you are in the camp, 265 on strike. Mitchell Hoy, you'll be standing by at 266 on the Tokens Choice Tunes. Then we'll go down to 267, will be Lockie Ague on Laurie. Just a bit of reflection back to Huey Miles. The score was a 22, 55 and 3 for an 80 points. 80 points out on course we watch. Stephen Creighton putting on a score of 22 in the cutout. Gets himself 4 points. Score there to come. Mitchell Hoy, you're the man now, 266. Tokens Choice Tunes. Well, he's up there with the best of them, Stephen Creighton. You got yourself a 22, 64, and a 4. That's a 90 points. 90 points for Steve Creighton on the strike. Look out there, boys. Are a bit wild and western out the back. Really? He's beaten me.
He laughs at you, don't. That's why he's changed it up, yeah.
Oh, he's done me. He's got a 15. 15 for the cutout there for Mitchell. Righto, Lockie Ague, you are 267 on Laurie. Bully, you're next at 268 on Acres of Del Rey. Then we go to Ben Trainer, you are 269. 270, Sam Knight. 271, Benny McNaughton. 72 will be Tom Morgan. 273, Wally Ray on Puberty Blues. And 274, Carolyn Burns on Yugobar Baby Rock.
Which one is he?
The first one, the old couple in the van.
The one everyone's
With the
lining up
twin
at and no
little
one's
pets.
using the other one.
The fresh local tucker.
Yeah, that one. And it's only him and her, and they were churning out these omelets like
You should have stayed at the start. They like you. That lineup for that.
Oh, Route 66 is going broke.
But the lineup for that, the men at the sale, the spotters had to get up on the fence to see the stands because the people that lined up there downstairs, all that didn't stop.
Righto, Damien Bulmer. Competitor number 268 is in the camp. Acres of Delray. Benny Trainer, you'll stand by at 269. Ned. Not Fescue, it's Ned. Righto, mate. Come on, bully, step him up. Get out. Oh no, he's Alfie Langing him. What did you get, 16? 8? Oh, I agree. If they've dropped them back, what's... Mate, I wouldn't let Deneen judge a fucking chook wrap. 16? Oh, that's a 16 there, and no further score for Damien Bulmer. Righto, Ben Trainer now comes in now, 269 on Ned. 270, Sam Knight, you're the man. Buck, Stylish, Oak. Then we're going to Benny McNaughton, you'll be 271 on Mary. 272, Thomas Morgan on Dulcie's Little Jazz. 273, Wally Ray on Puberty Blues. 274, Carolyn Burns on Yuga Bar Baby Rock. 273, Rob Leach, one Stylish Sugar. Then we go to 276, Robert Fuller, Dressed to Impress. And 277, Rich Finks on Condella. 278, Darcy Ague on Rhythm and Rose. And 279, Cal Gibson on Sneaky Cat. Benny, 21, yeah, to Ned. Got a 21. And he's got his first back. He's riding the bloody... I think it's called EBS Ned. As a score there to come for Ben Trainer on EBS Ned. 21, 62 and 4. This is a nice horse. He's got some good horses, well. You should too when you pay $500,000. Hey? I'll tell you what, you get a whip in the fucking yard and you think, well, why the fuck do I buy these? Like, it should be able to take that beast around on its own. Mate, what's going on here? Spark it up a little bit, Timmy O'Dwyer tells me. Right back into the camp now. Cal Gibson, we watch 279 on the Sneaky Cat. Righto outside, he says, for Cal Gibson. Taking a wide berth around to get to his first peg. But he's there. Well, don't forget a big thank you to Maloney Livestock Transport and the Beef Trans team, the Matheson family. Score there for Cal was a 16, 52 and 3, 71. 71 points there for Cal Gibson. Andrew Burns, a man we watched 280. She's a fancy cat. Zach Croker, you'll stand by at 281, 282, Cal Green, 283, Ben Thompson, 284, Wade Miles, 285, Sam Greenup. There we go, 286, Jack Gallagher, 287, Huey Miles. And last competitor will be 288, Bill Carey on the Ninja Cat. And that will wrap up our first round. We are taking, there is 5 people on 23. So if we don't get a 24. Points for Benny Thompson on the Django. 284, Wade Miles, catching more eyes. Oh, there's another trick. I'll tell you what, these cattle got more tricks than the King's Cross corner. Have a look at them. Outside, he says, Wade Miles, catch and more eyes. And that's time, he says, that's time. That's a score there for Wade was a 16, 55 and 3. That's a 74 points. The Queensland man into camp, heading outside. Sam Greenup on the Martini. Oh, no, let's put him back in. He'll get used to that after next weekend. Come on, Sambo. Oh, Robbins racing, they say, but it doesn't always work out that way. That's 21 for the cutout there, man. 21 for the cutout for the Sammy Greenup and the Martini. 3 more competitors to go. Jack Gallagher, we watch you, 286. We're going to 287. There'll be Huey Miles on Chick Acres. Then last of all, 288, Bill Carey, Ninja Cat. So we don't get into the 24. We've got these 5 on 23. Rob Leach, Western Duck, Phil McCormick on highlight. Hugh Miles, time's up. Luke Bennett, Little Miss. Rob Leach, 1, Stylish Sugar. Oh, we do have a few more that we haven't got written down here, so don't go away yet. Jack Gallagher, the man we watch. Gold and diamonds. That's a 21 for the cut out there for Jack. 21 only. Huey Miles comes in now, 287. Chick Acres. Then we're going to Bill Carey, 288. I think they fitted them other fellas in, mate. Oh, no. Hey, Walt, you're going 289. What have you got there? You got Wally in them yet? What do you got? No, I got nothing. I got Bill as last. No, we've got one. Huey doesn't have his other sorts. Huey's in there now. Yeah, he was meant to have another one, but Treasure's vacant. So who's next? Who's after Bill? Wally Ray. Who? Annie. On Annie. Yeah, how'd Jack go? 21. Oh, it's got no snot in me mother-in-law. Oh, Jesus. You got some kick in them, these bastards. These fellas have got a little bit of kick in them, I'll tell you what. Bit of bad luck there, goes out with a 0 there for Huey. Righto, Bill Carey comes in now, 288 on the Ninja Cat. And then the last of all will be, coming up will be 289, Wally Ray riding Annie. And I think we're going straight on with the Stallion Draft. We'll do the cutout first. Yeah, after we drag, that is. After we drag, we will be going on with the Stallion Draft. Yeah, he's got it. There's no one else. You're next, Wall on Annie. We told him, though. We told him he's lost. So is that it, though? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Huey's horse is out. Yeah. Righto, up the front, he says, Bill Carey riding the Ninja Cat. Well, he's not going to muck around with him. Outside. There we go. I think he might have just beat the clock. I'll leave that one up to the judge. Score there for Bill will come shortly. Wally Ray's the last of a competitor at 289, riding Annie. The score there for Bill was a 21, 55 and 4. That's an 80 points. 80 points for Bill Carey. Righto, last competitor here in our open first round here at the Epic Sale. Wally Ray riding Annie. Just slipped him out the back a little bit too far there for Wald, but he got a cut out. What's his cut out? We'll go with 22. We'll give him a 22. Righto, we're going to have to run them off. We nearly had the scorer bail out before we got the number. Righto, we do have to bring them. Rob Leach, Western Duck, Phil McCormick, Highlight, Hugh Miles, Time's Up, Luke Bennett, Little Miss, and Rob Leach on one Stylish Sugar. What did he say? I've got it. That's it. Well, Huey, I think Huey just said his horse was way over somewhere, so we put him last. So what if we do it this way? We do Rob Leach on one Stylish Sugar, Luke Bennett on Little Miss, Philip McCormick on Highlight, Rob Leach on Western Duck, and Hugh Miles on Time's Up. Can we work it like that? That's why I put him last. Hugh Miles. Which one's he on now? We'll give him 5 minutes and we'll... Yeah, well, I just put you last. You boys right to run this? You ready to roll, Pete? We slip him in a fresh one? Yeah. Judge will call it. Don't let me down, Roberto. Let's go. What'd you say, Timmy? How did you? This is Rob Leach on one Stylish Sugar. Righto, here we go. We got to get him up the front and keep him up there and keep us all entertained with the cutout. Who doesn't love a good cutout? One Stylish Sugar, Rob Leach up the front. Get into him, he says. Get the sand in the eyes. Eyes on the prize. Have a go at him. Get with him. Having a crack. Oh, no, he slipped. He's giving him an Alfie Langer straight down the side. They just love it, these little black fellas, don't they? Oh, well. At least we're not picking cotton. Righto, I take it that he doesn't want that one, Pete, so he's out, he's gone. He's all over bar the shout. Robbie Leach will see you at the bar, but he'll be back very shortly with the Western Duck. Is that Millsy's horse? Who are we waiting on now? Luke Bennett. I don't know if Lukey's coming over, is he? Luke Bennett on Little Miss. If we haven't got Luke Bennett, we can go on to... Is Huey there? Huey's right? Well, we'll wait for Luke Bennett. Righto, Lukey Bennett, you're out, son. Phil McCormick, riding highlight. Cheeky little black fellas, aren't they? You can say that. They're black cattle. They're not white. Righto, up the front he goes for Phil McCormick, riding highlight. I'll tell you what, they're putting the pressure on him. Outside, dropped him back a little bit. I reckon we're going to come up with a 16. Righto, we will go Huey Miles on Time's Up. Luke Bennett didn't come in it. Huey Miles, Time's Up. Have a go at him. He's like a cat, this horse. I'll tell you what. Have a crack at him. Time's up. Hugh Miles, get with him. Up the front. That's where the money is. I'll tell you what, they're sneaky little fellas. Have a crack at them. That's the closest thing you'll get to a 15-hand cat. 23 cut out. 23 cut out there for Huey Miles. 23. Rob Leach, Western Duck, you are the last man. No. Oh, Luke's turned up. Righto, Lukey, you are the man. Luke Bennett, little miss. Righto, up the front, he says. Luke Bennett, little miss. Sandeman Bandham, he says. Oh, and he slips down the side on him again. I'll tell you what. Tough as boots when they want to be. That'll be a 16 there. 16 for Luke Bennett. 16 there. Righto, we'll give it a little chance there. I think Robbie Leach, he's on his way. We'll give him a little bit of time. He had to punch one out there at the first, so we'll give him a little bit of time to turn up. The bar is open. The main thing is the attraction. The bar is open. Make sure you fly over there and get yourself a little cold beverage. It's good to be in Tooheys country. Love me Tooheys when you come to New South Wales. The old blue bullet. Righto, Robbie, you're warmed up, mate. You ready to roll? We'll even give you a fresh one, champion. We're here to please, son. We're here to please. Right, here we go. Rob Leach on the Western Duck. Another one of these cracking horses. Comes out of the Thomas Mills stable. Oh no, he's dropped him back a little bit there. She's all over bar the shout. There we go. I'll give it a 16. Well, congratulations, Huey Miles. You just picked yourself up another 23 on Time's Up. Congratulations, mate. Well done. Well, that wraps up our first round of the Open here this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. They are going to drag the arena, and we'll hand you over to the team, and they will take you through to the Stallion Draft. So go get yourself a beer or a drink or a feed or whatever you want to do. Go down and buy a little bit of stuff at the stalls. And bring them cattle back over, please. We could get them cattle brought over. I'm sure a few of you ringers out there would love to have a crack at that. Bring them cattle back over to the backyard, boys, and we'll put them away nice and safely. And we'll get underway here in the Stallion Draft very shortly. We'll see you very down the line. Bye-bye.
Okay, well, your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be moving on now. The show is on the road. That's the crack of the judge's whip. We'll be getting underway with the Stallion Draft, round one of our Stallion Draft, which, of course, is kindly sponsored by Mindu Partnership here this afternoon. Under the very watchful eyes of our two judges, Mr. Tim McCarthy and Mr. Ben McNaughton. So we will have two judges, there'll be two scores, and we'll be taking an average of those two scores. Run through the first 10 competitors that we will require. On camp now, we have competitor number 1, James Kite with Barragunda Goldman, followed by 2, Robert Leach, 3, Rodney McKinnon, 4, Hugh Miles, 5 will be Ben Newbury, 6, Luke Bennett, 7, Kylie Barnett, 8, Wally Ray, 9, Stephen Blackadder, and 10 will be Bernie McMore. They will be our first 10 competitors. Judges don't want to say anything? Okay, so making his selection from the wonderful draft of cattle we have here this afternoon, kindly donated by David and Penny Grills and Brenton and Jessica Allport. So we thank them very much for the kind donation of these black steers here this afternoon. And James will go out with a camp score only of 22. When the camp is clear, we should have competitor number 2, Robert Leach with Western Duck. On camp now, we have competitor number 2, Robert Leach with Western Duck. Western Duck, of course, owned by Thomas and Tegan Mills from up at Voona Station at Hewenden. Side by Hazelwood Conman. And, of course, out of Duck and Weave, an open mare. Plenty of achievements on the page. 2022 was Duck's first challenge, and he absolutely smashed it out of the park. Out on course now, we have competitor number 2, Robert Leach, aboard Thomas and Tegan Mills nomination, Western Duck. And we'll go out with a score of 21. Yeah, I got that one. Thanks, mate. I can just be bloody. On camp now, we have competitor 3, Rodney McKinnon, aboard Rodlaw Consignment. Hazelwood Conman Stallion. Following Rodney, we don't have competitor number 4. He's not with us, so we'll be moving on to number 5, Ben Newbury with Coolum Quartz. 6 will be Luke Bennett. 7 will be Kylie Barnett. 8, Wally Ray. 9, Stephen Blackadder. And 10, Bernie McMore. And Rodney will go out with a score of 21 points. Competitor number 4 not with us, so we'll be moving on to competitor 5, Ben Newbury with Coolum Quartz.
Once again, a very big thank you to our cattle donors here this afternoon, David and Penny Grills and Brenton and Jessica Allport. Thank you very much for your kind donation of cattle here to run this stallion shootout this afternoon, kindly sponsored by Mindu Partnership and the Central Queensland Performance Horse Sale. Making his selection now is competitor number 5, Ben Newbury with Coolum Quartz. Of course, Quartz is sired by Chevron Ivory and stands at Glen Innes. And he makes his way around the Beef Trans first peg, no worries at all. Heads over towards the second. He says, leave it to me, I know where we're heading now, and back around towards the gate. Looks pretty good. This could be our first full round score. And well done. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Ben Newbury. 22.63 and 4. 21.60. So a score there for Ben Newbury and Coolum Quartz will be 88.5. Total of 88.5. On camp now we have competitor 6, Luke Bennett, aboard Malungara's Moonbeam. Of course, owned and campaigned by Malungara Stock Horses, the Acton family, wonderful supporters of the industry. Beautiful young sire that has a story that combines every element needed to produce horses that will perform to breed on. His mother, Kirkby Stud Blue Moon, has been one of the real legends of the camp drafting fraternity over the last 25 years, while his father is the legendary Hazelwood Conman. Comes from one of the most powerful dam lines of all time. Bred by the well-known horse enthusiasts Evan and Kim Acton, Malungara's Moonbeam has become a welcome addition to their horse breeding program. He's looking to put one around here this afternoon. Score there for Luke and Malungara's Moonbeam. 17 points for cutout, 56.5 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 76.5. 76.5. We turn our attention now to competitor number 7, Kylie Barnett Tap. She rides Aristo Tough. The family is absolutely delighted to present this US stallion, Aristo Tough, for your consideration this breeding season. Make no mistake, Tough is the only stallion standing in Australia by the legendary Woody B. Tough. And with his unique world-class genetics, Aristo Tough is the ultimate outcross to top your bloodlines, and there is almost nothing you can't breed to him. Very capable, as we can see out there on course now, ladies and gentlemen, as he clears that first peg. At only 7 years of age, he's got an athletic build and a calm disposition, 15 hands, a sorrel quarter horse stallion, being recognised as a world-class sire. This is Kylie Barnett Tap with Aristo Tough, who stands at Baramble Park on the Liverpool Plains near Tamworth. Very good run nevertheless there, Kylie. We'll have a score to hand shortly. So a score there for Kylie Barnett Tap with Aristo Tough. 21 points for cutout, 56 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives her a total of 80 points. Out on course now with Wally Ray and Donald Trump. Unfortunately, they'll go out with a camp score of 21 points. On the camp now, we should have competitor 9, Stephen Blackadder. 10 will be Bernie McMore. 11, Jesse Britton. 12, Vicky Evans. 13, Hugh Miles. 14, Casey Wallen. 15, John Hardy. 16 will be Andrew Burns. 17, Thomas Morgan. And 18, Robert Leach. On camp now, Stephen Blackadder with Blackadder Little Eagle. Of course, is sired by Arundel Musician. And of course, the dam. Little Wasp was a double cross to Star Black Minstrel. Has consistently placed in novice and open camp drafts. Has won the novice draft at Kangaroo Creek Sports Camp Draft. And is still placing in most drafts. Consistently running 87s and above. Ridden by all. And has also won numerous juvenile drafts as well. And Stephen will go out with a score of 20. In the camp now, we have Bernie McMore with Kirkby Stud Elvis. The 2020 ABCRA Australian Champion all-round camp draft horse. And of course, the 2020 ABCRA Maiden Horse of the Year. Sired by Kirkby Stud Echo. Some wonderful heritage stock horse breeding throughout the pedigree. Stands at Barmac Stock Horses. And we're outside and getting to work now with Kirkby Stud Elvis. The Heritage Stock Horse Stallion, the 2020 ABCRA Australian Champion All-Round Camp Draft Horse of the Year. And unfortunately just gets a tricky one there this afternoon. He'll go out with 21 points for cutout. When the camp is clear, we'll have competitor number 11, Jesse Britton with TRD. 12 will be Vicky Evans. 13, Hugh Miles. 14, Casey Wallen. 15, John Hardy. 16, Andrew Burns. 17, Thomas Morgan. 18, Robert Leach. 19, Rodney McKinnon. And 20 will be Ben McWhirter. A wonderful new concept, this Stallion Camp Draft, the Stallion Incentive Draft, sponsored by Mindu Partnership and the Central Queensland Performance Horse Sale. And don't forget the Stallion Incentive, where the progeny of any mares bred to the winner of the Stallion Draft in the next breeding season will be eligible for a $10,000 incentive if sold through the sale and wins the Epic. So if you breed your mare to the winner of the Stallion Draft here this weekend in the next breeding season, bring it back and sell it through the Epic sale, and it comes back and wins an Epic Camp Draft, There'll be a $10,000 incentive, $5,000 to the stallion owner and $5,000 to the mare owner. And if that's not won, there is a $2,000 jackpot added each year. On the camp now, we have competitor number 11, Jessie Britton with TRD. TRD, a very flashy stallion there, of course, as you can see. Some wonderful quarter horse breeding throughout the page. Missed out on the 2015 NCHA Derby by only 1 point. Is a snaffle bit cunning winner. Multiple camp draft and cutout winner as well. Standing at Hinton's Performance Horses down at Thirlmere in New South Wales. There's a discount for multiple mares or for proven competitors. And Jessie will go out with a score of 23 for Jessie Britton and TRD. On the camp now, we have competitor 12, Vicky Evans. Great to have Vicky here with us this weekend with her stallion Classic Destiny, who of course needs no introduction in these parts. Side by Acres Destiny himself. And of course the dam there, Parkhouse Classic, with wonderful heritage stock horse bloodlines throughout the dam's pedigree there. Multiple camp draft winner and has been shown successfully at national level. Progeny are displaying the same temperament, looks and ability. Currently standing at stud over at Nabiac. Can contact the very capable Vicky Evans as she makes her way around the Maloney Livestock second peg. The gate's in her sights and a bit of hard luck there, but we'll have a score come to hand shortly. Score there for Vicky Evans and Classic Destiny was 22 points for cutout, 56 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives her a total of 81 points. Now pay attention here, ladies and gentlemen. In the camp we have competitor 13, Hugh Miles, aboard Time's Up, who needs absolutely no introduction, sired by one-time Pepto. And, of course, out of that wonderful Boone Sand Kitty mare. Really getting down and working here. As we head out on course now. Time's Up was second in the Stallion Draft and Open Camp Draft at the Nutrien Classic in 2022 and was also second in our very own Open Camp Draft here at the Ray White Epic last year. Makes his way back around to come through the gate and put some points on the board. Well done. We'll have a score come to hand there shortly for Hugh Miles and Time's Up. On the camp, could we please have competitor 14, Casey Wallen, with Rosie's Lethal Return. Score there for Hugh Miles and Time's Up will be 23.5 for cutout, 62.5 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a grand total of 90 points. That'll be the one you're chasing here this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're on camp now with competitor 14, Casey Wallen and Rosie's Lethal Return. Owned by Kenny May and, of course, ridden by Casey Wallen here today. Multiple challenge winner. Also won the novice at Fernvale Camp Draft in 2019. Goes out with a camp score of 20.5. On the camp now, another stallion that needs absolutely no introduction. I'm talking about Lena's Conman, not John Hardy. But anyway, John Hardy in the saddle there with Lena's Conman, of course owned by the Hardy family. Sired by Hazelwood Conman himself, and out a Lethal Spinster. A highly decorated open horse.
Really gets up and puts the pressure on here, ladies and gentlemen, as he heads out on the course. Doesn't muck about as he gets around the Beef Trans first peg. Heads back around to make the change and come around the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. This is looking pretty good at this stage. This is John Hardy and Lena's Conman. Heads around towards the gate to get the job done. And put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Another full round score for John Hardy and Lena's Conman. So it scored a hand there for John Hardy and Lena's Conman. 23 points for cutout, 61.5 for horsework. 4 for the course gives him a total of 88.5. On the camp now with number 16, Andrew Burns and E.V. Costa. Of course, wonderful sponsors here of our event this weekend. A Clay Equine proudly offers, for the first time, limited services to E.V. Costa, the Acres Destiny stallion himself. He was the 2019 AQHA runner-up Camp Drafter of the Year. Costa combines that incredible consistency with the great lines of Acres Destiny with a highly performed, versatile Tasselina mare, who had a terrific success in the cutting, camp drafting and show rings. Costa has an impeccable temperament, performance in many fields. He's quick and cowy as he makes his way out there to get the beast covered around the first peg here this afternoon. Oh, and a bit of hard luck there for Andrew Burns and E.V. Costa. They'll go out with a camp score of 22 points. Thomas Morgan with Urana Cooper Acres will be our next competitor in the camp. Another Acres Destiny sire, otherwise known as Ace. An open camp draft horse, side by the number 5 all-time leading cutting sire in Australia, Acres Destiny. From the young dam Calamity Jane, Ace has won and placed in numerous challenges, working cow, horse and camp draft events, proving himself time and time again. His progeny have an exceptional eye appeal and are a trainable and athletic cow horse. Out on course now with Thomas Morgan and Urana Cooper Aces. Makes his way around the second peg and just propping up there, unfortunately. He'll go out with a 22.5 for cutout only. Our next competitor, number 18, Robert Leach, aboard Hazelwood Congressman. On account of Rob Leach Equine at Attunga in New South Wales, of course. He stands at Hagen's Equine at Manila. A Trinity Ranch Stallion Station at Tamworth. Bred by Terry and Christine Hall, along with Kylie and Graham Cook, who owns his mother, Congressman. Has an impressive pedigree behind him. He's by the legendary Hazelwood Conman and out of Duloc Midnight Run, a daughter of Acres Destiny and a proven producer who's quickly establishing herself as one of the finest producers in the sport of camp drafting. Rob Leach describes the 7-year-old Black Stallion as a camp horse deluxe. He loves chasing cows. It's what he's bred to do, and it's what he's here to do this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, just ducks down the bottom side of that second peg. He'll go out with a camp score of 22 for his efforts here this afternoon. Rodney McKinnon on camp this time aboard Rodlaw Content. He'll be followed by 20, Benjamin McWhirter, 21, Stephen Crichton, 22, Hugh Miles, 23, Sally Stevenson, 24, Zach Croker, and 25 will be Vicky Evans. In the camp now we have Rodney McKinnon and Rodlaw Content, an 8-year-old stallion bred by Rodney himself, side by Hazelwood Conman, and of course out of the wonderful dam Rodlaw Asset. Heads out on course now to make his way around the Beef Trans first peg here this afternoon in round 1 of our Stallion Camp Draft, kindly sponsored by Mindu Partnership and the Central Queensland Performance Horse Sale. We're looking good here, ladies and gentlemen, as we come back around to make our way through the gate and put some points on the board. Unfortunately, just around the top side, but we'll have a score come to hand nevertheless. 22, 59 and 3. 21, 58 and 3. Score there for Rodney and Content was 21.5 for cutout, 58.5 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 83 points. Benny McWhirter on camp this time aboard Acres Cadillac, another Acres Destiny sire. He's the champion-led and working winner of the Australian Stock Horse Challenges and multiple placings in them as well. He also has been awarded multiple places in camp drafts and several cutouts. The progeny are very quiet and sensible for training. Unfortunately, he goes out with a score of 22 points here this afternoon. On the camp now, competitor 21, Stephen Crichton with Hallmark Stud Scorcher. A 12-year-old stallion side by Bald Hill Sizzler. Out of the Hallmark Stud Kelly Mare. Making his way outside now, we have Stephen Crichton and Hallmark Stud Scorcher. Around the first peg, no worries. Makes the change to come back around the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg here this afternoon in it. This the first round of our Stallion Camp Draft. And unfortunately, just not wanting to cooperate there. And they'll go out with a camp score of 16.5 for their efforts. On camp now, competitor 22, Hugh Miles with Just Jack. A heritage stock horse stallion sired by Hazelwood Conman. And of course, out of the wonderful Dam Smith family, just like Jess. They believe this young stallion is the real deal. Just Jack is one of very few to carry these prestige heritage stock horse bloodlines. They're very pleased to present him and excited about his future.
Standing at Kubar Performance Horses. And unfortunately, they'll go out with a 22 camp score this afternoon. When the camp is clear, we'll be moving on with competitor number 23, Sally Stevenson and Al Capone. Of course, Sally and Drew, wonderful sponsors of our event here this weekend. Benalla Stud, which of course is the home of the great stallion Al Capone, a young sire who is bred to be everything and anything. A serious horse breeders and competitors require. Owned by Drew and Sally Stevenson at Benalla Stud. His dam is Selegman Spin Mare Possum Sue, Peter and Debbie Gessler's favourite mare. He's an outstanding type, got plenty of athleticism and a wonderful temperament. Look at the way he gets down and gets amongst it here this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sally Stevenson, wonderful sponsor in the saddle, makes her way out on course. And, of course, a big thanks to Drew and Sally, who have donated a trophy for the highest scoring female rider in the open draft this weekend. Making their way around to the gate now and looking pretty good, ladies and gentlemen. Puts it through there this afternoon, and we'll have a score come to hand very shortly for Sally Stevenson and Al Capone. Camp score there? 17. All right, that was competitor number 24, Zach Croker with Counterfeit. Goes out with a score of 17. We'll have a score there for you shortly, Sally, just double checking it. But now we turn our attention to competitor 25, Vicky Evans, aboard Classic Acres. As you can see, Classic Acres is a stallion with the looks, the conformation, the ability and performance. Excels in the show ring and is now stepping up into the Campdraft arena. A very easy horse to do anything with. As you can see, he's making his way around our course here this afternoon with ease. Just around the top side of the gate, but a good run nevertheless there, Vicky. We'll have a score shortly. Two and a half, is that what you get? 21 and a half, 58 and a half, 58, sorry, and 3. In the camp now, we have our final competitor, number 26, Bernie McMore, aboard Brown Highwayman. 82 and a half, I've got. 21 and a half. Yep. So a score there for our last competitor, Vicky Evans, was 21.5 for cutout, 58 for horsework, 3 for the course. Gives her a grand total of 82.5 points. In the camp now with Bernie McMorr and Brown Highwayman. Winner of 10 open camp drafts. Of course, side by Brown Victory. Goes out with a score of 21. Mate, I think they said they wanted to do 2 rounds. Is there another round? Yeah. Just check with Blake. Mate, second round, is it like a second full round, or are we just taking scores out of this? Righto. Do a redraw, righto. The draw's already done. Righto. Yeah. Righto, we're just printing off that draw now and we'll go again. Righto, mate. Right. So that will complete round 1 of our Stallion Camp Draft here this afternoon. We'll just do a quick redraw and we'll be moving on with round 2 of the Stallion Draft. We'll be moving straight on with that as soon as we have our redraw. Could we just have the cattle over, please? Those turnback riders out the back, if you wouldn't mind bringing those first round cattle back over. We'll get them put away. Just printing off this second round draw now, and we'll be back underway with the second round of our Stallion Camp Draft here this afternoon. So while we're just printing off that second round draw, we'll give you some round 1 results. Currently sitting on top of the leaderboard at 90 points, we have Hugh Miles with times up. Second, equal second, will be John Hardy and Lena's Conman and Ben Newbury with Coolum Quartz on an 88.5. And in fourth place, Rodney McKinnon on 83. So that's currently how we sit. Heading into round 2 of our Stallion Camp Draft here this afternoon. Okay, could we have your attention, please, competitors? Round 2 draw will be as follows. Competitor number 1 will be Casey Wallen with Rosie's Lethal Return. 2, Vicky Evans and Classic Acres. 3, Hugh Miles and Time's Up. 4, Zach Croker with Counterfeit. 5, Ben McWhirter and Acres Cadillac. 6, Sally Stevenson with Al Capone. 7, Robert Leach and Western Duck. Number 8 will be Bernie McMorr and Kirkby Stud Elvis. 9 will be Luke Bennett and Malunga's Moonbeam. And 10 will be John Hardy with Lena's Conman. They'll be our first 10 competitors in round 2 of our stallion draft here this afternoon. We're moving on very shortly with round 2 of our Stallion Camp Draft, kindly sponsored by Mindu Partnership and the Central Queensland Performance Horse Sale. A reminder to everyone about our Stallion incentive here at the Epic this year. The progeny of any mares that are bred to the winner of the Stallion Camp Draft here this year in the next breeding season will be eligible for a $10,000 incentive if sold back through the Epic sale and then is brought back to the Epic Camp Draft to win it. The $10,000 incentive will be broken up, $5,000 to the stallion owner and $5,000 to the mare owner. $2,000 will be added back to a jackpot each year if it's not won. Okay, if we could have our first competitor, Casey Wallen, into the camp, please, aboard Rosie's Lethal Return. They're looking to add to their first round score of 20.5. Calling for the gate now is competitor number 1, Casey Wallen and Rosie's Lethal Return. Of course, the stallion owned by Ken May was the winner of the Stanthorpe Open Stockman's Challenge in 2023 and has just come back into competing after a 3-year spell. Goes out with a camp score of 21.5. On the camp now we have competitor number 2, Vicky Evans with Classic Acres, looking to add to their first round score of 82.5 points. Heading outside with Vicky Evans and Classic Acres, looking to add to their first round score of 82.5. And a bit of hard luck there, goes out with a camp score of 17. And a score of 17 points there for Vicky Evans and Classic Acres. We now turn our attention to competitor 3, Hugh Miles. Aboard Time's Up. Currently sitting on top of the leaderboard with a score of 90 from the first round earlier this afternoon. Let's see what they can do here. Hugh Miles and Time's Up makes his way right up to the front of the camp, gets down and gets to work. Looking to add to their first round score of 90. Gets it done nicely as he heads out onto the course now and makes his way towards the Beef Trends first peg. Of course, thanks very much to the Matheson family, wonderful supporters of the weekend, carting the cattle. And the second peg, of course, sponsored by Mick and Carolyn Maloney, another one of our wonderful transporters here this weekend. A Maloney Livestock Transport, but it's all about the superstar out there at the moment. Hugh Miles and Time's Up, looking to add to their first round score of 90 as they come around to the gate for the second time. And they've done it in fine fashion. Well done. That'll be another full round score come to hand shortly. So a second round score there for Hugh Miles and Time's Up will be 23.5 for cutout, 61 for horsework, 4 for the course gives him an 88.5. On the camp now, competitor 4, Zach Croker, aboard Counterfeit. Gets out and about now, this Conman stallion out of a Kirkby's stud Gleam mare, who was by Omega and out of an Abdul mare herself, has won a maiden camp draft as well as a challenge in Australian stock horse classes. Getting it done nicely this afternoon, heading back around towards the gate, and he ticks that off, no worries at all. Well done, Zach. Score there for Zach Croker and Counterfeit was 21.5 for cutout, 61.5 points for horsework, 4 for the course gives him a total of 87. On the camp now with Benny McWhirter and Acres Cadillac, looking to add to their first round score of 22 points. In this, the second round of our stallion draft here this afternoon. Bit of bad luck there, Ben. He'll go out with a camp score of 16.5 points. On the camp now, Sally Stevenson with Al Capone, looking to add to their first round score of 78.5 points. And we're out on course now with Sally Stevenson and Al Capone. And they'll go out with a camp score of 22.5 points for the second round of our open camp draft. On the camp now, we have Rob Leach aboard Western Duck. He'll be followed by number 8, Bernie McMorr, and Kirby's Stud Elvis. 9 will be Luke Bennett with Malungra's Moonbeam. 10, John Hardy and Lena's Conman. 11, Rodney McKinnon and Rodlaw Content. 12, Wally Ray aboard Donald Trump. 13, Thomas Morgan with Urana Cooper Aces. And 14 will be Hugh Miles with Just Jack. Score there for Rob and Western Duck was 21.5. 21.5 points for cutout only. Moving now to competitor 8, Bernie McMorr with Kirkby's Stud Elvis. A big thank you to our cattle donors once again for this, the second round of our Stallion Camp Draft this afternoon. A big thank you to Eastern Fall Grazing, the Schaefer family, and of course the Grills family, along with Brenton and Jess Allport. Thank you very much for your kind donation of the cattle here this afternoon. Out on course now with Bernie McMorr and Kirkby's Stud Elvis. Really getting to work, looking for some outside points to add to their first round score of 21. And he'll go out with another 21. Model of consistency there. Bit of bad luck, Bernie. On camp now, Luke Bennett and Malungra's Moonbeam, looking to back up a first round score of 76.5 points from earlier this afternoon. Gets right up the front, right up the business end of the camp. Calls the gate and gets out clean as he heads outside. Makes his way around that first peg in fine fashion. Puts a bit of speed on as he gets right up alongside the Angus steer to make his way back around the second peg. It's looking pretty good from where we are up here. Get behind him, ladies and gentlemen. He's really got the pace on now as he just pulls up to come back around through the gate. Well done. Score there for Luke Bennett and Malungra's Moonbeam was 23 points for cutout, 64 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 91. On the camp now, competitor 10, John Hardy, aboard Lena's Conman, looking to back up a pretty good first round of 88.5 points. Currently sitting in equal second there at the moment. Bit of hard luck there, John. He'll go out with a second round score of 23. Next on camp will be Rodney McKinnon with Rodler Content. He'll be followed by 12, Wally Ray, 13, Thomas Morgan, 14, Hugh Miles, 15, Ben Newbury, 16, Andrew Burns, 17 will be Jesse Britton, 18, Stephen Crichton, 19, James Kite, and 20 will be Kylie Barnett Tapp. Making his way up to the front of the camp now, Rodney McKinnon and Rodlaw Content, looking to add to their first round score of 83 points. Really getting to work to get around our second peg here this afternoon. Gets it covered and heads back around towards the gate here now. Puts a bit of pace on. Straightens him up and straight through the middle of the pegs. Well done, Rodney. 22, 61 and 4. 21, 61 and 4. So that'll be 21 and a half. 61 and 4. Was made 86 and a half. Score there for Rodney McKinnon and Rodlaw Content will be 21 and a half for cutout, 61 for horsework, 4 for the course gives him a total of 86 and a half points. On the camp now we have competitor 12, Wally Ray aboard Donald Trump. Looking to make their way back around towards the gate here this afternoon is Wally Ray and Donald Trump. Just heads around the top side there, unfortunately. So a score there for Wally Ray and Donald Trump will be 20 and a half for cutout, 55 and a half for horsework, 3 for the course, gives him a total of 79 points. In the camp now we have Tom Morgan aboard Copper Aces, looking to add to his first round score of 22 and a half.
Oh, a bit of bad luck there, mate. 23 and 21, 22. Tom goes out with a score of 22 points. The camp now, we have competitor 14, Hugh Miles, with Just Jack. Following Hugh, we'll have 15, Ben Newbury and Coolum Quartz. 16, Andrew Burns with EV Costa. And 17, Jesse Britton and TRD. Making their way nicely around the second peg. This is Hugh Miles and Just Jack. Back around towards the gate and gets the job done here this afternoon in the second round of our Stallion Camp Draft. Score there for Hugh Miles and Just Jack will be 22.5 for cutout, 63 for horsework, 4 for the course gives him a total of 89.5 points. 89.5 points added to his score of 22 from the first round. Speaking of first round scores, here's a man that has a pretty attractive one, Mr. Ben Newbury and Coolum Quartz, looking to add to their first round a score of 88.5 points. They make their way outside in fine fashion. Around the Beef Trans first peg, no worries at all. Gets the second covered nicely as well. Look on here, ladies and gentlemen, really getting to work there to get him back around through the gate. Well done, Ben. Good effort, mate. We'll have a score to hand here shortly. 62 and 4, 62 and 4, 62 and a half and 4. 66. Score there for Benny Newbury and Coolum Quartz. It'll be 21.5 points for cutout, 62.5 for horsework. 4 for the course gives him a total of 88. 88 points. Calling for the gate and heading outside now, competitor 16, Andrew Burns and EV Costa. Looking to add to their first round score here this afternoon. A bit of hard luck there, Andrew. Goes out with a camp score of 23. On the camp now, competitor number 17, Jesse Britton with TRD, looking to add to their first round score of 23 points. Does it nicely too and heads out, nods for the gate. Out on the course now, doesn't muck around getting around that first peg either. Comes back around that second peg and shapes up to head towards the gate in a race against the clock. Is she going to get there? Oh, there goes time, but a pretty good effort nevertheless. We'll have a score here shortly. Score there for Jesse and TRD will be 22.5 points for cutout, 50 for horsework, 3 for the course, gives her a total of 75.5 points for the second round here this afternoon. Heading outside now will be Stephen Crichton with Hallmark Stud Scorcher. Following Stephen, we'll have competitor 19, James Kite, with Barragunda Goldman. 20 will be Kylie Barnett Tap with Aristo Tough. 21, Robert Leach and Hazelwood Congressman. 22, Vicky Evans with Classic Destiny. 24, Bernie McMorr and Brown Highwayman. 25 will be Rodney McKinnon with Rod Law Consignment. And a score of 16.5 there for Stephen. Looking to add to their first round score of 22 points. We have James Kite and Barragunda Goldman out on course now, looking for some course points this time. Shaping up pretty nicely and showing us they know how to get the job done. Makes the change and back around towards the gate. Does it easy. Well done. Good on you, James. So a score there for James Kite and Barragunda Goldman. Be 22.5 for cutout, 64 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 90.5 points for the second round. In the camp now, Kylie Barnett Tap with Aristo Tough, looking to add to their first round score of 80 points. Getting the job done here this afternoon, Kylie Barnett Tap, Aristo Tough making their way back around through the gate. Score to hand there for Kylie Barnett Tap with Aristo Tough will be 21 points for cutout, 60.5 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives her a total of 86 points, combined with her first round score of 80, an aggregate score of 166. In the camp now, 21, Rob Leach and Hazelwood Congressman, looking to add to his first round camp score of 22 points. Making their way around the second peg, crossing over back towards the gate, taking it steady. Will they get the job done? Rob Leach and Hazelwood Congressman, yes they do.
Score there for Rob and Hazelwood Congressman. 22 points for cutout, 58 for horsework, 4 for the course, gives him a total of 84 points. 84 points for his second round run. On the camp now we'll have 22 Vicky Evans with Classic Destiny. 23 is not with us. 24 will be Bernie McMorr with Brown Highwayman. 25 Rodney McKinnon and Rod Law Consignment. And our final competitor in round 2 of our stallion draft this afternoon will be Stephen Blackadder with Blackadder Little Eagle. Looking to add to their score of 81 points from round 1 earlier this afternoon. Vicky Evans and Classic Destiny making their selection. A beautiful line of cattle. Once again, a big thanks to Eastern Fall Grazing, the Schaefer family, and of course the Grills family, David and Penny, and Brenton and Jess Allport. Thank you very much for your continued support. A wonderful line of cattle here this afternoon. Knocks the first 2 pegs over. Can we come around to come back through the gate? Is this going to be another full round? Yes, it is, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Vicky and Classic Destiny. Score there for Vicky Evans and Classic Destiny. 21.5 for cutout, 61 for horsework. 4 for the course gives her a total of 86.5 points for her second round run. We've had a pair of reading glasses lost here on the grounds this afternoon. They have a thick green frame. If anyone, please keep an eye out. If anyone happens to find them, please drop them back over to the announcer's box. That's a pair of reading glasses with a thick green frame. They're missing here somewhere on the grounds. Keep your eyes peeled and drop them back into the announcer's box if you happen to find them. A reminder to all that the bar is open over there. The bar is currently open. So we invite you to head on over there, of course, at the completion of this second round of the Stallion Draft. Don't go away. We still have 3 competitors here this evening. On your way over, you might call into the food stalls on the way past Ed's Tucker Box and the Route 66 food van. They'll be cooking for most of the night. Get in there. Get your dinner early. Don't be disappointed. Outside now we have Bernie McMorr and Brown Highwayman looking to add to their first round score of 21 points. Throws the reins at him and gets him around the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. Changes over, does the same, back around towards the gate. Bit of pace on here, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, Bernie. Score there for Bernie and Brown Highwayman will be 21.5 points for cutout, 62.5 for horsework. 4 for the course gives him a total of 88 points for the second round here this afternoon. On the camp we have Rodney McKinnon with Rodlaw Consignment, and Rodney will be followed by our final competitor here this afternoon in round 2 of the Stallion Camp Draft, Mr. Stephen Blackadder with Blackadder Little Eagle. Rodney and Consignment achieved a score of 21 points in the first round here this afternoon. Heads outside now with Rodney McKinnon and Rodlaw Consignment. Makes his way around the first peg. Looking for the change to come back around the Maloney Livestock Transport second peg. Gets up on the shoulder to straighten him up and bend him back around. He's got the change covered. Heads back around towards the gate. Are we going to see another full round score? Well done, Rodney. Score there for Rodney McKinnon and Rodlaw Consignment. 21 points for cutout, 62.5 for horsework. 4 for the course gives him a total of 87.5 points for the second round here this afternoon. Our final competitor in the camp now, 27, Stephen Blackadder with Blackadder Little Eagle, looking to add to their first round score of 20 points. Looking pretty good here for our last run of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Out on course, we're watching Stephen Blackadder and Little Eagle making their way back around towards the gate. Straight through the middle. That's the way, Stephen. Score there for Stephen Blackadder and Blackadder Little Eagle. 20 points for cutout, 61.5 for horsework, 4 for the course. Gives him a grand total there for the second round of 85.5 points. 85.5 points. Results are coming through shortly, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll bring them to you. But first, a few announcements in regards to tomorrow. It'll be a 7 a.m. start with the second round of the Open Camp Draft. All scores will go into the second round, so all scores will go into the second round. There'll be a draw printed here shortly, and it'll just be displayed here down the bottom of the announcer's box later on. An SMS will also come out as well, but that'll be a 7 a.m. start for the second round of the Open Camp Draft, where we will require all scorers from round 1 for that second round. Following on from the second round of the Open Draft tomorrow, we'll have sale horse inspections commencing from 10 a.m. and pre-works commencing from 2 p.m. So an action-packed day again tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, starting at 7 a.m. with the second round of our Open Camp Draft, where all scores will go through to the second round. 10 a.m. will be the sale horse inspections and 2 p.m. pre-works. So Rachel, sorry, I was just on the phone. 8 a.m. is it?
8 a.m. meetings, right? I've only got 3 things here on the list, that's all. I'm only announcing what I've got up here, that's all. Happy to add it.